GG's here, and of course, congrats to Martz, but good fight here from Gilded. Again, as we noted, these two far apart on PB here. Martz all but confirmed to be going back to gold here, so the fact that Gilded was able to hold her own here against someone of this caliber just goes to show. Snowy saying, I feel good about my match against Wallband. You went to a decider, Snowy. I'm pretty sure that's what I told you to do. And sometimes that's all you need to do, Snowy. Alright, Mart's holding out for a bar here. Oh, I actually got the bar, but I don't... Oh, what? How is he still burning lines? Martz, you can't just casually drop a 600k like that on the TNP show. Holy heck. For context, folks, that's higher than Gilded's PB that Martz just scored. He was not planning on losing that game 5. Two years and 9 months. One day you're gonna break it, Martz. And when you do, we will hold a parade. Because gosh darn, everyone deserves to get a PB, but there are arguably very few, if any, who are as deserving as you, Martz. Of course, knowing you, you're probably going to get it in comp. Time to cook dinner? Good idea, Gilded. And yes, you versus Edska is still a thing. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, I guess we're going to the 4-player scene. So, Martz, Max, assuming you two are still good to play each other. Who is next is Anti-Strike. So, we're doing 2 matches here, since my scheduling got thrown a bit off. To make up for lost time here. Let's go back to the 4-player scene. Oh no, Quadruple Lizard. It's okay, folks, we'll fix that. It's all me. It was me all along, Austin. That's another reference for Max. I don't know if he'll get that one, though. Alright. That's... Well, actually, we can just leave Max up on one of those screens. And then we'll just turn this one into the March screen, I think. Yep, perfect. Oh, Gilda got the reference. Thank you, Gilda. Yeah, I'm assuming that you two, as long as you still want to play him, Max, yeah. Alright, so seed number 1. Oh, yeah, no, that was an amazing game, Gilda. You took that all the way to transition. That's a heck of a game from you. You should be very happy with that. Alright. Max. Also, hello, Brian. How's it going? Happy 1-year anniversary, everybody. We only had the usual amount of issues on the TNP show so far. Still love the show, though. Okay. So, Snowy, we'll get your Nestris champs pulled back up, and then Ethan, if you're here, time for you to go live. I'll generate the other scene in a moment here. First, I gotta get the mini screens. Alright, we do have Mr. Ethan Thoughts in the house. And boy, am I glad to see him. Because there are few in this world who can rival my chaos. But this man is one of those few. swear I'm always breaking the scene. Alright. Oh my god, does Ethan have the sunglasses there? He came in here in style for the anniversary episode, folks. You gotta love this. Oh, I just realized the lights are backwards now, so fix that. Alright, so Mart's Max, I have generated a seed for the two of you. It is the seed on the top here. This next seed will be for Snowy and Ethan, and they're ready to go. A7, 25, 52. It's not TNP and the text issues, scheduling confusion. All the hits today, Jedi Evan, all the hits. Some folks saying time for some chaos. That's the Ethan I love. Listening to Colorhead on Her Majesty's Secret Service. I have no clue that is 6'4", but that actually sounds pretty fun. Saying I was cheer for Max. Fair enough. Ethan Snowy at 23. Well, it's close enough to 23. But we're doing 2 matches here. That's right. I'm calling both games. Marts, I can already tell you Max is going to ask for all 18 starts here. Listen to it later. Send me a link to it, 6'4". Ping me somewhere in the TNP Discord, or anywhere you can get me. Send me a link so I don't forget. I will do it. You just have to remind me. I have the memory of the apple. For those of you who might be wondering, what does having the memory of the apple actually mean? These are all the questions you're supposed to be asking, folks. What you're really supposed to be asking when I'm going to put the top cuts tier list out. Because apparently I already got in trouble with Jotzi for the Oreos tier list. And look, I respect Jotzi. He is a very reasonable and decent human being and amazing person. But I just can't see eye to eye with him on the lemon Oreos. Maybe I'm just not a true appreciator of the lemon flavor, but as an Oreo, I just don't see it. I know John's gonna give me something for it, but he's also not here right now, I assume. Is it too late to ask for no elo? No, it's never too late, Brian. If the match hasn't started yet, then it's not. I mean, technically, if the match hasn't started, it's technically not too late. I would prefer you would not make those designations mid-match, but just remind me about it, Brian, or else I'm gonna forget. Because as we just went over here, memory of a pineapple, which my wife's saying, I can remember stuff. Stop writing it down. I'll be writing that down, so just remind me. Brian's saying I'm playing so bad right now. You know, that's what Jotzi said right before he swapped Jedi Oven, and then that's what Siler said right before he beat Jotzi. So he's saying, can you see my webcam? No. I can't see your webcam, Snowy. But it's okay, I don't need to see it. I trust that you are actually playing the game here, Snowy. You have no reason to think that. Unless you're just that desperate for a win against Ethan. Which you did, yeah, I get that, you know. Getting wins over Ethan is a rare commodity nowadays. Yes, as long as I can see your gameplay, Snowy, that's all I really care about. But, alright. Snowy, can you give me a manual ready? You are ready? Okay. Okay. Then all 4 of you are ready, so 4 readies, 4 countdown, here we go. Starting off in 4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris. So here we go for the 13th and 14th matches of the TNP show. We carry on. And if you're also looking to play on the TNP show, there might be a slot opening, I don't know. I'm not really sure what the available slots are because I wasn't planning on busting the 4-player scene out, so I don't know what's going to be available. we're just gonna work with what we have right now. Also, should I send a message out to people that the show went back live? They'll figure it out. Looks like everyone is doing well here and alive so far. Let's get some score updates. So on the top match, Max has 43,000 early on, Mart's with 119,000. So get some heavy control here. Meanwhile, down below, 60,000 for Ethan so far, 111 for Snowy. Although Ethan allowed Tetris on to that score, so relatively close here between Ethan and Snowy. And Max trying to close in here on Mart's. First trying to get well established. Oh, going aggro here for the center. Well set up. Gets it. Nice play here. Meanwhile, Snowy getting high up on the board. Oh no! Spins the L piece. What was that? Snowy. Alright, so Snowy tops out at 113, which means Ethan, you have a chase down. You need 114. Hi, Gilded. I don't know. I'm not sure what this means, Gilded. I'm gonna agree with you because I'm not sure, but alright, Mart's and Max both getting into their own digs here. Mart's is over 100,000 ahead right now, but I don't know how much more he can do on this board. Mart's does get a bar in the column too. Oh my word. Snowy's saying I need to get my match against Mart's since that never happened. We'll figure it out, Snowy. We'll figure it out. I'm sure Mart's won't turn down any match opportunities, but first we need to see if he and Max can survive these boards, which, well, Max will not be able to survive, so Mart's is going to take game 1. And Ethan does complete the chase down, so Ethan also takes game 1. So there we go. So Mart's, Ethan, you two are both good. This is fine. Oh, Gilded saying I'm acknowledging my tribal chief. That's fair. The good guys win today. Everyone's good here, Ethan. Except for Jazzy, he's still an enemy of TNP. We've forgiven Ronkley, though, for defeating Lord. Ethan, your stream just broke. Ethan, it's only my job. Only my stream's allowed to break here during the TNP show. Gosh darn it. Internet blip? Okay. We're gonna wait 12 seconds here so I can just count everyone down. You're good, Ethan, you're good. I'm just messing with you. Jati will always be an enemy. Well, luckily that makes Silo the hero then, since he beat Jati. Okay, let's count down for number 2 for everybody. Here we go. 4 readies, 4 countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Oh no, Max taking an S piece, and that's going to be it for Max. He'll top out at 15,000. W silent. unfortunate sequence there for Max. Marks, you are good for game 2 on your end. Meanwhile, Ethan and Snowy both going strong here. So far, 113 from Snowy, 104 from Ethan. Snowy with a few holes in the board here, which I'll have to deal with. Max, to take a moment if you need it here, Max. I don't want you to play on tilt. So if you need a moment to regain your composure, you can take it, Max. Don't worry. We're in no rush here today. Dirty Tetris by Snowy. What the heck was that center well set up? But Snowy making it work. And now a different center well set up, although that one not dirty, since that went all the way down to the bottom row. So Snowy trying to do his best here to keep up with Ethan, as it now is now Ethan who has a narrow lead, and now Ethan almost turning his own setup into a center well here. He's going to burn through it. 188 for Ethan, 174 for Snowy. Wow. We do have readies for Max and Marks, so we will count down for game 3. Here we go again. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Alright, Snowy trying to get this board taken care of. So is Ethan, so neither player quite in Tetris scoring position. Although considering the antics they've already gone through in this game, I'm not sure how much I believe that. And right on cue, Snowy gonna set up for the dirty column 3 well. Oh, this is an ambitious setup here by Snowy, but is the game going to give him the pieces? Barely getting the bar in time. But now Snowy, this is a bit more dangerous of a board here. Nice double burn from Snowy. Has to block off the well for the time being. He's now high up here. Gets the well reopened, but not getting a bar for it. Gets a bar, but can't use it. Oh my goodness, what a sequence here. Now Ethan's going through his own sequence, so both players on the bottom match pushing here. Unfortunately, on the top match here, Max will top out at 52,000. So Marks, you are going to be good for game 3, which means Marks will complete the sweep here. And Snowy also ends up topping out at 229, which means Ethan will take game 2. Snowy was not happy with the bars there. That's fair, I suppose. So, unfortunate outcome here for Max, but GG's to Marks, who will pick up back-to-back victories here on this TNP show slate. Snowy ready for game 3, Ethan ready for game 3. We'll count those two down again, starting off in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. I should double check here to see who's playing in the next time slot, because that would probably be good to know. So, maybe. Probably. Em and Brian are supposed to play at 23:30. Okay, that's good to know. Mark's saying you need revenge on TNP tomorrow's show. Just let me know. Either way, there will probably be open slots tomorrow. Ooh, even hanging a T-piece there early. Oh no, that's not burning. Now Ethan in trouble. Out at 26,000, but Snowy's also in trouble. Okay, Snowy gets the well reopen. It's 27,000 is what Snowy needs here. That Tetris will do it. Almost a scary moment there for Snowy, but he will take game 3, which means the Snowy-Ethan match will go on. Alright, well, if there's someone who, if anyone still wants to play on the top match area, that opportunity's still open. Or actually, March, if you're willing to wait a few minutes, I can put you and Snowy up against each other as soon as Snowy's done here. Still want to play, but I'm scared. You don't have to play if you don't want to, Max. Don't feel pressured. Alright, I will do the March Snowy one, since they did get robbed of that one due to my power grid. Alright, but first let's do game 4 here between Snowy and Ethan. So here we go. In 4, 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Well, hey, win or lose. If you're enjoying playing the Tetris in the moment, Max, that I think is the most important thing. Obviously, no one wants to lose when they play matches, but sometimes it's a natural outcome of the game. And it doesn't mean that it'll keep happening. Eventually, things can turn around for you. I'll give you a perfect story of one. My first division I ever played in Silver, I started out the division 5-2, and then I lost my last 7 matches in a row, and finished the season 5-9. And I was so unhappy with my gameplay that I took a month off. I think to this day, it's still the longest comp break I've technically had. Technically. You want to know what I did the next Silver div, Max? I went 9-1 and got promoted to Gold, so... Literally one of the worst losing stretches I've ever had to this day in my career, and I followed it up with one of the best stretches I've ever had in my Tetris career, so... Sometimes it's just the way the game is. You'll have really bad streaks, but then really good streaks. Hot and cold. Hot and cold. Alright, so far on this game, it's 139 from Snowy, 129 from Ethan. Both players trying to work through some slightly troublesome boards here. Never decline, says Martz. Never decline. Yes, we can do a 19 battle between Martz and Max. Well, yeah, I think we'll have enough time. Yes, let me get you a seed. Depending on how the Snowy Ethan match goes, this will either be best of 5 or best of 9. I'll let you know. Seed is E7, 8-7, 8B. Currently 183 for Ethan, 202 from Snowy, both players going steady here as we are almost halfway through 18 speeds, although Ethan's board getting concerningly high. He is getting some burns for it, but where is the bar right now? Where's the bar for either player, really? Ethan could very much use a bar here. Game's not going to give him one, and Ethan tops out at 189, so Snowy and Ethan will go to a decider here, as Snowy's going to take game 4. Martz might have a 423 19 start PB, Max, but we don't know what his average 19 game is, so it might not be too bad for you, Max. There you go. Martz is insisting that he's not as tough of a player to beat on 19, Max. But there's only one way to find out. That's to play the match. And also enter in the seed, Max, or else I'm not going to have time for your 19 start battle here. Alright, Snowy is ready to go, so we're going to count down Snowy and Ethan here. I'm glad you figured it out, Max. All right. Let's start game 5 here for Snowy and Ethan. Here we go in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. E7, 8, 7, 8B is the seed if you need it, Max. Alright, here we go. So the winner-take-all game 5 here between Snowy and Ethan. The duel of the fates. How will it end? We'll find out. While we're finding that out, let's do a countdown here for Max and Martz. So, as both of those are ready, here we go. 3, 2, 1, Tetris. But on 19. We'll see how these two end up approaching this one here. Meanwhile, down below, it's 37,000 early on from Ethan, 62,000 from Snowy. Ethan's still working through a dangerous dig right now. But can be survived. Oh my goodness, the game's not making it easy on Ethan, though. Somehow Ethan's gonna get that right while you're open. Doesn't have to close it, as Ethan now needing a bar. Well, okay, gets a bar there. That might work as well. Meanwhile, Mart's topped out at 5,200 up top, so Max, you're good for the first game on the 19 start battle. Voila, says Marx, that's fair. Alright, so Max is good up top. Meanwhile, down below, Ethan's somehow getting out of that dig. He's got 56,000 at the moment. Snowy has 163. So, still plenty of gameplay left to go here, but Snowy with a huge advantage right now on this one. Over 100,000 point lead. And somehow both Snowy and Ethan desiring left well setups here. And I know they didn't plan this, so the fact that they're both deciding to do this is actually hilarious. Alright, let's count down game 2 for Max and Martz. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Hello to M149. I don't know if Brian told you this, but he's informed me that he would like his matchup with you to be not for Elo, since he's... I think Brian's convinced that it's not going to go well for him. Or maybe that shiny new PB of yours is just, a bit on the intimidating side. Which is to be fair, If I was an almost maxed outer, I'd be a bit intimidated by me too. Wait a second. Martz and Max doing well here as they're both clearing lines on 19. Snowy and Ethan trying to do their best to clear lines on 18. $112 right now for Ethan, $225 for Snowy. So Snowy still massively in control of this one. But Snowy having to burn through some various lines here. He is down stacking the board though. Meanwhile, 51,000 on Max's end, 22,000 on Martz. Assuming Max got a Tetris when I wasn't looking. Oh, doesn't hit the T-spin here, but to be fair, that's hard to hit on 19. And now Max is board climbing. Can he pull out of this one? Well, it won't matter because Martz ends up topping out at 24,000. So Max, you're good for game 2. Meanwhile, Snowy board getting high. Snowy make the right burns here. That bar to column 2 is going to help. Ethan, meanwhile, going aggro on the column 2 Tetris setup here. Oh my goodness, both players working their magic here. 249 from Snowy, 209 from Ethan, who was nearly caught back up with about 25 lines to go into transition. Meanwhile, let's count down Max and Martz for game 3. Here we go, game 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Brian's scarier because he's a max outer. No, Em, you're supposed to say Brian's scarier because he's a bowler. max outers, those are beatable. Rollers, oh no, Snowy having to close off the well here, and Snowy still on the left well. Also, Max, you can roll this one out since you've won game 2 as well, but here we go. Both players about to enter 19 here, although Snowy needs to find a way out of this since Ethan has now taken the lead. 294 from Ethan, 289 from Snowy. Snowy needs to get that well reopened. Does. Oh my god, can Snowy survive this? This will be one of the most insane sequences ever if he gets out of this. Gets the left well reopened. Come on, give him a piece. Oh no, but that's not gonna burn, and Ethan is also topped out at 301. Snowy already passed it! Oh my god! Snowy tops out, but he wins it by 3,000! Are you kidding me? You can't make this up, folks! This is the 3rd time today we've had a life or death chase down victory. The 3rd time today. I thought you lost that too, Snowy. I was so focused on you getting out of that dig, I didn't realize Ethan topped out. No, that really isn't classic TNP show, Ethan, because by every mean, you should have had that, Ethan. There's no way Snowy should have survived long enough for that. I'm not going to chalk that as an Ethan moment. That was a Snowy moment. But my god, what was that? Alright, so Snowy finishes out the decider victory as Max finishes out the victory by sweep, so there you go. So, Snowy, you do get your reward here of playing, whatchamacallit, Marts. And Ethan, you're still going to get more chances to play tonight, assuming you want those chances. Don't worry, Ethan. I got some people lined up for you. Also, our Barrow is probably now.
But now she, okay, oh, there's that. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're back. Good size lead here for Liliana, 212 to 1. Oh my god, Alice is. No, not now, computer. We're almost done. We're almost done with the freaking. Ethan says I am on deck here, right? I don't know. Maybe not. I think that we were playing in an hour and a half. Okay. I think Liliana's good now. Maybe a little bit of a line difference. Hopefully that's sorry. Alice. Samantha. Alice. Sorry, I keep saying Liliana. Keep names. I know who these players are. I don't know. Anyway. I know who you are. Why am I using the wrong name? 125 to 263. Alice's game's kind of got a little, maybe partially due to the technical issues. Maybe I'm just saying distracting things. But anyway, a low bar triple for Alice. She's just been digging. 289. Liliana's having a pretty strong game, just kind of setting up and knocking them down. But yeah, yeah, we're playing at 6 p.m. Pacific, which you can do. Oh, a little bit of initiative from Alice. This is really spicy. I don't think that. She wanted that. Anyway, that's it. Alice is going to top out at 140. Liliana's good for game number 3. And they're going to trade some sweeps. Woo. GG's. 4 players will go home with 8 points. I feel like when you trade sweeps, it's kind of like, you know, like when you're bowling and you like throw a gutter ball, but then in the spare you hit all 10 pins. So like, I don't know. This is just like the way I feel about trading sweeps. Anyway, GG's. Great sets, y'all. A couple really, really great games in the first set. Really just kind of pushing into the kill screen. And, sorry, not the kill screen, to 19. So, GG's. TNP kill screen. I don't know, they made it pretty decently into watch party. There's only one match going on, but I wanted to do it with this one. Grab a candy. Yeah, I think we have an hour and a half until we play. Yeah, Bronze a little low, yeah. I am hungry. I don't know how I got. I feel like I just ate food yesterday. I had food this morning, and I now had to eat more food. I don't think it's fair. She's about to, Liliana's about to transition. Sex higher than she wants it to be. She goes in with a 427, needs something to that left side, needs to get something now. That's not coming, but that's fine. Great game from Liliana. It is more than enough to win it. 3-0. Alright, so we treated the sweeps. Both players go home with 8 points. I'm gonna go have a snack. I'm gonna rate something before I go have a snack. Mathwise was supposed to be restreaming now, so maybe I need to find a better restream. That's fine. GG's, appreciate y'all. Thank you for hanging out and letting me take my new scene here on a test drive. I think it's got some positive reception. Might play around with this some more. National United. Yep, I fixed that though.
Say that level started. Here's... Hi, Ethan. Yes, I actually remembered to open the queue for once. Although again, I will remind the folks at home, you're gonna grab some candy. Good idea, Ethan. I would do the same, but I don't have any on hand. I drank some chocolate milk earlier though, so that should give me enough of a sugar rush to get through the rest of this. Also, hi Arbaro. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream here. I don't know what match you had, but hopefully it was a good one. And hopefully there was some decider action involved. Also, I should give a score update here. Mark's currently at 98,000 points. Snowy at 137. Ooh, Liliana versus Alice. That sounds like a fun one. You traded sweeps. You know, it's funny, I was saying the other day about how the trading of sweeps is such a rare occurrence to happen. And so the fact that it happens just like that, man, what are the odds? Hello, Sebi. TNP show's going well so far. We still have a lot more matches left to be played, and a lot more open slots if people still want to play matches, as I plan on taking the show, well, at least another 4 hours, apparently, since I agreed to restream Mirrorwrecker and Hun through UTC. Alright. Currently 177 here for Martz, 234 for Snowy, so Snowy in control of this game for the time being, but now having to go through a bit of a burn sequence here. Martz keeping his board clean, staying in Tetris position, and gets the bar for a Tetris. Snowy also reopening the well here. Yeah, Arbaro, I'm still good to take you in, Ethan. My power went out for about 30 minutes, but luckily it wasn't too disruptive to the show, and we actually managed to take care of all the matches that we missed during that time. So somehow the show is still on schedule, if you can even call it that. I don't even know what the schedule is at this point, but everyone who's wanting to play has been playing so far. So yes, Arbaro, I'm still good for you and Ethan when time comes. Mart's getting a bit high up on the board here, but is trying to make some burns. Also for Brian and M, the 61 seed is for the two of you, so that is the seed. I did generate that seed. Oh. I don't know what happened to your game, Marts. I looked away at the wrong time. Warm-up is done. This feels ironic, Marts, considering this is your 5th match of today's show, but warm-up is indeed done. Alright, so Snowy's going to take game number 1 here. So Marts topped out at 233. So Brian M, whenever you two feel ready to go, feel free to get that 61 seed entered in. Gilded saying, where are me and Enska? So Gilded, you and Enskalite are going to play once Brian and M149 are done. Basically all of the scheduled matches are happening on the bottom half, and the top half is just impromptu matches that I'm throwing in as we go along. Liliana saying we need people for amateur battle royale if anyone wants to play in 30 minutes. Oh, that sounds fun. I wish I could participate in that, but alas I am here. But say hi to Omen for me. 1 follower to what? Oh, I'm at 250 now. I don't even keep track of the Twitch stuff, but thank you, Sebi. I appreciate that. Oh no. It's okay, Alice. We already have technical malfunctions.
Before
so
this video begins, I'd like to give a special shout out to my Albantium level
just
patron,
added on
Fallon Cortez.
to the laundry list of things that happen in Tetris streams, I guess.
The Cybermen are, in my opinion, possibly the greatest Doctor Who monster. Relentless cyborg villains who have become a staple of the show due to their terrifying premise of brutally converting other races.
Okay, sorry,
not stopping until everyone in the universe is a Cyberman like them. When Doctor Who Series 6 was being written, one of the writers realised that none of the other episodes were really focused on classic monsters. So he decided to implement the iconic Cybermen into his comedy script featuring James Corden, yet again burying the modern Cybermen and further tarnishing their reputation, making them a mid-card act compared to the Daleks and the Master, who they once competed with for the big villain roles. Closing Time reunites the Doctor with James Corden's Craig Owens, as the pair of old friends do battle with Cybermen underneath a regular shopping centre. For some truly bizarre reason, this episode takes the place of what would have been the first part of the series finale, which makes it a disappointment right from the get-go, especially considering how desperately Wedding of River Song needed another part to actually be coherent, let alone good. So is Closing Time a dumpster fire? And could it have been avoided? Well, that's today's topic, so buckle up, because it's time to tear Closing Time to shreds like a hungry cybermat dropped in a room full of burnalium.
Hello, Craig.
Alright, that one was for Blingus.
One of the most underrated episodes in Series 5 is The Lodger, which saw the Doctor separated from Amy and taken up residence in an ordinary home whilst he tries to rescue her, the Time Lord getting up to wacky shenanigans along the way and finding himself in strange situations he has no idea how to handle. His landlord in that episode was the bumbling and goofy Craig Owens, played by the now derided James Corden, the former comedian turned into TV's most hated host.
Okay, I didn't even get a chance to talk about what happened on Game 2 here, but
best friend Sophie, set to the backdrop of an alien spaceship kidnapping people to a fake first floor. It was a nice episode, and it ended with a great setup for a sequel, with the couple giving the Doctor a key in case he ever decides to return. Now, when the sequel does come around, they completely ignore the key aspect.
I mean, there were natural
since Craig and Sophie have since moved house, meaning that perfect setup goes unfulfilled. However, I do like that the pair become part of the 11th Doctor's farewell tour, since he's investigating the weird phenomena happening in Colchester. Matt Smith and James Corden had a great dynamic in The Lodger, so it makes a lot of sense to reunite the pair. They immediately strike gold with a brilliantly socially awkward interaction, and in classic sequel tradition, now there's a baby too.
Let's count down for Game 3. Here we go. In 3.
Yes, Sophie goes away for the weekend because the actor was too busy with other commitments, so Craig is left all on his own to try and look after his son Alfie, or as the Doctor claims he likes to be called, Stormageddon. Throwing a baby into the mix is an interesting tactic, and it definitely has a lot of pros and cons. I think the whole speaking baby thing is a bit too far and stupid, but it still leads to some quite fun and entertaining memorable moments. Alfie is used well in the story, since he gives Craig a purpose. In The Lodger, he had the storyline of trying to work out the courage to admit his feelings for Sophie, so in Closing Time he also has a personal storyline, which is proving his abilities as a dad and earning the respect of Alfie.
didn't
It
miss a bunch
forms
of
a
top
great
outs.
central
Well, it's not that I'm
narrative.
missing
His
top
son
outs,
finally
it's just
recognizing
that
him as his
I don't
dad
wanna
and
ignore
not
my
calling
chat.
him not mum. But the power of love ending
very
is
chatty
so
person, so I like interacting
absolutely
with the chat.
terrible.
But I do
it
pay attention.
completely
I think it's also I'm just
Craig
so used
hooked up
to
a
players
plus-size
surviving the
cyber
first
suit to make
15
him
to
the
20
cyber
lines.
leader. But then conveniently he hears Alfie crying,
That when
and then that
something
gives him the
goes
magical
wrong
power
in
of
that 15, 20
emotion
line stretch,
to
I'm
save
like,
the day
oh.
and break the conversion, destroying
Gosh
the other
darn it,
Cybermen.
RNG, that
It
wasn't
just
supposed
feels
to
so
happen.
stupid, especially because the power of
But
love
luckily
saves
things
the
are
day
going
and
well
Roger as
for
well.
Snowy
It's
and
also
Mark. Actually,
very similar to the next Doctor,
things are going well
with
for
Miss
March
Hodgkin
here.
overriding her
Snowy's
programming with her emotions, so it's an
having a moment.
unsatisfying ending.
Snowy is having more of a moment.
It blew up.
This moment will be over for
Blew him
Snowy.
up with love.
March, you're good for
Despite
game
the
3.
Doctor only dropping in for a social call before his
See, I didn't
impending
miss that
death,
one,
he
Alice.
still
I
finds
did
a
not
way
miss
to
that
get
one.
dragged into the events because he's genuinely cursed. I love his fight against himself once he notices things are awry. He has to battle his natural instincts to investigate, and Matt Smith does an excellent
I
job
don't
showing
have any
how the
words to
11th
that
Doctor
one,
is
Snowy.
struggling
That
to
was
stay
all
away
you.
from danger. He just wanted to
Up
drop
and
in
down
and say
seven,
hello
indeed.
and gobbye to Craig, but every part of him is
Alright, Brian
screaming
and
out
Em
to
are
stop
ready for
whatever
game number
weirdness
1,
is
but I'll
going on,
just-
and I think
I'll
this is
just wait to
very
count
in
everyone
character
down
for the
here.
Doctor. His desperation to retire and step away is an idea dating back as far as Douglas Adams' proposed idea for the
You're
final
not the
story of
first
season
person to
17.
request a
Seeing the
music-based
Doctor go
reward,
into
Max. I'll
retirement
get
but
back to you
being
on that
constantly
one.
summoned back to
Alright,
resolve issues.
no more roller
It's a
tap. What do you
very
mean
interesting
roller
idea,
tap,
and
Snowy?
we get to see a glimpse of it here. The
Respect
Time Lord
the
fighting
march
himself
here.
because he
Play
always
your best
wants to get
Tetris,
involved.
alright.
His curiosity is just too strong
4
for his
readies,
own
let's do
good.
4 countdown.
Indeed,
Here we
despite
go.
his
In
insistence
4,
that he is
3,
leaving, the Doctor
2,
instead takes up a
1,
job in the local
Tetris.
department store to investigate all the weird electrical stuff and all the disappearances accompanying them. It's once again like the Lodger, forcing him into
was
these
playing
very
for like a
human
minute after someone
situations he
tells me to
doesn't
top
quite
out.
know how to navigate.
That's fair,
But the
Alice.
11th Doctor has
That's
always
fair.
been the most child-friendly incarnation, and we get to see that again as he works
Always
the shop
better
floor,
to-
entertaining children with his wacky
to
product
play longer than
demonstrations.
you need
He's
to
genuinely
than to
having
accidentally
fun,
top out when
and
you're
you
not
could
supposed
actually
to.
see this incarnation retiring to do something like this, which is kind of why his life on Trenzalore is so believable when Time of
that's
the Doctor
possible?
comes around.
I love helping kids.
Depending on how quickly I update my channel point rewards,
Yeah,
Max,
I
which,
would really not be screaming that
as
up your
people
lungs.
who have watched
However,
my restreams
it's
for a
not
while
all
can tell
fun and
you,
games, because it's
not
actually the
usually
Cybermen
quickly.
who have been creating all these energy fluctuations all along. I like how
Like with anything
seriously
else,
the
if you
threat is
remind me
presented
enough
at this
times,
stage
I'll
of the
probably
story.
remember to
The
do it.
Doctor himself is panicked, and he immediately tells Craig to take
No
Alfie and
guarantees,
get as
though.
far away as he can. Remember, the Doctor knows firsthand just
Actually, that
how
would be a bit
dangerous
of
the
a tricky
Cybermen
one now I
are.
think
He
about it.
hasn't forgotten
don't
all
have
of
the
his encounters
soundboard.
with them, and he has no idea what they're planning here.
Well,
He doesn't want
do
Craig to
something to
become
learn.
another victim to
Right
the monsters.
alongside
But here's where
updating
Craig
my
shows the
OBS
backbone
to a
he
version
developed
that
in the
isn't 5
Lodger.
years old,
He
but
won't let
also-
himself be pushed away when he knows
sort
he
of
can
take
help.
pride in the
He
fact
also
that
knows that the
I'm running
Doctor
an
is the
OBS
safest
version
person to
5
be
years
with
old.
because he always seems to
intentionally, I
win.
just
This is an interesting direction to take after the
updated
Gold
it.
Complex went to a lot of effort to
If it works,
deconstruct
don't
this
break it,
idea,
you know?
showing how dangerous the Doctor actually is and how he leads to the deaths
Right,
of those
everyone's
that
still
follow him
alive here
because they all
early on.
believe in him and are willing to die
So
for
far,
him.
162
However, it
from
doesn't
Snowy, who's
re-establish the
very
status
much
quo
trying to
because
pace
the
his
Doctor
way
is
to a
still
decider
grappling
here,
with the
but 120 for
ramifications of that
Marks. So
episode,
Marks keeping
feeling
up.
deep guilt for putting
Meanwhile,
Craig in
down below,
danger
it's
and
70,000
labeling
for
himself
Brian
as
and
selfish for even
142
coming
for
here
Em.
in the first place.
So Em's
Even
got
though
the early
he saved the
advantage
world
down below.
thousands of times over,
Well, Brian
he
does
still
have his war
feels
back
guilt,
under control.
despite him being the only one capable of stopping the
Bro, saying
Cyberman
I'd be
threat.
proud of using the
Everywhere he
same
goes,
computer for
death
5
follows
years.
him. And
Well,
he
see,
can
that's the
never
funny thing, bro.
overcome
It's not
that
even the same
feeling.
computer,
The
'cause
idea that
technically I
he's the
replaced my
reason
computer
people
back
die,
in
even if it
August.
does mean less people dying in the
It's
future.
just the same
It's
OBS
a
that
lot for him
transferred
to
over.
deal with,
I don't
and
know
I
how
appreciate
that's
the
even possible.
continuation
Oh,
of this
damn,
plot
Snowy.
thread.
Do you still feel
Snowy
safe?
taps out at 208.
This episode is sandwiched between
And
the
M
Gold
tops out
Complex
at
and the Series 6
168, which
finale,
means
The
Brian,
Wedding
you
of
have a
River
chase
Song,
down.
both of
You'll
which
need
deal with concepts about the Doctor's
169, and
lifestyle
Marks,
and
you
his
need
impending
209.
death. This is apparent in closing time
But now
as
Brian
Craig
in
goes to the shop
trouble.
for some milk and the
Oh my
Doctor
God, what
comforts
is going on
Alfie.
here? The
The moment
simul
also
chase
showing
downs in
how
play
old
here,
and
so
deeply
again,
sad the Doctor is.
169
The
is
11th
Brian's
Doctor has
target,
this magical
209
ability
is
to almost
Mark's
instantly
target.
go from a quirky and exuberantly youthful man to an old and weary traveller who
Yeah,
has
that's
lost
fine,
everything
Gilda.
he
No
has ever
worries.
known and loved. So
I'll see if I
scenes
can
like
get
these
a
show his
different
age
opponent
and
for
all the
Escalade.
regret in his life. He is lamenting the fact
Actually,
he's
I'm
about
almost
to
certain I know
die,
we've got time for
reflecting on all the lives he's led and everything he's done. This is a 1,000-year-old Time Lord with a time machine and infinite possibilities. He has seen more than the entirety of the human race combined and multiplied by 1 billion. And now he has to give all that up and face his own death. Like we saw with the 10th Doctor, this isn't a character who deals well knowing their fate is already sealed and fixed in time. Their job can never be done, so they will always feel like they can't die yet. And these are the difficult emotions the 11th Doctor is dealing with here. The reason he's been running away for 200 years. He still feels like his work and his very life is unfinished, because he still has so much to do. He hates endings, but he has to find a way to accept his own, and it's a brilliant yet frustratingly underexplored aspect of this story.
GG's the Marks, who will take his victory lap here.
By the end of the episode, he's accepted it, using up his only chance to see a universe wonder to instead tidy Craig's house up for him as a sign of respect and thanks. It's a nice moment, the Doctor embracing the small things in life, and just like Rory said in the Gold Complex,
I've forgotten that all victories are about saving the universe.
Actually, where's my 4th stream?
Speaking of Amy and Rory, there's a nice brief cameo of the couple who left the TARDIS the episode before in the Gold Complex. Now, obviously, there's a huge dating inconsistency, since this is set April 19th, 2011, 3 days before they go to America
I can't do anything right now, Max.
Meaning this wouldn't be the same Amy and Rory who left the TARDIS. But it's still a really sweet moment, the Doctor once again having told himself back. He wants to run up and say hi, bumping into them like old friends and catching up, but he can't. Firstly because of timelines, but also because he was letting them go in the God Complex. He was letting them leave to live their best life together away from the dangers he posed to them. To talk to them would be getting them involved in these events and risking their lives all over again, which he just can't bring himself to do. He instead just takes the simple pleasure of seeing his best friends enjoying their normal life together, a life he can never have. Although he does get pretty close to it here, since his co-worker Val mistakes him and Craig for a gay couple. Since they're that much of a fun, comedic odd couple with great chemistry. They're very entertaining together, which is what makes their individual investigations so bad. Craig tries to be all mysterious and Doctor-like by talking to Kelly, but accidentally comes across as a creepy pervert. It's such a painfully cringe-worthy scene. I know it's meant to be in-betweener style cringe comedy, but when it's 33-year-old James Corden, it just feels uncomfortable. I mean, my whole body physically rejects this scene. Just get it away from me.
I'm going to generate the seed, and then
Closing
I'm also going to count
starts
down
off
here.
like
So
a
game
great
2
horror
for Brian
movie
and
with a shopping assistant coming face to face with a Cyberman in the middle of trying on the latest pair of cyber boots from Prada. It begins in a really sinister way, quite reminiscent of Rose and the Autons at the beginning of Series 1. This normal shop assistant being kidnapped after dark by vicious monsters. It's a truly chilling cold open, but almost serves as a way of showing the missed potential of the episode. Imagine a horror episode similar to Dalek, where a small group of damaged and stranded Cybermen are trying to rebuild themselves by stealing humans away at night to convert. They don't have enough parts for full conversions, so those Cybermen are less and less robotic, meaning you get dozens of partially converted humans like we saw in Torchwood's Cyberwoman. It could be a really scary episode showing the persistence of even 1 or 2 Cybermen, but the general comedic tone of the story means it's never focused on, and the innate horror of it all goes completely unexplored. We never get to truly appreciate the body horror and the terror of the whole situation, because it's instead just the Doctor and Craig running around the shopping centre with a baby. Yes, the Doctor and Craig begin chasing a silver rat thing that Val was seen skittering around, but as it turns out,
Brian getting to a bit of a high board here early on, but
the Cybermen are one of the most iconic features of
here, but is still in trouble early on. Izzo saying you've been hit by a smooth criminal? Oh, wait, when are Max and Izzo? Wait, Max, Izzo, when are you two supposed to play? I don't remember. Okay. You're good, you're good. Brian, I'm gonna tell you to top out here, Brian. M had a family thing, so he's gonna be back, but by the time he comes back, you're gonna be way too far ahead on this one, and also this wasn't very strong. So we're gonna redo the game 2. Zero UTC to 1 UTC. to that? Well, I guess I did now. Yeah, I can get Izzo and Max in, yeah. Yeah, I can get you two in, Izzo and Max. I guess after Max is done playing Ethan, then Izzo, you can just play Max. There we go, problem solved. Oh, you know what probably happened, Izzo? Because my power went out earlier, so I lost my stream. So that's probably why it... Gosh darn it, Max. Alright, Max, I'll do the voice. You got a deal. Alright, and we've got two readies here, as we will begin game number 1. Between the Roman reigns of Tetris here, and... What is Ethan in this scenario? The Gunther of Tetris. That's what we're going with Gunther. I don't have a better comparison. Alright, here we go. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Also, M, we're going to restart game 2 between you and Brian, just for the sake of fairness. You are fighting Gunther. And he is going to backhand you. You're getting chopped here, my good sir. Alright, game 2 ready? We will count it down here for Brian and M149. Here we go in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. And here we go, folks. It is the taunting anime girl PFP of Brian versus the taunting gameplay of M149, a man with so many explosives in his house, he's become one of the most wanted people in his state. But Brian only seeking a victory here, as that is the justice that he earns for. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of justice is the complete anarchy here of one Ethan thought, who will go with the center well setup here and get the center well. See, casual pile drives the Roman reigns of Tetris here through a table. 93,000 from Ethan so far, 88,000 from Max. Meanwhile, down below, in the depths of RNG hell, it is 82,000 from Brian, 123 from M. And so, Mr. M149 closing in on 149,000 and counting. Although, maybe not with this board here, as now M in survival mode. Oh my goodness. I'm trying to light a fuse here, but he won't be able to burn a path through this one, as M tops out at 126, which means Brian will need to get to 127. Meanwhile, Ethan tops out at 142, so Max will need to get to 143. So for those keeping track at home, Max needs 143,000, Brian needs 127,000. And now M sits and waits with the philosopher's face as he ponders his life decisions, and Brian ponders how in the heck he doesn't get that chase down. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. And so the Tetris Bandit striking again here as M will steal game 2 here. Meanwhile, Max has done enough to take the first game here against Ethan, who is celebrating his demise here, as this is all part of the Ethan thoughts strategy here. You talk about playing chess and Tetris at the same time. Well, Ethan is playing chess in Tetris, as he is already 4 parallel universes ahead of Max here, but he is 1 game behind on this match. Hello to Liliana, who's trying to recruit a player here to play on the Tetris Wars scene, so we'll see. So for anyone interested, feel free to talk to the Great Dragon of the West here. Actually, that might have been Uncle Iroh. The Dragon of the East. Your neighbors hate fireworks? Well, too bad, because your gameplay is already proving to be explosive. Fare thee well, Snowy. If you're still interested in playing Tetris when you get back, we can still schedule some matches for you. Otherwise, have fun at your war session. The Dragon of the Middle. That's pretty good. Well played there, Tree Lord. Alright. And now we go to game number 2, where we have 4 readies. And we will make a full count. I think it's too late, as if Snowy already took the last spot. And no, you would not be back in time, so... Yeah. Yeah, you also played Sunday. I think after maxing out on the last war session, you can afford to take this one off. So, alright, 4 readies, let's do a full countdown. Here we go in 4, 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Indeed it is, as Max has requested that I go into broadcast mode here. And so, you thought that a power outage would be enough to take this stream out? Ha! Mother Nature's cancel culture will do no wonders against me. So I hope you're ready, folks. As tonight, we're gonna ask all the questions, chief amongst them all. Can you dig it? And speaking of digs here, 3 of our 4 players already in early digs. Will they survive? The answer's here proving to be yes, yes, and maybe. Make that 3 for 3 on the yes. Don't play wars for 3 different reasons. Depending on what those reasons are, Bo, I will or won't read them aloud. I'm suspecting I won't be able to read them aloud. I respect your decision either way. To each their own. 16 perfect lines perfect on 19? Take that indeed, Izzo. Take that indeed. Alright, let's get some scores underway here. The Tetris Bandit M149 in the lead with 141 on the bottom match. Brian back at 184 here. As the Rumbling Roller trying to go toe-to-toe here with the DAS expert, although a dastardly board is going to take M out here, and he tops out at 142. So, Brian, you need to get to 143. Meanwhile, Ethan might be running out of time on his own board here, and the answer is yes. Ethan tops out at 147, which means Max will have a chase down of 148. And we welcome you back to Chase Down Central here, as literally every game between these 2 matches so far has involved chase downs. Unfortunately, successful chase down for Brian, unsuccessful chase down for Max, which means it's 1-1 on the top match, and it is 2-1 on the bottom match. Well, it's going to be 2-1 either way, but 2-1 in favor of Brian specifically. Blimey, boss, $1 billion idea, Chief. Yes. If you throw enough chase downs at your opponent, eventually they'll fail one of them. Brilliant thinking, Ethan. Why didn't I think of that myself? I wouldn't suggest trying that against Arbara, though. I'm asking, how did I lose DAS? Considering the shape of your board, I think there's a number of things that went wrong here. If you reverse the letters, then you're technically correct. sound like a 1900 TV host? I have been described as an old-timey radio broadcaster, so... Although I like to think this is a pseudo-Patrick Star voice. Thanks for reading that out loud. That's what I do. I see things in chat and I read them. Don't take that out of hand, folks. Alright, here we go for game number 4. Here we go. In 4, 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Das spelled backwards is sad, and das is sad. Quote from Ronkley. Okay, Izzo, but you must consider that I have a different quote from Ronkley that you might be interested to hear, so... Ronkley also once said, if the game gives you lemons, burn your house down. This is an actual thing that Ronkley said during a CT Wars stream. I know because I wrote it down. I might have broken out with that one. Alright. But nobody's board is too broken yet here as we get through the early stretch. I appreciate the compliment, Arbaro. I did take training for broadcasting through high school and college, so that probably helped me a little bit. Alright, Ethan's going to top out at 28,000 points here, which means, Max, you will be good for game number 3. Meanwhile, down below, not to be confused with down under, 72,000 from Brian, 79,000 from M. Intrigue following the bottom match. The top match being followed by Chaos, but that is usually the expectation when Ethan Thoughts is at the helm. There's no way I can read that line in a way that would do justice, Arbara, but you said it, not me. Here on the TNP show, we advocate for burning boards down, not houses. Words I never thought I would have to say. Please don't ban me, Twitch. Alright. 136 for M, 168 for Brian. M in danger here. Can he find the magical combination to bring this board back to safety? Oh, he might just have it, folks. He might have tonight's winning lottery number. Is this the jackpot? Oh my god, he gets out of it. He is the Houdini of Tetris here, folks, because M seemingly always escaping impossible situations. I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen most of them with my own eyes. Welcome back, Talbot, 142. Don't worry, Talbot, we'll get you some action tonight at some point. Or some more action, I should say, since you're already here. Fortunately, we have a lot of match requests, so we'll get through them one at a time here. Not quite, Talbot. Also, M is unfortunately going to top out at 174,000, which means Brian will win the battle here. And so he may have many sparklers, many cherry bombs, many explosives here, but it appears that this match has backfired in against M's favor, as Brian will be victorious here. I did indeed get my internet back, Talbot. I actually sent you a DM on Discord, but you probably didn't see it because Discord DMs are very silly. Alright. I'm saying, why do I keep early topping? Starting to get sick of it? That's fair, we'll find a solution for that, though. Alright. Escalate and Marks, if you two are here, you're going to be the next two up. One of our matches is concluded, so I can conclude my broadcast voice for now. March is going live? Okay, I hope Enska is still here. Oh, also Enska, if you're wondering, Gilded could not make it for your match, so you're getting to face March instead. Oh, you think I didn't plan ahead for that, Izzo? Come on. It's okay, I'll probably throw in the occasional broadcast moments, since I didn't actually think people would be enjoying it that much, admittedly. Imagine not wanting to play, says Marks. Some people have their limits, Marks. Those people are not us, however. Alright, let's count down for game 4 between Max and Ethan here. Here we go in 4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's let me send a message out to Enska. Hi, Max. Oh, hi. Oh, what the heck? I didn't realize that game... Well, I just didn't realize. I had to send a ping to Enska to bring them over here, and of course! Hey, remember what I said earlier, folks? I was like, I never noticed the first 10 to 15 lines of the game because I assume nothing's going to go wrong. That in itself might be the true commentator's curse. Alright, so Max beats Ethan 3-1. Alright, now, I think Max was... What do you mean, Max? What do you mean? You won, didn't you, Max? Here you were saying that you were never going to win a match again. Look at that, Max. You won, did you not? Tiny update, my new controller works awesome. Good, Talbot. We're going to put that controller to the test tonight. Speaking of which... Okay, so here's our plan, since both matches just ended here, and I don't know where Enska is. Yeah, Enska's not online, so... Max, are you still good to play your div matches against Izzo? Assuming Izzo is also still here. Izzo is indeed here. Okay. Nice. It's a div match, Max. You gotta play them. I mean, you could forfeit, but that would make you look pretty bad. I'm just out there. Nice. You technically could forfeit. Hello to Farhan. Yeah, the management on DAS is indeed difficult. Also, I would rather you didn't, Max. It's like ripping off a band-aid, Max. Just gotta. Also, if you end up winning this, Max, you realize this could be one of the greatest upsets of your career. Like, what do you have to lose? Think about it. If you lose the match, on paper you are expected to lose. If you win, it's one of the greatest upsets of your career. Think about it. Okay, Ethan. Actually, hold on. So Martz, I don't know where Enskelite is, which is ironic because Enskelite was supposed to play Gilded, who couldn't even show up. So I'm gonna give you two options, Martz. Assuming both of those options are willing, I can put you up against Talvit, or I can put you up against Ethan. Actually, three options, because I could also put you up against M. Well, no, we can still get you a match, March. You agreed to a match, so I'll give you. Or I can put you up against Brian, since Brian's apparently volunteering. So you have options, Martz. You tell me who you want to play, and then we'll check if they want to play you. And if any of those people I named, well, if you're interested in playing, we'll get you in somehow. But right now, we need someone to play Martz, so. If you have a preference, Martz, you tell me. Talbot or Brian could be nice? Okay. Ethan's saying I'll play Martz sometime, also a fair one. But for now, I need to get Izzo's stream up here. What do you mean, stream not supported? Farhan's interested, holy heck. I only have 4 slots at a time, folks, which 2 of them I need to use right now for Max and Izzo. So, first answer was Brian. Alright, Martz versus Brian it is. But for everyone else, stick around, because we're gonna get as many, as long as you all have the time, we're gonna get as many people to play tonight as we can. That's how these shows work. I also want to meet Kings. I don't know if Kingsman was coming back tonight for Han. He was here earlier, though. Alright, so we'll do Martz versus Brian and Max versus Izzo. The first seed is for Max and Izzo. Yes, it's an all number seed. You two will live, it's okay. Second seed is going to be for Martz and Brian. Yoink. There we go. Clear that one up real fast. And then I'll get your stream pulled back up, Brian, don't worry. We're on it. We're on the case. Alright, so everyone get ready for your respective matches. Get your seeds entered in. Izzo's got first choice of level select up top. I don't care what levels Brian and Martz do. I'm assuming it's going to be 18, but you can do whatever you want. You already know. Go grab some food, Ethan. This is a good time to do that. Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Izzo. Right. My brain's on multitask mode. It's trying to do 4 things at once. Yes. Oh, that was Max. From Izzo. Brian and Martz are good. Max, if you also want to get actually. I'll refresh your streams to make sure I'm not lagging. I should probably refresh everyone's streams, so yeah, we're probably fine. No, surely Martz and Brian have played before, yeah, let's say. Enskelite, you were here! Oh my god. Okay, but I still have to count down here. But I think I have a plan. First things first, alright. Here we go. I'm gonna let Max get the seed entered in here. It's okay, Martz. We'll remember for you. Absolutely. All right, we got 4 readies. Let's do a 4 countdown. So here we go for everybody in 4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Okay. So, Enskale, did you still want to play a match on this fine evening? Let me know if you do or not. If you do, I can get you an opponent, Enska, because Gilded couldn't make it. But I can get you someone roughly similar to Gilded, I think. Close-ish enough, I think. Okay. So I have an idea. Alright, I think everyone's off and away. Alright, everyone's off and away. Alright, so up top it is another Silver 69 match. Between Max and Izzo in this case. Down below it is classic battle between Brian and Martz. Okay. Talvid, were you still interested in playing? Hoping that Talvid is also still here. While we waited for a response from Talvid. Ooh, Max running into a bit of a troublesome board here early on, but does manage to put a bar down the middle, and now another bar on the left. Oh, no, but it's Izzo who tops out at 118,000, so Max, you need to get to 119 here. 119 will get you game number 1. I was so focused on watching Izzo or watching Max get out of that dig. I didn't realize what happened on, looks like Izzo hung some pieces. Meanwhile, down below it is 152 for Brian, 121 for Martz, so those two both off to good games here so far. I didn't expect that either, so. Alright, but yeah, once again asking if Talvid is here. Max does complete the chase down here, so Max, you're going to be good for game number 1 up top. Meanwhile, down below, 190 for... Alright. So, a quick game 1 there between Max and Izzo. Oh no, Martz is going to misdrop here and top out at 264. I'm going to refresh everyone's streams.
Team Fortress 2 is a game that I love a lot.
So Brian's going to
I've been playing it since the day it came out, and I have the in-game badge to prove it. It's actually my most played game of all time, believe it or not. From the characters and art style to the incredibly deep and fun gameplay, explaining all the reasons why I like the game would take forever. So I just want to focus on one aspect in particular, being silly in TF2.
No, you're not
You see, after spending an unhealthy amount of time playing a game, you may be struck with the urge to do inexplicable shit for no reason. If you've played any amount of TF2 in the past, your mind probably immediately conjures up images of a friendly heavy or something. You see, being useless for comedic effect is a time-honored tradition in TF2. If you play the game for any amount of time, you will eventually see a server devolve into both teams conga dancing together. Kind of a unique thing about TF2. You're not too likely to run into enemy players acting friendly in Counter-Strike or Fortnite or Overwatch. I mean, I'm sure it happens once in a blue moon, but it's not really a common sight. I mean, one of the first community memes dating all the way back to 2008 is the Spy Crab. If you crouch and look up while holding the disguise kit as spy, then walk around, it looks quite odd, and it does somewhat resemble a crab. Then a year later in the Sniper vs. Spy update, Valve added a 1 in 6 chance for the disguise kit taunt to do an alternate crab animation. Plus the meme has been referenced in numerous cosmetics since then. Now friendlies are all well and good, but I'm talking about the urge to do things even more obtuse, pointless, and idiotic somehow. For instance, if you're playing as heavy and you expend all your ammo but one, then hold right-click to rev your minigun and quickly tap left-click. It'll look like you're firing your minigun, but no bullets are coming out. You can frighten and confuse the enemy team by mysteriously dealing no damage to them. Is there any tactical advantage or point to this technique whatsoever?
You're good for game
Absolutely not. It is completely useless. But that's the point. Sometimes it's all about mind games. Did you know there's a very precise spot where you can stand on the saws and
as we already noted, your
is there any
Max's
practical
fate are
use case
basically
for this?
decided in this dude,
No,
so
but think
play
of
the
the
matches.
psychic damage you inflict on your enemy when they roll into
Maybe
mid
just
and
stack
see you just
lower.
standing
That's the
on
best
one of the
advice
fucking
I can give
saws.
you.
Or sometimes on
I don't know what's
CTF
going on
well,
right
I'll
now,
grab
Izzo,
the
but
enemy
you just gotta play
intelligence, then
through
bring
it.
it to mid
I
and
know
drop
you,
it on top
Izzo.
of the train. Like, yeah, I
You
could have
literally
captured
maxed
your
out a couple
intelligence,
days ago.
but instead I
You're
put it
still on the
outside
best
of the
stretch of
map
your career
as a
right now,
flex.
even if this moment
Obviously,
isn't
I love
representative
playing
of
the
that.
game normally too, nothing like a good old regular match
But I
of
know what you're
TF2.
capable of.
But every now and then I like to amuse myself by doing some asinine bullshit, preferably by utilizing some esoteric glitch or flexing my map knowledge to get into a weird
Alright,
spot.
down below it is.
Oh yeah, that's another thing I
119,000 for Brian
absolutely
so
love
far,
doing in TF2.
85,000 for Mark.
Finding funny spots I can get into. Sometimes useful spots, sometimes utterly useless spots just for the hell of it. Like I love this spot on Dust Bowl, or this spot on Badlands,
Max saying I'm not saying
or
anything.
this spot on Two Fort.
I'm not
If you
saying
want to know why
anything
this
either.
spot is possible, well, it would take
I
too
know
long
you'll
to
accuse
explain
me of
wall
jinxing if I
bugs.
do.
Watch this video by LED if you want to know more about them. Anyways, I could list funny spots I like all day, but this video is about my favorite spot. But
I've been called
first,
many
let me
things in
talk
my
about
career,
today's sponsor,
but a jinx
5
is actually a
CBD.
jinx.
That's right, fucking gummies, baby. Look, I'll be honest with you. Normally I just take sponsorships because I want money, but this time I took it because I wanted them to send me a bunch of free edibles. And they did, and they were awesome. They sent me these quick hits gummies, which have 15 milligrams of that good shit in each one. They're fast acting and hit in 10 minutes or less. I mean, what more do you want from a gummy? They taste good, they make you feel amazing, they're terpene infused. I mean, frankly, I'm basically ripping them off by accepting their sponsorship offer, because these things basically sell themselves. They're not some useless fake shit like a VPN, okay? They're fucking good-ass edibles. So, if you're 21 or older, order some with code CYBERSHELL25 to get 25% off with a 30-day money-back guarantee. They've legal delivery direct to your door, which is a huge positive in my eyes. I hate when I order shit online and they illegally deliver it to me.
Oh no,
Anyways,
Brian in trouble.
there are a lot
Brian
of
needs a
great,
bar.
silly spots
Brian
in
needs anything to
TF2,
burn.
but
Nothing
my
burns.
all-time favorite
Brian
spot
tops
is
out
on a
at
map
201.
called Moss
Mark's
Rock,
already
released
ahead
as
of
part of the
216.
Jungle
We'll take
Inferno
game number
update
2.
back in 2017,
Meanwhile, we're gonna
which was the
count
last major update we
game
ever got for
here.
TF2. Moss Rock was one of the
I don't know.
jungle-themed community
I
maps
heard
added,
something, but
a
maybe that was
two-control-point
furniture being
attack-defense
moved.
style map.
3, 2, 1.
Despite being
Tetris.
released 7.5 years ago, it's still classified in my brain as one of the
So
newer
Brian and Mark
TF2
tied up
maps,
1-1.
which kind of says a lot about how fucking old this game is. It was created by Freya, who's also known for making the maps Suijin and Sulfur, with additional help from a bunch of other people.
Oh, hi,
Here's a fun
Talbot.
fact. This is actually a reskin
I was
going to
ask if you wanted to play in like 10 minutes, Talbot, but if you'd rather play in an hour,
It was
that's
actually
fine,
originally called Keikoku before a bunch of people on
Alright, let's count down, Brian.
TF2maps.net
March.
complained about the name and it
3,
got changed to White
2,
Rock.
1.
But yeah, this is what
Tetris.
Moss Rock was originally like before it got the Jungle reskin to be eligible for the Jungle Inferno update. And it was quite a nice reskin. I always thought Moss Rock was a very pretty map. So it's kind of weird being able to see a version that's almost exactly the same, but with the more typical arid landscape you'd see in TF2. So anyways, where on this map is my favorite spot? If you're a real Moss Rock enjoyer, you probably already guessed the spot I'm talking
Oh yeah,
about
no, that's
the
fine,
instant
Talbot.
I brought
You
the
can
map
enjoy the
up.
weather.
It's
Also,
a pretty
hello to
well-known
Tom
spot.
Tom. Also,
That's
Izzo,
right.
you're good for
It's
game 3.
this rock,
as
behind the
Max.
blue team spawn point, way outside the
ran
bounds
into
of the intended play area, there is this rock. Normally, if you tried to get down here, you would instantly die due to these large invisible boxes
Maybe go
called
outside
hurt
and enjoy a
triggers.
juggling
However,
session. I
if we
can't
toggle
tell if
their
you're being
visibility,
serious
you
or
can
not,
see part of
Talbot,
this rock pokes out
also,
above,
that just doesn't
meaning
feel
you
like
can
the type
stand
of
on
thing
it.
someone would
I
say
mean,
if they didn't
it's a pretty
actually
nice
intend on
rock.
juggling.
It's a nice, quiet place to chill
Like,
away
no-
from all
no
the
one
noise
just
of people killing each
makes
other.
that up on the
But it can
spot.
get lonely out here on
So
this
I have
rock.
to assume that's a
where the
real
engineer
statement, in
comes
which
in.
case that is
You can build a level
absolutely
3
based.
sentry and then use the Wrangler to rocket jump over here and build a teleporter exit. Now I get to sit back and relax as my hapless teammates are teleported
No,
and
it was not
stranded
Club
out here
Zero,
with me.
so.
That's right, we do a little teletrolling. I just never get tired of seeing people's reactions to
7 ball,
realizing where
holy
they
heck.
are. Unfortunately,
Anything
unless
past
they're playing
4, I
as
would
a
say
demo
is
man,
impressive,
the only
but
way back
7
is
is
by dying.
absurd. Good for you,
This brings me to another reason why this spot always cracks me up.
39,000 here from
Funny
Brian so
rag
far.
dolls.
124
For
from
whatever
Marks.
reason, dying from this hurt trigger often sends your corpse flying.
Marks trying to take
One
full
of those
control of this
classic
match now.
never gets
Meanwhile,
old
Max
type
and Izzo
physical
ready for game
comedy
4. We'll count those
situations.
two down.
I
Here
mean,
we
I
go
would have
again.
already loved this spot without
In
this
3,
bit. This is just a
2,
bonus. This is like the
1,
icing on the cake.
Tetris.
Now let me take a moment to talk about my fit.
Nobuko.
You've probably already noticed my engineer is rocking the Walter White cosplay. That's
Had a
right,
couple
before
people
this hat
saying
was
that
an
at the
Uncle
Philly.
Dane reference, it was actually
That
a
did put a
Breaking
smile on
Bad
my face
reference.
to hear the
That's why I
Buko
got it
chant
with
still
the
going
flies
years later.
unusual effect, as a reference to one of my favorite episodes of the show.
Hey Frank,
And
how's
look,
it
I even
going?
got the fucking pink teddy bear. Although if it's a full moon, I'll
Yeah, I'm
probably
sorry,
be wearing
Frank.
the Fly Engineer set instead. Also as a reference to the Fly from
Yeah,
Breaking Bad.
Yeah, send me a
Now,
clip
once
if you
you're
can,
set up
Talbot.
on
I'd
the
love to
rock
see
with
that.
the teleporter, there's really only
can't
one
juggle for the
difficult
life of
decision
me,
left
but
to make. Which looping
as I
taunt
said
to
earlier,
perform? The
I
dueling
respect it
banjo
when
or the
people can do
rancho
things that I
relaxo?
can't.
I feel like the obvious go-to funny
I'm
engineer
not a very
taunt is the
talented
rancho
person, so I respect a
relaxo,
lot of
and with
things.
good reason. The visual of someone teleporting over and getting stuck on a rock while the NG is just chilling and sipping on a beer.
Hey Frank,
I mean, that's hilarious.
You're free to decline
However,
this,
I have to
but
admit, I'm quite partial to the banjo
did you have
myself.
time for one more Tetris
Like, that's
match
also
today,
a great
Frank?
bit. Teleporting someone over to my rock and keeping them as a captive audience, forced to listen to my banjo or kill themselves. Especially if it's
Not
during a
against
full
Max,
moon or
granted,
October.
but-
Then you can equip the Halloween cosmetics, and you can do the banjo taunt as the
Oh no,
Fly.
Brian!
Something fun about the Fly
Brian ends up
set is that
topping
it
out at
pitches up all of the
102,000,
engineer's voice
so
lines,
Mark's already ahead
which is
with
great.
228.
But that effect also applies to the
He's going to take
banjo,
game
making it
3,
sound
and Marks
absolutely
does take the
horrific.
advantage on the match
So forcing
here.
people to listen to that is hilarious as well. You know, since I spent a lot of time on this rock, I always used to wonder why there was just
Meanwhile,
this
up top,
random
it is
bundle of
98,000
logs
so
here
far
next
for
to the
Izzo,
rock. Like, why is this
45,000 for
cut
Max.
logs prop placed way outside the playable area to the point where you can barely see it in regular gameplay apart from being able to catch a glimpse of it from blue spawn? Well, it turns out in an earlier version of this map, there were actually a couple of tents here. I don't know why they got cut from the final version, but they left
yeah,
the
no, that's
logs.
fair, Frank.
Just another fun piece
All
of
good
Moss
then.
Rock trivia for you.
Thank you
know,
for stopping by.
I'm
at
probably
least,
the
then.
only person in the world to ever notice or give a shit about these logs.
Glad to have you here.
Even
in
all the way
audience.
back in White Rock,
Oh
there
no,
was a
Izzo
funny
hanging a
rock
bar!
spot in basically the same place. This
Izzo's
one actually
gonna
is more
top out at
rockable area exposed above the
106,000,
hurt
so
trigger, but
Max,
it's basically in the same
You
spot.
need 107.
Now again, just for the record, this is
107
not
is
me
your
revealing
target here,
some
Max.
obscure secret knowledge. This is a pretty well-known and popular spot. If you played enough Moss Rock, you probably saw someone doing this at some point.
Nonsense, Izzo. I always take you seriously. Lest I forget about the time you swept lip to neck in a match. You think I'm going to forget that easily? No. This community isn't made of goldfish, Izzo. We know what you've done, and we ain't forgetting it anytime soon. But now we'll see if Max can do enough here to complete the chase down as he's getting high up on the board. Oh my goodness. 107 is the target for Max. Oh, misses on the S-piece! Gets a bar, but I don't know if anything else will burn this high. Okay, gets another bar. And another bar. What is going on right now? Again, 107 is the target for Max. Oh my god, needs to get pieces. He's somehow still burning. Sorry, Brian and Marks will hold on just a second here. 105. He needs one more line. He needs one more line. He doesn't get it. He was one single off. What the heck? Okay, well we're gonna count down Marks and Brian for game 4. Here we go in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Meanwhile, Izzo and Max go to a decider. This is an episode fitting of the 1-year anniversary, folks. This is now 4 times today I have seen the most insane chase downs imaginable. On 4 different times today, involving 4 different pairs of people, I have seen some absurd moments. I have the power to make deciders, says Izzo. You've got your own built-in caca hat, Izzo. That's the explanation, I guess. This has been a crazy episode. Thanks, Frank. Oh yeah, Frank. I was looking for someone to play Escalate, because Escalate I wanted to play a match, and so I'm trying to find someone to play Enska. That's what. Oh, so I guess that's an offer to the rest of the audience here. If there's anyone who wants to play Enska. You're almost there, Max. If you want, you and Izzo don't have to play the second match today, but at least finish this one out. No matter what happens, anything is possible. With how things have been going between you two, all it takes is one ill-timed mistake for your opponent. Then again, that's really just most of Tetris in a nutshell, I suppose. Yeah, we play these in sets of 2. I know, div play is brutal, Max. That's part of why I made the ladder, because it's less straining than div play. Okay. Well then, let's finish out this first set, Max.
I'm not just some lone psycho, okay? So, I saw plenty of other NGs doing this too.
For Brian
That's
right
kind of
now.
the beauty of it. Like every time someone falls for this stupid trick, you're teaching them about the spot.
Here.
Okay, but why do you find this so funny, you may still be asking? I don't know. Because I'm a piece of shit? Look, I just love learning about all the weird little glitches and exploits you can do in TF2 thanks to Source Engine Spaghetti Code. But I never liked using them to give myself or my team an unfair advantage, like building invincible sentries inside the walls or under the floor. On the other hand, using glitches or exploits to give myself or my team an unfair disadvantage. Well, that's totally fine from a morality point of view. Plus, this
How many deciders did you want?
Nobody's gonna be crying about their rank or MMR going down or anything. If you lose in a game of casual TF2, just go, oh well, and then you re-queue. Maybe to some of you this still just seems like regular
I don't know
old
who's in at this point.
but to me, it's just like a more
everyone's won
advanced
2
version of
games
being
on this
a useless
screen.
friendly, which is a time-honored
2 of you
TF2
need to win a
tradition.
3rd game.
But if you still think I'm an asshole just because I hilariously killed my own teammates,
only
well, that's
deciders,
fair.
except versus
Although,
M.
Technically, I didn't
M is the only
actually
person
kill
who
them.
could outplay
I
the
just
deciders.
put them in a position where they had no choice
You're in the
but
storm
to kill
now?
themselves.
I think I'm in the storm.
Okay,
Max,
it's like totally legally different. I'm like Jigsaw. It's actually like an epic sociological experiment
here, so
that I'm running.
I got it ready from
love
Izzo.
watching people
I got
as
it
they
ready from
teleport
Mark.
in and observing their reactions. The initial confusion in looking around and
I got
trying
it
to
ready
figure
from
out where
Brian.
the hell they are.
I got it ready
Slowly
from Max.
putting the
4
pieces
readies, 4
together and
countdown.
realizing
Here we
their
go.
predicament.
4,
Do they
3,
instantly give
2,
up and walk off?
1.
Or do they make a futile effort to escape? Or will they come to embrace their new life on the rock with me? Are they the kind of person who will laugh about it in chat? Or try and kick me from the game? Are enough people on my team also annoyed with me to the point where I actually get kicked? These are the kind of questions I find fascinating. Most people were usually pretty chill, or at least nonplussed by the situation. If you want to talk about teleporters that get you kicked, we should talk about that teleporter spot at the bottom of the pit in Frontier that just instantly kills you. But I never really liked using that one, to be honest. It lacks the charm and sophistication of the Moss Rock rock. By the way, just one final little piece of victim blaming here. Just so you know, every active teleporter entrance in TF2 shows a little arrow pointing in the direction of the exit. So technically, as far as I'm concerned, everyone who took my teleporter consented to being sent in the complete opposite direction of the control point. It's not my fault they didn't look at the arrow showing them which way they were going, just because in 99% of situations there's never any reason to, because the teleporter is always supposed to take you somewhere useful, not strand you on a fucking rock.
Also, Escalate, assuming you are still here and good to go. Feel free to start going live, Enska, because no matter what happens, this is the final game on both of these matches, although Max and Izzo still have a second match to go, so... Enska, you'll follow up the Brian Martz match, although I'm not 100% sure who you'll be playing, but we'll figure that. We'll burn that bridge when we cross it. Alright, Everyone going strong here early on. Or various degrees of strong. Everyone alive. It is 64,000 for Max so far, 161 for Izzo. Down below it's 130,000 for Brian, 30,000 for Martz. So it's about a 100,000 point lead for Izzo and about a 100,000 point lead for Brian. But it is also early on here, so anything can happen. Oh, Max is board climbing here. Max needing a way out of this. Oh my goodness, these S and Z pieces are not helping. And Max, unfortunately, is going to complete the process of being reverse swept. Izzo is good for game 5. Brian and Martz will move on here to continue their battle, as now Martz getting into a bit of a high dig, so we'll see if he can get out of this. Meanwhile, Brian trying to keep his board low. Still about a 100,000 point lead here for Brian. You're not getting away that easily here, Max. Once you get into this game, you can never really leave it. Oh dear, Martz I think would like a square for those columns 3 and 4. He is getting anything but a square. Okay, well there's a square, but not gonna help now. Alright, so Max, Izzo, let me know if either of you want a new seed or if you just want to keep incrementing the current one. This gosh darn game, Max. It's okay. Okay, you know what, Max, you're right. It's not okay, but we're gonna make it okay. Although Mart's not okay himself here. Oh no, Martz is... Oh, this board is driving him insane, and Martz can't do anything about it. Well, Martz, you can at least say that you took a max outer and a CTL player to a decider. That's gotta count for something, right? Exactly. It'll be both of the max outers here who win in deciders, at least for now. 8F93DB will be the new seed for Max and Izzo. So, Izzo decider win. I'll make sure to... I have to report those immediately. So, alright, but Brian, congrats on your victory here over Martz. Alright, so that concludes that matchup. So now... Oh my god, Martz. Thank you as always. You know I appreciate having you here. Love you too, Martz. Love everybody here. Who let him max out in silver? Nobody, Max. It's just that Izzo became a max outer wall in silver. Funny how that works. It doesn't, but funny how that works. Alright. So, let's see here. So I need a volunteer from whoever's willing to play. Because Escalate is the next one up to play, but fortunately Gilded could not make it for the match. So if there's anyone in our audience who would like to play a player with almost a 700k PB, I also realized that's the wrong channel. No, Max, Izzo, you two still have another div set to go. Did you two forget? Almost 700k for like a year. Alright, we got a volunteer. Alright, so Max, Izzo, let's get you two started on your div match. I will pull your stream back up. Well, if Enska wants to play a second match, then you can play Enska after you're done with Izzo, Max. How about that? If Enska's up for it. I'm not gonna lock them into anything. Alright, so Enska, feel free to go live whenever you two are ready. It probably would be more fair to play Max, but right now I need... Max and Izzo have decided to finish out their div matches, so we gotta get that done first. So if you're willing to play 2 matches, Enska, you can play Max for the second one. But Brian's saying GG's to Martz. Good to have you here on the show, Brian. Alright, so Max, if you want to get ready, I'll count you and Izzo down for set number 2. Alright, perfect, Enska, thank you. Let me get that text box worked on here. Alright, let's count down Max and Izzo. Here we go for game number 1 of a new set here in 3, 2, 1, Tetris.
Well, I will be. That's the wrong thing.
All right.
No, it's transition tree.
Here we go.
I Frankensteined a controller. Just buy a body. They don't have that.
Can Max defeat the Sorcerer of Silver? Or Sorceress, I guess. It is Max versus Izzo, part 2. Well, that's a... I never claimed Tetris was a fair game, Max. Also, Izzo, you're good on game 1 here. I saw the lighting in the corner of my eye. Wait. Oh, are you actually getting storms? Jeez Louise. I thought you were joking when you said that earlier, Max.
It's 75 inside, it's 85 outside. I got 77.
Wait, that means you gotta live in the same... Yo. Are there 2 different storm systems going on, or do you live not too far away from me? I did not realize.
Oh, yeah. No, I hear you. Hopefully I feel better.
We're gonna say, like, the Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, within that tri-state region, we'll say, Max. I don't feel like being more specific. So lower northeast, if that makes sense.
Wait, hang on a second. Am I a sociopath? I'm actually getting concerned here. Well, there's only one way to know for sure. I have to take some online quizzes. Well, fuck. There it is. I just tried to tell the test I think killing people is funny, and all of a sudden I'm a sociopath now. Well, this is ridiculous. I can't believe this is how I have to find out in the middle of a YouTube video that you're watching. Well, I guess it's time for an apology video. Hey guys, I just wanted to say I am deeply sorry about all the times I displayed antisocial behavior by teleporting my teammates to Iraq. And although I technically didn't kill anybody, okay, I didn't do shit. However, I did just sit there as they died and their ragdolls flew through the air, laughing in both the game and real life. I can see now that this kind of behavior was not acceptable. I will strive to do better in the future. Wait a minute, this is fucking stupid. Never mind, guys. Great news. I was just high as shit on gummies, and you can totally ignore this whole sociopath part of the video. What the fuck was I thinking? Anyways, so now you know the epic backstory to my favorite spot in TF2. But the story doesn't end there. You see, on July 12th, 2023, the summer update came out, and it was really cool. We got a bunch of new community maps for the first time in the summer. Normally we only got new community maps for Scream Fortress and Smithsmith, but those were seasonal maps. These new summer maps are going in the normal map pool year-round. In fact, even old maps are getting some updates. Steel hadn't been touched in 10 years, and it got a bunch of bug fixes. like fixing Pyro being able to shoot his flamethrower through the door at point A. And then, of course, my heart sank when I saw Moss Rock also received a patch, fixing various minor issues, including removing my beloved teleporter rock spot. Now the hurt trigger extends well above the top of the rock. Now, you might expect me to get all pissed off and cuss out the map creator saying some shit like, "Oh, it was just harmless fun, we were just goofing around!" But honestly, upon some deep reflection, this was a fair change. It was a technical issue with the map, and they were well within their rights to fix it. It's just one of those things where I was blindsided because I never even considered that it would be fixed. It had been in the game for almost 6 years at that point. Obviously, I'm sad to see it go, but rather than getting mad at someone for fixing what was objectively a broken part of their map, I'm choosing just to remember all the good times I got to have with it in the first place. And hey, what's that I see? If you take a good look at the rock in the current patch, you can actually see something very cute. They added some little broken teleporter fragments to the rock in order to memorialize the funny spot. And there's also a big skull in this tree now, presumably in honor of the many, many people who died out here. And there's also more wood now. Neat. I think this kind of tribute is just swell. I actually appreciate it a lot. So it would be stupid to have hard feelings about this change. I'm just grateful for all the fun I had and all this footage I recorded of me being a useless bastard. So you see, this video was not just me rambling and complaining about stuff, it was actually a poignant life lesson about appreciating the little things and accepting change, or something. This patch also fixed another cheesy spot where you could get way up on this rooftop at point B and just rain hell on the enemy team, since nobody ever looks up in this game. I can definitely understand why this spot got patched. Also, you used to be able to get under the blue spawn and kill people before the round even started.
Mostly fixed.
Yeah, Moss Rock had a lot of fucked up shit in it that kind of needed patching.
Honestly, that's
I remember at one point when I was still a little sore about this change, I was going to defiantly end this video with like, well, you can patch out one funny teleporter spot, but determined players will always find a new one, and show off this. Well, today we're going to be taking a look at Sonic Spinball, the first Sonic spin-off ever, depending on how you classify the 8-bit versions of Sonic 1 and 2, I guess. Oh, and I guess technically Sega Sonic the Hedgehog came out first, but that's an arcade cabinet and it only came out in Japan. Also, of course, if we're counting that, then we have to mention Waku Waku Sonic Patrol Car and Sega Sonic Cosmo Fighter, but again, those were Japan-exclusive children's rides. Oh, and I guess Sonic Eraser, but that was download only, once again, only in Japan. So from the perspective of an American child in the 90s, this was the first Sonic spin-off game. Okay, well, I guess Sonic Chaos technically came out first on the Master System in Europe and 4 days prior in Japan, but in the US it actually launched on the exact same day as Sonic Spinball. Whatever, Sonic Spinball was the first Sonic spin-off to me, damn it, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. I'm going to do something a little odd. I'm going to play you a 30-second clip of the game, and I want you to just really focus on the Sonic experience, that is, the auditory experience, so you can really appreciate the game's sound design. It's got that crunchy Genesis twang to it. Like, this is some quintessential Genesis core sound right here. I'm gonna be honest, everyone always shit-talks this options music from the game, but I actually kind of love it. There's an upload by Carpathia808 called Sonic Spinball Options if the audio was mixed properly, and it tones down the deafening Tesla coil sound to let you actually hear the melody underneath. This version is definitely a lot better. Honestly, the whole soundtrack goes kind of hard. Speaking of listening to things, fuck you, ad time. That's right, this video is sponsored by Raycon. Don't even pretend like you don't already know what Raycons are, but for legal purposes, I have to tell you that they're earbuds. Look, they have active noise cancellation. Folks, I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't even think that was a real thing, but I tried it out, and yes, I can confirm it does isolate the noise. And if there's one thing I fucking hate hearing, it's noise. Raycon's everyday earbuds come in a variety of different colors, but more importantly, they come in blue, the same color as Sonic. I know how much you guys like Sonic, right? In 10 minutes of charging, you can get 90 minutes of battery, and they have a 32-hour battery life. I mean, that is more than enough. What the hell are you doing that requires more than 32 hours of earbud usage without an opportunity to charge? If that's not long enough for you, you're some kind of freak. Honestly, I've never been a big earbud guy in the past, but these ones are really good. I definitely recommend these earbuds, if you have ears. If you don't have ears, I really can't recommend buying the earbuds. You'd probably want some headphones instead. Me personally, I like to listen to industrial noise music to drown out the voices I hear in my head. So go to buyraycon.com/cybershell to get 20% off the best-selling everyday earbuds. Brought to you by Raycon. Honestly, this game is just weird. I'm sorry, I know I'm a professional YouTubersman, it's my job to be more descriptive than that, but it's just kind of hard to explain. It's just a weird game. It's got crazy vibes, especially if you're coming off an actual mainline Sonic game. It definitely feels a bit awkward and stiff to control. Like, eventually you can kind of get used to the controls, but the game still has this weird energy to it. It's kind of like a pinball platformer hybrid, while you definitely spend most of your time bouncing around between flippers with only brief platforming interludes. The premise for every level is you have to find a certain amount of Chaos Emeralds before you can fight the boss and finish the stage. All the emeralds look like blue rupees, and you collect way more than 7 of them over the course of the game. There's like 16, but whatever, that's fine. My main complaint is, why are they all blue? Like, if you're gonna make them all one color, it should be green, because they're fucking emeralds. The screen at the top is always giving you these weird-ass messages, like, worm-bagged. I mean, it's kind of funny seeing it say shit like, bust teeth. As a kid, like 95% of my time playing this game was in the first stage, Toxic Caves. I'm honestly not sure I ever even made it past level 2 without cheats. This is a hard game, you only start with 3 lives. But thankfully this game does have a level select code, allowing you to access any of the game's 4 levels. Yeah, I also thought it was kind of odd it only had 4 levels, but considering how hard it is, I think that was fine. It also makes sense when you consider how rushed the game's development was. Sonic's sprite is very goofy looking in this game, especially when you directly compare it with the other Genesis titles, but it's kind of cute in its own way. I like when he's paddling in the barrels. His death sprite, along with the sound it makes and the way he shakes, cracks me up every time. During the intro, we see Tails piloting a plane that's clearly not the Tornado. It's blue and has a propeller in the back. It's kind of cool looking, too bad we never see it again. He also has a unique but different plane in the intro for the Game Gear version. Another kind of weird feature is you can change the game speed in the options menu between normal and fast. Not that many Sonic games have the option to just make everything faster. The bosses are interesting. I always like the freaky Robotnik Scorpion thing, and in the machine you destroy a Roboticizer, which I thought was pretty cool. And who could forget the weird Robotnik faces? Honestly, I think the weakest boss is the final one. There's a lot of really great information about the development of the game on the Sonic Retro page for Spinball. The game was developed by Sega Technical Institute, or STI. Oh my god, did they actually call it STI? Yes, shut up! Back then, STIs were called VDs anyways, you fucking idiot. So Sonic Spinball was developed by STI, but specifically the American branch. According to Retro Gamer issue 175, after finishing Sonic 2, Yuji Naka refused to develop another Sonic game unless he had an entirely Japanese staff. So from that point on, the Japanese team would work on the next mainline entry, Sonic 3, while the American team developed Sonic Spinball. This game was mainly developed solely to have a new Sonic game for sale for the 1993 holiday season, because it became clear that Sonic 3 wouldn't be ready in time. I mean, we all know the fucking history with Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles being split up. Anyways, that meant the whole game had to be finished in just 9 months. I'm not really enough of a nerd to fully understand the implications of this, but this game was programmed in C instead of assembly, which was the style at the time for most Genesis games. This apparently significantly sped up development, but it impacted the game's frame rate and performance. So this was the first Sonic game developed primarily by Westerners, which is kind of an interesting distinction. Because of this, it actually features characters from both of the Western Sonic cartoons airing at the time. In my mind, I always just remembered this game as having a cameo by the Freedom Fighters, but upon review, the characters who can appear in this bonus game are Tails, Sally, Rotor, Bunny, Mutski, Flicky, and some fucking monkey. Wow, get fucked, Antoine. Seriously though, maybe it's just because of the cartoon character cameos, but I always really loved the bonus games and Spinball. Like the way you can see Sonic's reflection is so cute. There's also that one with knocking out Robotnik's teeth, and there's the one with Scratch from Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, but not Grounder oddly enough, just Scratch. What I always thought was weird was there's actually another bonus game that features Cluckers from Sonic 2, along with a crawl from Casino Night Zone. Like, I just thought it was funny that Scratch and Clucker were in the same game, because I always thought Scratch was kind of supposed to be based on Clucker, the way Grounder and Coconuts are clearly based on Badniks from Sonic 2. Oh yeah, there was a Game Gear version, huh? Honestly, I don't really have too much to say about it. It's kind of neat that it has a map screen between levels showing Sonic ascending through the island. The only thing weird enough about the Game Gear version worth mentioning is instead of the cool bonus stages with the cartoon character cameos, they're like Egyptian themed for some weird reason. Also, I'm pretty sure I mentioned this before, but for posterity's sake, I found it interesting how the Game Gear version has a slightly different box art, with Robotnik being changed to look more like his Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog counterpart. Although weirdly, this version of the box art de-mohawkified Sonic, which is odd considering he definitely has the mohawk in Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. Oh yeah, and of course the Japanese version has a totally rad box art, as usual. I always used to wonder, what's the deal with these kangaroo guys in Lava Powerhouse? They're not badniks. Are they volunteering to work for Robotnik? But I mean, they do help you out with the bellows, so are they good guys? What's their deal? Do they die when the island sinks in the ocean at the end? Well, in Archie Sonic comic number 6, released in 1993, they do their little Spinball adaptation and tie-in, and they definitely seem to be like good guys intentionally helping him out here, and they're given the names of Hip and Hop. Then they aren't seen again until issue number 40, released in 1996, during the trial of Sonic for all that Mecha Madness bullshit. They're the judges, and despite seeming pretty chill in their first appearance, they're kinda dicks here and find him guilty, although this is presumably just done for the whole kangaroo court gag. It would seem like this would be the last we'd see of the characters until 2012 in issue number 233. Ian Flynn would remember these kangaroo judges and bring them back again for the trial of Jeffrey St. John, which is a whole thing we don't have time to get into right now. So yeah, that's the enduring legacy of Sonic Spinball in the Archie comics. These two kangaroo guys. Here's an incredibly minor visual glitch. When Sonic comes skidding to a stop while facing right, everything looks fine. But if he skids facing left, the dust actually appears in front of his feet instead of behind it. Fascinating. What else? Oh yeah, Sega Retro has this beautiful Russian bootleg box art featuring a black Sonic for some reason. Absolutely stunning. Alright, now it's time for everyone's favorite part of the video, the stuff directly from the cutting room floor. For regional differences, there are some minor tweaks to some of the music tracks in the European version, but nothing too noteworthy. In the Japanese version, they changed the jump sound. And for whatever reason, they got rid of that insane death sound and replaced it with a more traditional jingle. Sad because that stupid sound effect is one of my favorites. In terms of prototypes, there are a few leaked builds over the years, but honestly nothing too exciting. There are a couple builds that are virtually identical to the final version. The earliest one we have is from August 1993, a few months before release. The game is mostly complete, however there are a lot of bugs in this version. One of the more notable differences is the animals that pop out of the Badniks are different. Instead of being all birds, there's also a bat, a butterfly, and a bee. There is one prototype that has a somewhat interesting story behind it. There's a prototype that's almost identical to the final build, except the main menu and game over tracks are remixes of the versions found in Sonic 1. For a long time, people online theorized this was some kind of early revision of the game, however it seems like this never actually released to the public. According to an interview with artist Craig Stitch from Sega 16, during the rap party for Spinball, some of the Japanese STI staff working on Sonic 3 stopped by to chat. Hirokazu Yasuhara saw the opening sequence and asked them how they managed to talk Sega into paying for the rights to the Sonic 1 songs. Apparently the Spinball staff had no idea that Masato Nakamura of the band Dreams Come True actually still owned the music he composed for Sonic 1. This led to one of their composers, Howard Drawson, being forced to immediately go compose some new tracks for those particular songs. Speaking of music from the game, in 1994, Sega released their first full-length Sonic the Hedgehog soundtrack. It was called Sonic the Hedgehog Boom. It was a pre-order bonus for Sonic 3 at certain retailers. It says, the music from Sonic CD and Sonic Spinball, although it contained 19 tracks from the US version of Sonic CD and 4 tracks from Sonic Spinball. What's interesting is these Spinball tracks aren't game rips, they were recreated in CD quality, so they sound totally different. In 1993, Drawson was also hired to put together an album called Virtual Sonic, Enhanced Music Inspired by the Worlds of Sonic. This is an album that features mostly original tracks that are somewhat Sonic-esque, or at least inspired by Sonic. Like, there's a take on the Knuckles theme from Sonic & Knuckles. There's a track called Sandopolis, which doesn't really sound anything like Sandopolis Zone, but it's still pretty cool. Anyways, this album once again features new takes on the Spinball theme and Toxic Caves. It's kind of a weird album, but it makes sense when you find out he was explicitly given 1 month to complete it. He mentions in a 2009 Gama Sutra interview that he begged for more time but was denied. He was told he had to finish it before the opening of Sega Virtua Land at the Luxor Casino in Las Vegas. Wish I knew more about Virtua Land, it seems awesome. They had laser light shows featuring Sonic. It was open from October 1993 to sometime in 1998. The messed up part is that despite rushing Drawson to finish the Virtual Sonic album in 1 month, it wasn't even released in the Virtua Land store until 1996, some 3 years later. Anyways, back to Spinball. Again, I have to say Sonic Retro has some great development material here. We can see early in development the game was going to be called Sonic Pinball. There's even an alternate sketch of the cover art by Greg Martin featuring Sonic in a minecart. We can see from this design document that the game was originally going to have 5 stages instead of 4. Instead of the first stage being Toxic Caves, there are going to be 2 levels, Underground Caves and Toxic Pools. We actually just recently, in 2023, got a glimpse of what the Underground Caves may have looked like. One of the artists who worked on this game, Brenda Cook, made a VHS art portfolio of various computer game work she had done. In 2023, the Video Game History Foundation uploaded it online, and it has a lot of interesting stuff. Some not related to Sonic at all, like Dick Tracy and Kid Chameleon, and also has some of her work on the Sonic series. Particularly these Sonic 2 scenes and the origin of those Dust Hill screenshots caused quite a stir when this came out. But for the purposes of this video, we need to look at these backgrounds, which are believed to be from the unused Underground Caves level from Spinball. Finally, let's take a look at some pre-release footage of the game. The earliest known footage of this game was a pitch video shown at the 1993 Winter Consumer Electronics Show. This was just an animated concept video developed by STI on Amiga hardware, and it was still known as Sonic Pinball at this point in time. At the 1993 Summer Consumer Electronics Show, the Sega booth had a video preview of Sonic Spinball, showing a gameplay mock-up. We mostly have screenshots from magazines rather than video from this event. There are a number of differences, such as the title screen having a flipper which says the Hedgehog instead of the text being in the middle like the final version. The opening cutscene appeared to take place during day instead of night. The island looks different too. The Teeth bonus stage also appears to be somewhat different from the final version. And most fascinating of all, it appears this version was also going to have level transitions originally. Luckily, there is one more source of pre-release footage for the game, a promotional tape from the Spanish gaming magazine Hobby Consolas. This is a tape showing off a number of upcoming releases, and it actually has footage of the level transition scene, but it appears to look different from the version shown off at CES Summer 93. And weirdly, it shows Sonic in the final boss fight, but Robotnik isn't in his pod. We also get another look at that different version of the Teeth bonus game, but that's it though, it's just like a little 20-second preview. Actually, technically I guess there's one more source. There's another Spanish VHS tape. There's actually a 10-minute promotional tape hyping up the upcoming release of Sonic 3, but during the intro part it inexplicably uses footage of the cut level transition from Sonic Spinball. That's it though, the rest is just about Sonic 3. It is a pretty awesome video though. Alright, so you know how there's only 4 levels in this game, but what happens if you use a Pro Action replay code and set the stage value to a higher number? Well, obviously there's no data for these non-existent stages, so it just returns a bunch of garbage data, distorting the visuals and audio, and usually instantly killing Sonic. I mean, there are technically thousands of these garbage data stages, and thankfully back in 2012, a user named PokemonFan4000 uploaded a video going through the first 252 of them, which is an hour and a half long. It's kind of awesome. Sometimes crazy shit will happen, like a bunch of the death sounds will overlap with each other. Seriously, if you're a hack creepypasta writer looking for inspiration, you should check some of these out. So, what is Spinball's legacy? I mean, it did end up selling quite well, moving over 1 million units. I mean, it was a Sonic game on the Genesis after all. Didn't quite make it into Sonic Origins, but they did model the Spinball Island, known as the Vejo Fortress, as part of the game's menu, specifically for the mission mode. The only other Sonic pinball game is Sonic Pinball Party for the GBA, which is a much more traditionally pinball-inspired game. It's not really at all like Spinball. There used to be a Sonic-themed roller coaster called Sonic Spinball in Alton Towers, which is a theme park in England. It only went by this branding from 2010 to 2015 though, and is currently going by its original title of Spinball Whizzer, which is such a massive downgrade it's kind of embarrassing. I don't even have time to get into the whole Alton Hotel Sonic 4 room right now either. You know, making this video has helped me realize something. I fucking suck at this game. Today I'm going to be talking about why I do not think Knuckles Chaotix is a very good game. If for some reason you've clicked on this video and have never heard of Knuckles Chaotix, it's a game that came out in 1995 for the 32X, a piece of shit add-on that nobody bought for the Sega Genesis. The game stars Knuckles and a bunch of new characters known as the Chaotix, and the core gameplay revolves around controlling two characters with an elastic bond created by two magic rings. It was not a particularly popular game. The racists over at Wikipedia have even dubbed it a black sheep of the Sonic series. Now let me start off by making one thing clear. If you like Knuckles Chaotix, that's fine. This video is not a personal attack on anyone who likes the game. You are allowed to like a game, even if it isn't perfect. God knows I do. I just want to explain my own personal feelings on why I don't think the game is particularly fun or well designed. So let's start with the absolute most important part of any game, the box art. Let's look at the cover of the Japanese game. God damn, just look at it. So stylish and cool. Just look how confident this text sounds. Featuring Knuckles the Echidna. Welcome to the next level, in Super 32X world. Wow, this cover is so cool, just looking at it gives me goosebumps. Why don't we take a look at the US cover? What is this? Look at this shit, what the fuck? This is not how the rings look in the actual game. It looks like they're holding fucking exercise equipment. I get that they're trying to visually convey on the cover how the game's central mechanic is the rubber band physics, but it just looks so stupid. I mean, look at it. Also, it's just a perspective thing, but Vector kind of looks like he's 2 feet tall in this picture, which is very misleading because he's a tall boy. Look at this guy. Look at this Marvin the Martian looking motherfucker with his little spaceship. Why does he get to be on the cover? This game is about the Chaotix. Why not feature Espio, Mighty, or Charmy? In Japan, they were confident enough to just call this game Chaotix. But in the US release, they felt they had to specify that this was Knuckles Chaotix, as if having a giant picture of him front and center wasn't going to be enough to let people know that Knuckles is in this game. And it's not enough to just include Knuckles in the title. They had to make it possessive, so it's his Chaotix now, like it belongs to him or something. This implication is totally absent in the glorious Nihongo version of the title, which of course would have to be the canon version. This title also led a lot of people to believe that Knuckles was like the leader of the Chaotix or something, which is how they ended up portraying it in the comics. But in Japan it was clear this was a game about the Chaotix, featuring Knuckles, and the Chaotix are mostly their own thing, which is of course how they would go on to be presented in their future appearances. They are not Knuckles Chaotix. In fact, I can't recall a single instance of Knuckles ever even interacting with a member of the Chaotix again, even though they've appeared in several games together since. Let's take a look at the manuals too. Oh my god, just look at the Japanese one. It's beautiful. Look how colorful and vivid it is. Look at the little sketches to help illustrate gameplay concepts as well as just for flavor. Check out these character profiles. Look at all this great information that I can't read about all my favorite characters like Knuckles, Espio, and Maidi. What a complete and total masterpiece of an instruction manual. Now let's look at the US booklet. Wow. Boring black and white. No style or flair at all. No flavor sketches, just shitty microscopic black and white screenshots. Check out the Japanese Badnik page. Now look at the US one. Wow. Don't strain yourself coming up with these creative localizations like Hirana. They couldn't even spell Maidi's name right! The story isn't even the same between the Japanese and English manuals. That's always a good sign. They couldn't even bother translating the actual canon story, so they just made some shit up that sounds close enough. What a disgrace. Who did this? Who is responsible for this manual? Wendy Dinsmore, you should be ashamed of yourself. Okay, enough fucking around. Let's get into the actual game already. Start off with everyone's favorite shit, the cut content and obscure lore. Unused in the game are these two very interesting sprites. One of Tails and the Tornado, and the other of Supersonic. We don't know exactly what they would have been used for, although their proximity to other sprites related to the good ending make it seem fairly likely they're associated with a scrapped good ending cutscene. It's also worth mentioning that while the Supersonic sprite is in the game, there's no associated color palette with it, so the person who ripped the sprite just created one to show what it probably would have looked like. Also unused are these strange dizzy sprites for each character where they're wobbling around like they're drunk. Not sure what these would have been used for. I really love watching them go, and I kinda wish they were used in the final game. There's also a bubble and a splash animation, although there's no water anywhere in the final game. It looks like there may have been an underwater section planned at some point. There's also this unused Robotnik pose believed to be part of a scrap version of the pre-final boss cutscene. Looks pretty good. Here's what I can only assume is a test sprite. It's literally just the word test. Also cut from the game is this fucking stupid looking Badnik. Whatever, who cares? Enough of the cut sprites. There's a theory that at one point in development, Espio may have been considered for the role of main character. We can see in this pre-release screenshot that the title screen said, featuring Espio the Chameleon instead of Knuckles the Echidna. And if we look at the list of characters on the start of Act screen, you'll notice that Espio's name is actually listed first.
169 now for Enskelite.
Tutorial.
There's a hey now for Omen.
This theory makes a lot of sense to me.
For
I mean, Espio is obviously the coolest member of the Chaotix. I mean, come on, dude, he's a fucking chameleon. It's fucking sick, bro. Just look at his fucking spin dash. I mean, damn, that's
Lord
cool.
and Savior, at least the Lord
Espio was also the only member of the Chaotix to be featured in Sonic the Fighters. I'm not sure how many people are even aware of this game's existence, but there was an actual Sonic fighting game in arcades. I had the luxury of getting to play this on an actual cabinet years ago. The GameWorks in Seattle used to have one.
Right,
it was re-released in 2005 on GameCube and PS2 as part of the Sonic Gems collection.
Wasn't it?
And an HD port came out in 2012 for PS3 and Xbox 360.
Alright, well, yeah, take your victory lap.
There's some evidence that this game was originally called Knuckles Ring
Star.
Star.
If you still want to play another match here, I can put you up against Max.
Hopefully it's just a working title. In these screenshots, you can also see Heavy's original name,
Ethan Walks.
Heavy. This is most likely changed in order to make the character more relatable to the fatter American audiences.
In a moment, and Max, if you can hear me,
fairly well known nowadays is that
stream
Knuckles Chaotix began development as an internal demo called Sonic Crackers.
Meanwhile, let's get Ethan and
also
Bar
referred
counted
to as
down.
Sonic
So best of luck to our
Studium
players
with a
here.
raw header.
And here we go.
This playable proof of concept features Sonic and Tails demonstrating the main mechanic of Chaotix, the ring system.
I gotta do
just like in Chaotix, you can also pick up your partner and throw them around to reach higher places.
First and foremost,
it's just a prototype, so it's pretty glitchy, but it's still fun to mess around in the few playable stages. The levels and music seem similar to Chaotix, although there are no sound effects whatsoever, nor do any of the stages have badniks. There are spikes, and you do lose rings when hitting them, even if you don't have any. There are 4 playable stages in Sonic Crackers, 2 attraction levels and 2 field levels.
For Enskelite and Max,
yes,
I'm gonna
like
generate
Chaotix, it calls its levels attractions instead of acts or zones, but I'm still going to call them acts or zones because who gives a shit. Totally unique to Crackers are these top-down field levels. These are large empty areas where you can walk around, but there's nothing to interact with. While it seems like pathways were planned, there's no collision programmed in, so you can just walk anywhere. So obviously at some point they decided the game should star Knuckles and a bunch of new characters, rather than Sonic and Tails. But remnants of Sonic and Tails can still be found in the final game. If you go to the color test screen and set it to these exact values, you can unlock debug mode. And the character list in debug mode is very interesting. The first character listed is Mighty, not Knuckles, and the second character is just a bunch of asterisks. Now clearly you don't have to be Sherlock fucking Holmes to figure out that they converted Sonic into Mighty, so it makes sense why Mighty would be in the first slot, because early in development he was just Sonic. If we try to load a game with this character from the second slot, they appear as a Knuckles sprite with Mighty's color palette, resulting in what looks like a white echidna. The community has dubbed this Wetchnia, because of course they have to give a unique name to a fucking palette swap glitch. That's what Sonic fans do. Anyways, as you might expect, this dummied out character is the leftover remnants of Tails. People had just assumed this for years, but it was basically conclusively proven when a prototype of Chaotix was dumped online, where this character still retained the ability to fly, and it wasn't flying like Charmy. This was Tails-style flying, complete with getting tired and having to land after a little while. A lot of people seem to think Chaotix is the first game to feature Mighty, but he's actually been around for even longer than Knuckles. In 1993, an arcade game came out titled Sega Sonic the Hedgehog, which starred Sonic, Mighty, and a character named Ray the Squirrel who has never been mentioned again, apart from this Easter egg in Sonic Generations poking fun at how he's never been seen since this game came out. This game actually used a fucking trackball of all things for controls, which means it's not exactly easy to properly emulate. Something kind of interesting found in the files of Sega Sonic are a bunch of unused sprites and remnants of a planned English localization, including an entire alternate sprite set based on Robotnik's design from the Saturday morning cartoon.
Max back up on the
Shit, I need to stop getting sidetracked with obscure Sonic games nobody cares about, and try and focus on this obscure Sonic game that some people actually do care about. One last piece of trivia is that if you enter the following code on the color test, then go to the sound test, you can see a hidden Amy cameo. She dances around saying cool, sweet, and catchy, which is actually a pretty good description of this game's music. Alright, it's time to discuss the gameplay of Chaotix. The first thing you'll notice about the game is how heavily vertical movement is emphasized, with every single character having a vertical movement ability. The levels are tall and huge, and usually start at the bottom left and finish on the top right. Just look how fucking vertically oriented these levels are. These maps are insanely big. By the time you get to an Act 5, the level is fucking enormous. If you want to see something kind of funny, look at the 4 tutorial stages from the start of the game. The first one doesn't look too bad. In fact, it seems kind of like a normal Sonic stage. The second one adds some vertical space, but nothing too crazy. Now look at the third map. Yeah, this one is to make sure you definitely have a grasp on how to move upwards. The fourth map isn't quite as ridiculously tall, but as you can see, it's still very large, and it more closely resembles what the actual levels look like. This game is also really fucking easy. There are no bottomless hits or anything particularly dangerous at all.
Although Martz and M are both getting close to that milestone at this rate, and unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to play many matches
already incredibly easy game, you just have to pick Charmy. Like I said earlier, this isn't the weak-ass Tails version of flying. You fucking blast through the game.
Commentating over playing most of the time.
To me, the fundamental flaw of Chaotix is that the rubber band system the game is based around is just not
I'll have plenty more chances.
The entire game, you feel like you're being hamstrung by dragging around this other character who's always weighing you down and getting in your way. And when it's not making the game too slow, it's making it way too fast. Using the hold mechanic, you can generate an insane amount of speed from a standstill, which can lead to you literally fucking flying through the levels in this game. So they had to make the levels big and vertical, since if they didn't, people could just fling themselves across the stages to beat them in like 10 seconds.
Yeah, I know.
Because they had to make the levels so big, they end up huge and totally samey, and it's so easy to get lost in them. And since you can fly around so ridiculously fast, you can't have particularly dangerous badniks, because it would be really fucking annoying to be constantly getting hit by things you couldn't react to.
You just gotta remind me a day in
fucking
advance,
weak and uninteresting.
or else I will forget.
I just feel like from the one bad central design choice that is the ring system, a catastrophic fractal of bad gameplay consequences emerge. Now flying around like this is kind of fun the first couple times you pull it off, but it gets old fast. And then the reality sinks in that you have 25 barren, unremarkable levels to trudge through. And you have no choice but to use this slingshot mechanic to generate speed, because the spin dash has been nerfed to shit in this game. It is literally garbage. absolutely fucking
What do you mean you
useless.
might play
It's like they threw it in as a joke, like the
How are
shitty
you
useful shield in Bloodborne.
Okay, well, if you do, just let me know.
I will say they do make a
Hopefully
solid
there's
effort to
still a
make
time
sure you
slot open where it
understand
happens.
the rubber band mechanic.
Alright, into
It has a
19
fairly
speeds here.
in-depth
Unfortunately,
tutorial,
you gotta hit a couple
and the
missed
very
drops.
first area of the game is completely
That
devoid of
was-
enemies and hazards while you
That was a
get used
suffer
to
game
it.
through and through.
I should mention that I've only ever played this game
So,
single player, and
Ethan,
you
you
can
can
do it as
roll this one
two-player,
out,
one
actually.
person
This is a pretty
controlling
good
each
game for me
character.
right now.
But frankly, that sounds like a
I'll
fucking
roll
nightmare
here.
to me. But maybe it would make the game more fun. Who knows?
This is,
There's even a button dedicated to getting your partner unstuck.
this is definitely above average.
But they don't
pace
want you
right
to
now.
abuse it or
I
anything.
think our bar
So
might
every
like it
time
a
you
little
want
bit
to
as
use
well.
it, you have to lose 10 rings. You might think that means if you don't have 10 rings that you can't unstick your partner,
Alright, looks like
but it
Max
actually
is
allows
good
you to go into negative rings.
Bottom match.
Like now there's a fucking
So-
concept, negative
And
rings.
Scott, if you are also
How the
good
fuck
with
does that
hazards,
make any
carries lines
sense?
from 29.
Like I can see my guy picking up the rings, but as soon as I touch
You're
them,
scaring
they
me here, that's the way.
disappear, going to pay off my ring debt. Just something so fucking weird about this to me. Negative
Yeah, we were right.
fucking
Max
rings.
is good to go here.
As a kid, I used to love spamming this
And Scott,
button
you're also
over
good
and
to go.
over to rack up crippling ring debt, and there's no way to declare ring bankruptcy. But if you get hit with 0 or negative rings, all that happens is you lose your partner, but not permanently or anything. If you just wait a short while, they'll come back. However, if you do get hit without your partner, you can die. This is a minor issue, but if you somehow do manage to die, the death animation is weird and not good. I mean, you know what dying in a Sonic game is supposed to be like. It's supposed to be like this.
Oh yeah, if you need a moment here, Max, that's fine.
Or this. Or
Just-
this.
I would rather you two get ready sooner than later,
Not
just because I know there's
this.
other people who want to play as well still tonight. Somehow. Oh. Alright. Ethan does end up topping out here, but 634 on the first game.
What the fuck, man? What
Gosh darn,
is
Ethan
this
is
shit?
back.
This game actually doesn't have
He's
a
been
live
back for a
system at
while
all.
now, but
You
he
die
is
or just sent back to the
back.
hub. And you know, I'm actually totally okay with this. It's pretty surprising to see a game from 1995 willing to remove lives, as it was a fairly deeply ingrained part of video games at this
Ethan
time.
and our borrow, and
Something I
also
always
readies from
fucking
Instalite
hate is
Max.
they don't
So
even get
4
to
readies,
choose
let's
your
do a full
goddamn
countdown.
partner.
Here we go for
You play
games
this
number 2
stupid
and 1
fucking
respectively.
minigame and
Here
just
we are
hope
in
you get
4,
the partner you
3,
want.
2,
And they're literally
1,
bad
to
partners, which are
Tetris.
detrimental to get. Bomb can blow up and hurt you, and Heavy is just a giant heavy piece of shit. One of my biggest
was
problems with
impressive,
this
I do
game is
agree
that
with
there
Max.
are 5
We'll see if
acts
Ethan
per
can
zone.
keep it up here. And
5
Barbarro will have a
acts is
response this
too
time.
fucking many. I thought we figured out back
Okay,
in
so for those
Sonic
keeping
2
track at
that
home,
2
this
acts
is
per
the
zone is the
23rd
perfect
and 24th
ratio.
matches,
Not to mention
respectively,
these levels
for
are
today's TNP
already
show.
fucking boring, barren, and repetitive.
Although 3 of
especially
them
when you
have
compare
gone
them to the
towards
main
TNP
Sonic games.
matches, and 2 of
Instead
them
of having a
have gone
set
towards
order
ladder
for
matches.
stages, you randomly
be the
select the
third.
level you're going to play next.
Ethan and our
Every
Barbarro
time you
battling
beat
it
an
out here
act or
at top of the
die, you're
ladder.
kicked back to the hub and select a new random zone. This idea of randomizing level
Comes in
select
with a
is
record
kind of
1
interesting,
and 3
and some
here.
people might enjoy this aspect of the game.
Ethan, I don't
But this
remember
also
his
means
exact
that all the
record
zones
off
have to
the
be
top of my head.
around the same
Don't wanna
difficulty,
check
since
right
there's
now
no way for the
because
developers to know
it's a
what
bit of a
order you're
scary
going to be
dig.
playing them in. So there's no real opportunity to develop a meaningful difficulty curve.
Both
And
players
since the
trying to
levels
find
come at
the
you in a
stride
totally
here
random fucking order, it
amongst a
does
very
not feel like a
volatile pool
cohesive
of
adventure. The
TNP
game just feels
talent.
like an endless slog. There's no satisfying feeling of progression.
Then again, volatile
There
is
are some
pretty
interesting
common
items in
theme
this
here.
game, like the grow and shrink monitors. Interesting in
And
theory,
I
but
realized
in
that we have
practice
2
they
top
kind of
outs
feel
here,
like
so
fucking dog
Ethan's
shit.
going to top out at
Being huge just
35,000
makes you
points.
fly around even faster and more uncontrollably,
Escalade is going
which
to
is
top
at
out
least
at
sometimes fun.
less than
Being
35,000
small just means you have to
points.
stand
So
around
Barbarro,
doing
you're good for
fucking
game
nothing
2.
for like 20
Max,
full
you're
seconds
good for
because
game
you
1.
can't do shit when you're small. One of the new items in this game is the Combine Ring, which is actually a pretty alright idea, and a modified version of it's going to be appearing in Sonic Mania.
It's okay, Escalade. It happens to
Basically,
the
if
best
you
of
get
us.
hit, instead of dropping a ton
And
of
also the
rings in
worst
all
of us. It happens
directions
to
that
all
you
of us,
have
I
no
think.
hope of recollecting all of, you drop one giant ring, and if you can collect it, you get all your rings back. One interesting thing about this game that I rarely
Sounds
see
good,
mentioned is it actually has a kind of
You already
day-night
know,
system.
TNP show's always on
This level can be
Tuesdays,
one
so
of 4 times
he's
a
around
day.
on Tuesday.
Morning,
We'll also be
daytime,
around.
evening, or night, which is determined by the amount of time you spent in the previous
Right.
level, and it affects enemy placement and boss difficulty, which is actually kind of cool. The bosses are, well, they're not very good. I mean, they're not the worst bosses in the entire series or
We got
anything.
readies
They're not
here
Sonic
from
CD
Ethan,
level pathetic,
from Barbarro.
but they're not great,
From
and they're
Escalade.
definitely not very memorable.
I'm sorry, Max. I'm
The
sorry,
ending
but
boss
in my
looks
defense, I
kind
am
of
looking
cool,
at 4
I guess,
Tetris
but
at the same
he's
time,
weird
so
and not very satisfying
I
to
do my
fight.
best here.
This game
my
has
best.
an
Alright.
extremely
4 readies.
memorable bad
Do
ending.
another 4 countdown. Here we go. In 4, 3, 2, 1, Tetris. It's maybe one of the pitfalls of the...
I always found it very ominous and slightly unsettling as a kid.
Screen.
I mean, it's not on the same level as the Infinite Fun screen from
because
CD.
there's more Tetris action happening.
The fact you're forced to stare at this utter destruction and ruination during the credits, it really makes it feel like a bad ending.
But I like
Sonic games, the bad ending is supposed to be basically the same as the good ending, only with an added, like, 3-second shot of Robotnik juggling the Chaos Emeralds or something. Most kids are going to see this immediately after that satisfying feeling of beating the game for the first time, and then they're treated to
My brain has always been wired.
The other Sonic games seem to understand this. They give you happy, triumphant endings,
but hey,
with short little stingers at the end, enticing you to play again. They don't immediately rub it in your face that your failure results in an entire city getting genocided or something. That is fucked up, dude. Why are you trying to make children think about war crimes, you sick fucks?
Surviving those early
sequences. The bad ending is actually better than the good ending, because at least it's something. The good ending is fucking ridiculous. It just cuts to a white screen with all the chaos rings.
Meanwhile, going for a central world setup.
Cool. Then you get to stare at the title screen while the credits go by, albeit with a Sonic and Tails cameo. Like, congratulations for beating this game. Your reward is you get to look at Sonic and Tails.
There, unfortunately.
Wonderful. Also, the plane is just hovering in place. That is not how planes work.
Be good for game 2.
I sure hope someone got fired for that blunder. One thing I think that most people can agree on is that this game has some great fucking music. In particular, the hub world track, Door into Summer, is phenomenal. And I can see why they brought it back for the collection room music in Sonic Generations.
You're doing your best.
So at least Chaotix holds up the Sonic game tradition of having incredible music. Every boss in this game has its own theme too, which is pretty cool and something you don't usually see in games
hope
like
your
this.
opponent makes a mistake.
Anyways, I've been using Chaotix music for this whole video, so you'll just have to decide for yourself whether or not you're into
Here we go, in 3,
The color palette in this game is just so insanely vibrant and colorful. It's almost hard to look at.
Situations, depending on
maybe you like it, I don't know.
No, I got it, Max. I had to keep going here.
I'm actually kind of ambivalent about it. Sometimes the game looks pretty cool, sometimes it's just way too much.
Also, I did not miss the top out from Ethan.
At least it
here,
does a good job of
showing
off
Ethan
the
has
power
topped
of
out
the
at
32X
99,000, which means our borrow is going to take game number 3.
The special stages are actually pretty good. In fact, I really like these. You have to collect blue spheres across 2 sections that loop in a pseudo 3D space. These are actually way better than the special stages in Sonic 1 or 2. In fact, the special stages might be my favorite part of the entire game. And they definitely do a better job at utilizing the 32X's power than just displaying a million different colors on screen at once. There's something about this game that's always bothered me, but I don't really know how to properly explain it. Knuckles just looks weird to me. Like, this is how he's supposed to look, and this is how he looks in Chaotix. I really don't know how to put this, but he looks like some kind of fat, gay, pregnant dog or something. It's hard to describe. I just do not like the way he looks in this game. In some poses he's alright, but his neutral standing animation and his gliding animation, I hate them. If we look at his sprite in Sonic Mania, it actually looks kind of like a combination of his regular sprite and his Chaotix sprite, although maybe a little closer to his original sprite. I like it a lot. I think this is a good look for Knuckles. And look at this fucking pose where he's hanging off the wall. Oh my god, that's a good ass pose.
Still having to fight this.
I'm getting distracted again. But the sprites in this game are extremely well animated. I don't think anyone would deny this game has some excellent character animation. I especially like the idle animations for each character. I mean, obviously you gotta give your characters a good idle animation. That's a key part of making a Sonic game.
Now for Max.
There's also a similar Easter egg to one from Sonic CD, where if you remain idle for too long, Metal Sonic will show up to attack you. In fact, this game has a lot of similarities to Sonic CD now that I think about it. Their levels are both way more vertically oriented compared to the main series. They both have multiple versions of each level, day cycle and Chaotix and time periods in CD. They both have good special stages. They both feature Metal Sonic. Some graphics, badniks, and sounds are actually reused between games.
Oh no, Ethan hanging
the same
bar to the left. I don't think he can get anything over.
That makes sense, because I was never a huge fan of Sonic CD either.
He will top out at 70,000.
In addition to the special stages, there are also these bonus stages. They're not horrible or anything, just kind of pointless. The main thing you get from these are rings and points, but since there are no lives in this game, there's really no reason to try and get 100 rings or more. mean one ring provides just as
Ethan
much
saying
protection
used all
as
my juice on the
100
first
rings,
game,
and there
apparently.
are plenty of rings outside of these bonus stages.
Now that's a
I don't know
familiar
why
feeling.
anyone would ever give a flying fuck about points.
And a painful one.
The only thing worthwhile
okay,
you can get
Ethan.
from these bonus stages are items that affect the hub
It
world.
was at least a heck of
One
a
that
game
lets you
one.
choose your partner and
Right.
one that lets you choose your stage. So I guess these aren't totally
Turns out-
pointless, but I don't really want to have to go to a goddamn
Octane
bonus
play
stage just to
Ethan was
get a
not enough to
power up that
outdo
lets me
the
do something that should be a basic
consistency
feature of the game in the
of
first
Arbaro.
place. Also, what on earth is going on with these zone
Oh, thanks,
title
Arbaro. I
screens?
appreciate it.
It's fucking crazy. Why is there a barcode? Why is
Yes,
there a
Ethan, there is someone else who
barcode?
wants to play you, and his
Look,
name is
I really
M149.
wanted to like this game.
So,
This is a game
we
starring
congratulate
Knuckles.
Arbaro on
This
the
is the
victory here.
only game
Hopefully-
starring Knuckles. Ever.
Many
Why
more
don't we look at the
victories to
Mario
come
series for a
across the
second and
ladder.
see if we can draw a few
I
comparisons.
think I would rather have topped out at
So
50
obviously Sonic would be the Mario of the Sonic
rather than do
universe.
what I did on
He's
game
the main
one.
dude that the
That
games are
was...
about. And Tails
You know,
would,
the
of
funny
course,
thing,
be
Arbaro, is
Luigi.
that wasn't even the
Sure,
lowest
maybe they start
transition
a
into
couple
19 that we've
We don't
had
want to make
today.
too many games about this character.
This
We
has
wanna focus
been
on the main
one of the
dude.
most chaotic
I always think
episodes
about
of the
Knuckles.
TNP show I
Is
think
there
we've
anyone in
had
the Mario universe
all year,
that
which is
Knuckles
maybe
is
fitting
like?
for the 1 year
Is there
anniversary.
anyone that was introduced fairly early on?
Then again,
who
with
was
my luck, we'll
originally an
somehow find a way to
antagonist,
top
but
that tomorrow.
Maybe became more of a self-interested hero? A character who's
But
known
I
for
could
being
take
a
the match
strong
too.
dude?
Currently
Maybe a bit dimmer
277
than
for
the main
Escalade here,
character?
289
Someone like, oh,
for
I don't know,
Max.
Wario?
Speaking of chaotic games,
Now,
Escalade
Knuckles
Max,
has
that was
only
good
ever
chaos
starred in
right
one
now.
game. How many games has Wario starred in? Two?
We'll say farewell
two's not that
to
many
Arbaro
What's
and
that?
Gala.
Not 2 games,
And we
but
will
2
say hello
series of games? And they're both
to
cool and
M149,
good?
who I'm hoping is still
You don't
here.
say. Well, what's so good about these Wario Land games, huh?
First, I need to
Is it because they take the
quit
basic
recording
formula of their parent series and design a game around the different abilities that make this character unique and interesting, as well as refining these abilities to make them extremely satisfying to use? Or are they based around a stupid fucking gimmick that plays like absolute dog shit that has nothing to do with your character's
September
abilities?
23rd match. 24th match still in play.
I can only imagine the
Alright,
fucking
then
Sega
I will pull your
executive's
stream
train of
back up,
thought.
so.
Well, this one Knuckles game that was released on our fucking add-on that nobody bought somehow didn't end up selling too well. I guess there's just no potential for a game starring Knuckles. I mean, the market has clearly indicated that people
Hold on,
just
it's
don't
about-
want a game about Knuckles. So I'd agree for the next 20 years there can be
Would have
no
space
cool
for it.
side series of Knuckles games.
For the ladder match.
Like, God damn it, why does this game have to be so fucking bad? There are some things about it that I really like, but when it
388 here for
comes
Max,
down to it, it's
397
just
for
not
Escalade. This is
fun to
still
play.
an insane game
At
here
least
between
not
these
for
two as
me.
they are closing in on transition.
Anyways, I could go on, but I think you
About
guys
10
get
lines
the
away
point.
here, and
I was
unfortunately,
recording
board is
gameplay
getting
for this
complicated
video,
for
and I
Escalade.
actually
You
forgot
gotta
how much
find a
I
way to get
hate
out of
playing
this.
this game. It's just a
Oh my
constant
word,
fluctuation
this is
from being
So
bored out of my
dangerous right now.
goddamn
I
skull
don't know if there's anything
mindlessly
Escalade can
running
do
around,
here.
literally
It's an
nothing
amazing
capable
game
of
no matter
stopping
what.
me.
As
Or
they're
I'm
going to top out with
frustrated because I can't
406.
figure out where to go on these massive maze-like
A
levels.
very
which have
strong
no
game
distinguishing
here, but
features, so
Max
it's
just
impossible
having
to
a
tell where
stronger
you've already
game all the way
explored.
through, and Max,
God,
you'll
this
get your
game
victory
fucking
lap here
sucks.
as you're going to win this one in the
Good
sweep.
music though.
I know, that
Anyways,
was
I
the
let
worst
you guys
time
vote
to
on
end up in
Twitter
a
on
dig
what you
for you,
wanted to see me
Escalade.
make a video about,
Absolute
and
worst
Chaotix
time.
narrowly beat out Sonic Mania, so I'll probably be making a video about that pretty soon too. Follow me on Twitter and YouTube and vote in what topic you want to see
We'll see
me
what
have an
Max can do
autistic
here on his
meltdown
game.
about next.
As we also get Ethan and M set up here, and oh, never mind. Max will not do any further. You're on fire, Max. Well, I won't be grabbing
Okay,
your
so
signature,
here's a short video about
will
some
be
hidden
grabbing a
cut
seed
content
here
from
for
Sonic CD. I wasn't originally planning on making a video about this, but for some reason,
Max asking, does
some
anyone else want to play me?
unknowable,
that depends.
indescribable reason,
If
I felt
talented
compelled
has
to make
returned,
this
then
video
maybe
anyways.
come in.
Although not
Otherwise,
exactly a
I don't
Sonic
know who
CD
else is
bonus
here.
video,
believe
it's
this might
definitely
still
going to be
be
the
here.
closest I
Not
ever
sure
get
if
to
they're
making
working
one,
still.
so if that's how you want to think about it, go nuts.
Yeah,
Like the
that
Sonic 2
command
bonus
broken,
video,
but
this will have material
Quacken
ranging from
as
fairly
we
common
play.
knowledge to fans of the game to some more obscure.
I don't believe I've seen you here before, Quacken. Have you played a competitive Tetris match before, Quacken? Also, for Ethan and M149, I have gotten a seed generated for you. Looks like M's got the seed entered in, so... Whenever you feel good to go, Ethan, no rush. I gotta write down the result here between Max and Enska real quick. Ow! Hi, son.
Yeah, you can play now. Let's do it. Max versus Isan, you got it.
Here are pieces of trivia. Let's start off with some sprites that go unused in the final game. First up are some sprites that appear to be some kind of falling animation. No idea what these could have been used for, but they're kind of similar to the series of unused sprites from Sonic 1. Next up is Sonic being electrocuted, and this is a good one. I like this one a lot.
Not too much.
Probably would have been used in Wacky Workbench considering all the electricity hazards, and in fact this sprite is used in the 2011 re-release of the game.
Yep, I'll get your stream pulled up.
Next up is Sonic flailing his arms around. One theory is that he would have used this sprite when underwater or something. Not too sure about this one. Here's one of Sonic looking up and backwards. Purpose unknown, possibly a cutscene, because I can't imagine how or why you'd ever need to look up and backwards in regular gameplay. Here's an interesting one of Sonic sneezing. While it's possible this could have been used for some kind of cutscene, on the talk page of the Cutting Room Floor article, user BMF54123 has an interesting theory which I happen to agree with. He theorizes that these clouds of pollen or dust or whatever that these moth-like badniks produce may have been at one point planned to cause Sonic to stop in his tracks and sneeze or something, possibly removed because it would have been really fucking annoying. I also just happened to check this guy's profile, and apparently not only is he an administrator, he was the founder of the original Cutting Room Floor site, which I didn't even know existed until right now. Anyways, next up is Sonic Upside Down. Possibly some kind of alternate death animation, or maybe some kind of environmental hazard which would grab Sonic and hold him upside down was planned originally.
Although actually,
not too sure.
Also had a PB.
Here's one of Sonic skidding or something.
Yeah,
again, no idea what this could have been used for.
There you go, Max.
Here's a weird one of Sonic shrugging his shoulders. Possibly played when he failed a special stage, maybe? Part of his feet are missing on the last frame for some reason, too. Here's one of Sonic hanging. No idea what these could have been used for, unless in early versions of Sonic CD it was possible to hang yourself. Here's some unused sprite sets. One of them falling back and one of them leaping forward. If I had to make a guess, I'd say these were probably for use in the special stages. In these sprites, Sonic has his chest really far out. Some people think it could have been used for some kind of planned super transformation. I just kind of think it looks like he's thrusting his cross forward or saying, "Come at me, bro," or something. Anyways, that's enough cut sprites. Let's move on to this game's level select. On the title screen, input up, down, down, left, right, B to access the level select screen. The way it works is the first number is the zone, the second number is the act, and the letter is for what time period. The level select in this game works kind of weird. Once you pick a level, you can't continue the game from that point on. As soon as you beat it, you're sent back to the title screen. In fact, if you try to travel through time, then you're sent back to the title screen too. But what's really weird is if you then go back to the level select screen and select the time period you were traveling to, you can continue playing from where you warped. There's some other weird things you can access from the level select, like the warp screen, the opening FMV, and also this one. Calming.
Oh no, Ethan!
It takes you to this weird screen with the text "Coming soon" scrolled across the screen.
Which means
apparently this played after beating the first 3 levels in the beta version, but I'm not sure why they left it in the final build. So you may have noticed when on the level select screen it goes directly from Zone 1 to Zone 3. Now, you don't have to be a fucking genius here to figure out that Level 2 was cut from the game. Additionally, during the ending FMV, there's a clip of an unknown level shown between the clips of the first and second levels. The cut second level is known as R2, because the PC version of the game stored the levels in folders like R3, R4, R5, etc. We didn't really know anything about this zone until a post on Sonic Retro by the Taxman, who shared some assets we had access to while working on the 2011 remake. From these sprites, it's fairly clear that this second clip of the credits was, in fact, R2. And Taxman points out that Toei Animation Studios would have started work on the cutscenes fairly early on in development, which further supports this notion.
I'm counting you and Ethan down before
So in addition to the level select screen, this game also has a hidden sound test. On the title screen, press down, 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 left, right, A to access it. From here you can listen to all the sound effects and songs for the game, and there's plenty considering each level has 4 different variations on the music, one for each time period. But what's really interesting about this sound test is by setting all 3 of these numbers to certain combinations, you can access hidden images. For example, if we set it to 40, 12, 11, we can find a picture of Tails in the game.
If you press the select
This
button,
picture of
that's how you
Tails
can
was
show
drawn by
everybody.
Yasushi Yamaguchi, going by Judy Toyota, who's the character designer for Tails and the special stage designer for Sonic CD. This one is fairly well known since it's how you activate debug mode in this game. Also, when you unlock Tails in the 2011 re-release, it says, "See you next game,"
If you press
in
the
reference
select
to
button,
this
you
screen.
saw, then it'll
If we
flash
set it to
already on your screen,
44,
so that
11,
way you
9, we get this cute picture of Sonic drawn by Masahiro Sanpei, landscape designer and animation visual director for Sonic CD. The text
Ethan.
above him says, "You are cool," as in it literally
What did you
phonetically
do,
spells out,
Ethan?
"You are cool." In
Well, you popped
hiragana,
out,
which is
so,
kind of weird
you're
because
good for
usually
game
English
two.
words like this would be written in katakana. If we do
there we
42,
go.
4,
Thank you, son.
21, then we can see this hilarious and awesome Batman tribute by Takumi Miyake, landscape and visual designer for Sonic
You want me to
CD.
wait? Okay, I'll
The
wait.
final boss music plays in the background
Okay, as soon
here.
as we have the ready for Matt,
With 42,
okay.
3,
Actually, I'm
1,
just gonna count you two
we
back.
get this wonderful
Alright, so for
picture
Esau
of the
and Max,
fastest
we'll
DJ,
count down for game one in
MC
3,
Sonic.
2,
I basically
1,
love every
Tetris.
single thing about this image. Sonic wearing a ring around his neck, Robotnik wearing a Rasta hat, the text, "Come in, bad boys," and "Can I kick it?" It's all great, I love it. Again, this is a real image that's actually in a Sonic game. Drawn by Kazuyuki Hoshino, character, special stage, and visual designer for Sonic CD. So there's only one hidden
Okay,
image
so
left,
unfortunately
and it
this
might be the
happier
most
for you,
well
Ethan?
known. Now before I show you this,
Gotta
let me
move
just
you
set
down
the
to the
stage really
YouTube
quick to
feed on this
explain
one.
what my first experience with this image was like. I was a young boy, all alone in a dark room in the middle of the night, reading about Sonic Online. Hard to believe, I know. Now I can't remember the exact site I was on, but I remember reading something about a hidden image in Sonic CD which sounded pretty cool. So I boot up Sonic CD, I go to the sound test and enter 46,
Ethan asking for
12,
the seed here.
25, and this comes up.
I think you have it, Ethan. I just think you're one off. Or by one off, I mean 75 instead of 86. Yes, it's 75. No, other way.
Now, I know as a grown-ass adult, this is beyond
Okay,
not
son,
scary to
getting hype
you.
on the board here.
Hell, you might be a
That's not
13-year-old
set-
watching this
well
video
set
who
up
doesn't
here.
think this is remotely
Not sure if
creepy
that's
in the
good for a Tetris.
slightest, but I just wanted to explain to you why, as a young,
Oh my god,
impressionable
he's on
child,
Tetris,
this screen
that's
really
insane,
freaked me the
wow.
fuck out. Now, I'm not saying I pissed my pants and then hid my
78,000
pants under
so
my
far for
bed,
this
and
song,
then my dog
142
found my
for Max.
pants and started running around the house with my pants in his mouth,
Alright,
and then my
meanwhile,
mom
Em
came
and
up and
Ethan
asked
ready
why
to
the
go
dog
for
had
game
my
number
pee
3.
pants, or anything weirdly specific like
Put
that.
up a
I'm
fight
just
here,
saying
Ethan,
it
you know
gave
what
me
to
a
do.
general
Here we go.
sense of dis-ease, and
1,
I just didn't like it. It doesn't help that the boss music in the US soundtrack is one of the most horrifying songs I've ever heard in my entire life. In fact, the song might be the entire problem, because the screen is significantly less ominous in the Japanese and PAL
get
regions.
back to that comment, Farhan. We're going aggro here on the setup. Gets another dirty Tetris.
And since obviously this game was designed with the Japanese soundtrack in mind, I'm gonna have to assume this
Board's still a
screen was
bit
meant
dangerous,
to
and
be
Max's
silly
board
and
also
humorous,
dangerous.
not
And Max is
horrifying
going
and
to top out at
disturbing.
100.
It might just sound like I'm being a big baby here, but I promise if you Google this, you'll find plenty of people who agree they found it quite unsettling too.
to take this game.
Anyways, this picture was drawn by
192
Masato
is the target.
Nishimura, a landscape designer for Sonic CD, and it's signed as Majin, his childhood nickname.
I
The
don't know how I
Japanese
keep
text
missing
reads
these, Max.
Infinite Fun, Sega Enterprises. You want to know something fucking weird? This hidden image from the hidden sound test in Sonic CD was just recently referenced in an Adult Swim commercial for the Sonic YouTube page. Yes, you heard me correctly. There was
In
a
my
commercial
defense, I
which
was
aired on
looking at
Adult
Esau's
Swim a
board
couple
'cause I
months
was worried
ago
about
for
them
the
topping
Sonic
out, Max.
YouTube channel,
I wasn't worried about
which
you
ended
topping
with
out.
the phrase "Fun is infinite."
That's my
And
defense
strangely,
here.
when they uploaded the trailer
Also,
to the
I can
YouTube
count down,
page
maybe
itself,
count down.
they changed the ending to follow the clues.
It's just always. It's
Not
never
sure
the
what
right
clues they're
timing here,
referring
Max,
to.
I swear, it's
If
never
anyone
the
is
right
aware of
timing.
some kind of hyper-autistic Sonic-related
But that's why we
ARG,
record
please
all
let me
these
know in the
matches.
comments, because this is clearly the kind of thing I would be into. Anyways, there's one last thing
Okay, so
hidden
again,
in this
192
hidden
is the
sound
target
test.
here for
If we
Esau.
set it to
Meanwhile, up top is
777,
currently
it'll
91,000
say,
from Ethan,
"Welcome to
147
Secret
from
Special
M.
Stage," followed by taking us to an unused special stage with Robotnik's gigantic head in the background. If you complete this stage, it'll display a secret credits screen. Hey look, there's Majin again. There are a couple prototypes of this game, but I don't really feel like going super in-depth into them. It is worth mentioning that in the earliest one, apparently this game was still known as CD Sonic. Also, the special stages weren't complete yet, and have this hilarious message flashing. The programmer has a nap. Hold out, programmer. Here's something kind of interesting. Near the end of Quartz Quadrant Zone 1 in the past, there's this inaccessible room with the letters CX in the background. People have been wondering what exactly is the deal with this room for years, with some speculating it could be a signature from the map's creator. I think this is a likely theory. If you enter right, up, down, C on the title screen, you're taken to the game designer's best times for the time attack mode, which includes a designer with the initials CXX. Seems like a plausible theory, and I guess at the end of the day we'll just never know what it means for sure. This isn't much of a secret, but something that apparently not everyone knows is that in this game, Sonic's foot tapping is not just an idle threat. If you stand completely still for 3 whole minutes, he says, "I'm out of here," and jumps away.
I'm out of here!
It actually uses a voice sample for Sonic, which was pretty rare. I guess classic Sonic wasn't completely mute despite his portrayal in Generations. Instant game over too, which shows he's not fucking around. I know that it is clearly being implied that he's just leaving of his own volition because he's impatient with you. But as a kid, I couldn't help but interpret this as Sonic committing suicide. I mean, he's jumping off the bottom of the screen, game over is coming up, 2 things that usually only happen when you fucking die, so I just couldn't help but interpret this as that he got so bored that he literally killed himself. Frankly, I think that's some pretty dark commentary on boredom and human nature, and what loneliness and ennui can do to a person, and how when we lack stimulation, we lose all reason to keep living. So we'll resort to anything to distract us from the inevitability of our time slowly taking away, be it drugs, casual sex, or making videos for the internet about old games that used to actually make you feel something. Anything to take our minds off our impending death. Wondering how many years it'll be after we die. Everyone we've ever met dies too, inevitably leading to our very essence fading from the collective memory of mankind. But I don't think that's necessarily what the developers were going for when they included this Easter egg, so let's just move on. I wanted to quickly talk about 2 cut levels from the game, but not from the original game. These were levels that were at one point planned to be added to the 2011 re-release. Pac-Man had planned to make 2 additional levels for the game, one of which would have been Desert Dazzle, a level based on the mock-up image of the cut Sonic 2 level, Dust Hill Zone. And although this level was cancelled, some of the assets and the general idea would get reused from Mirage Saloon Zone in Sonic Mania. The other would have been called Final Fever, which would have been a brand new final boss only accessible by collecting the 7 time stones. Based on what he says his plans for it were, I honestly think it sounds pretty fucking cool. Way better than the actual final boss for Sonic CD, which is honestly pretty fucking pathetic. I mean, it's not the worst boss of all time or anything, it's just kind of disappointing as a final boss. Unfortunately, Sega nixed these ideas because they wanted a more faithful port of the game. I can see where they're coming from, and with Sonic Mania on the way, I'm not too broken up over these missing levels, but I will say they should have just let him make a new final boss. And that's actually kind of all I have to say about Sonic CD. But you know what? I do have some more stuff I want to talk about related to Sonic 1. And if you've watched this far, you'll probably enjoy this stuff too. So sit back and enjoy part 2 of the Sonic CD bonus video, the bonus Sonic 1 bonus video. So let's quickly go over a few unused sprites from Sonic 1. First is Sonic gulping for air while standing, and the second is Sonic running while holding his breath, presumably for when he was close to drowning and the countdown music is playing. I gotta say, I kinda love this sprite, and I really wish it was in the final game. Here's a very famous unused sprite. It's Sonic pumping his fists in the air, and we know exactly what this would have been used for. It was originally used when you beat an act, and we have pre-released screenshots which show this. And funny enough, the same idea has basically made its way into Sonic Mania. It's just another reference to these fucking cut Sonic materials, which you gotta know about if you want to know all the Sonic lore and fully appreciate Sonic Mania. I also want to talk about this motherfucker right here. Splats the fucking rabbit. An unused Badnik who was apparently cut very late in development because he was still used in promotional material and would go on to appear in the comics and stuff. I actually had a fucking Sonic the Hedgehog trading card with Splats on it, and it always bugged me that I could never find him. He even made it into toy form despite never appearing in the game. Here's a pretty fucking obscure code for Sonic 1. If you're playing the first revision of the game on a Japanese console only, then on the title screen you can press CCC, CCC, up, down, 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 left, right, and you should hear a ring chime. Now hold down A, B, C, and when the demo ends you'll see a hidden credits screen on the Sonic Team Presents screen. These credits are actually always there, but because it's black text on a black background it's impossible to see. This is the only version of the game that it works on. If you want to do this in an emulator, you'll have to make sure the region is set to Japan. Wait, press start? What the fuck? Press start? What the fuck? There's no fucking press start on the Sonic title screen. What the fuck is this? Well, it turns out every single copy of Sonic 1 has the text press start in the game, and it's supposed to be on the main title screen, but was accidentally dummied out by the programmers by mistake. It can be seen in some of the pre-release images of the title screen, and honestly, I had no fucking idea that this was the case until I started making this video. Apparently, for some reason, activating the secret credits re-enables it for some reason. This is some seriously weird shit. Here is an insanely minor revisional difference between revision 00 and revision 01. I already went over this already basically unknown shortcut in Labyrinth Zone Act 1. But did you know that in revision 01 of the game, they added one single ring right here? In the first version of the game, the maximum amount of rings you could get using this shortcut was 49, which was one shy of being able to enter the special stage at the end of the act. So some kind-hearted developer went out of his way to add this one ring, just because he's such a nice guy that he didn't want to screw you over just because you took the shortcut. Whoever you are, Sonic 1 developer guy who added this ring, I just wanted to say thank you.
Take care, Snowy.
Okay. I'm about to tell you something that ruined my fucking life. If I could go back in time and not learn this, I would. This is something that once I tell you, you'll never be able to not know it, and you'll never be able to not see it. So this is your final chance to have Sonic 1 not permanently and completely ruined forever. For the faint of heart, please skip to the time code shown on the screen.
I do see the piece frequency here you saw, and that is
on the title screen. There is a glitch, which causes all the objects, the logo, the trademark, and even the missing press start text to be misaligned. Everything in this image is 8 pixels off-center to the left. This is what it should look like, and this is what it actually does look like. I have to say, once I found this out, Sonic 1 instantly became unplayable to me. I feel nauseous every time I boot the game up and look at this title screen, so I can't even bring myself to play it anymore. Now, this isn't quite as ruinous because frankly, I don't really give a shit about it. But one more absolutely unforgivable goof is related to the hidden end of act point bonuses you can find by jumping around. Thankfully, the 1,000 and 10,000 point bonuses work just fine, but the 100 point bonuses only give you 10 points. Apparently this is due to a missing 0 in the points array or something. Not really a deal breaker, but I just thought I should mention it. Next up are a couple glitches which aren't too obscure, but I'm going to include them anyways because I really like them. If you want to crash the fuck out of this game, then try rolling at the end of Act 1 or 2 of Labyrinth Zone.
No, wait, who's playing who?
For whatever reason, this seems to really freak the game out. Another weird one is at the end of Act 2 of Labyrinth Zone, instead of going to the signpost, as soon as the camera locks horizontally, run as far to the left as you can, and you'll despawn it, leaving you completely unable to beat the zone. Here's a classic one. It's possible after the very last hit on the final boss, to hit him again as he's going back down into the ground. It's tough to do, timing has to be very precise, but if you can do this, it confuses the game and his health underflows, meaning it now requires 255 hits to kill. And of course, this is totally impossible to achieve within the 10-minute time limit, so you're basically totally fucked. Next I want to talk about some pre-release info. Sonic 2's appearance on Nick Arcade is well known, but a prototype version of Sonic 1 actually appeared on the pilot episode of the show, complete with an early version of Green Hill Zone with some kind of large boulder that chases you around. In my original Sonic 1 bonus video, I showed you some concept art, including one of this Oswald the Rabbit-looking motherfucker, who is a potential character design for Sonic. But I want to briefly go over a few other famous pieces of concept art for the game. Naoto Oshima came up with several drawings exploring ideas for the character of Sonic. The first one shows Sonic with a human girlfriend named Madonna. Of course, they decided hedgehog on human romance was not a good idea, And thankfully, no future Sonic game would ever go on to include such an utterly ridiculous concept. Around the same time the Madonna idea was created, Oshima drew this picture showing potential enemies Sonic could fight, including Weird Hand Man, Cannon Boy, the Grabber, Donald Dick, that guy, and Bumblebee Robotnik. And I guess they liked Robotnik's design enough to keep him, but they decided to scrap the rest of these apparently. Another idea they had was that Sonic should be in a band, the Sonic the Hedgehog Band. In very early stages of planning, one idea was that Sonic would go through levels rescuing his bandmates or something. Also, check it out, there's Vector. Finally, the last thing I want to talk about is the very first time the public ever laid eyes on Sonic the Hedgehog 1, the 1990 Tokyo Toy Show. Unfortunately, no videos exist of this debut, however there are a handful of pictures and various accounts describing it. It took place in an early Green Hill zone with a much different background, and objects in the foreground. Sonic's standing animation was very different than in the final game, and his running animation was slightly different too. Sonic passes by a strange welcome sign which appears to read, "You are welcome, Sega Sonic." Sonic passes by an enemy and, oh look, it's that guy! Different color scheme, but it's definitely the same guy. Eventually, the Japanese text for "debut approaching" would appear on screen, and the demo would end. Apparently, Yuji Naka claims this tech demo was planned to appear in the Sonic Mega Collection, but those chuckle fucks over at Sega lost the ROM for this, meaning that we'll likely never see it. Well, like I said at the start of this video, this was meant to be a short video, but then I just started talking about Sonic, and I kept talking, and I couldn't stop talking. So I'm just gonna have to arbitrarily cut myself off here before the video gets so long that no one will even watch it. Hopefully you learned something about Sonic, and maybe even about yourself. Feel free to follow me on Twitter, where you can vote for what video you want to see me make next, and thanks for watching.
Somehow M is still alive right now. Isan also still alive, Ethan's still alive, and Mac's still alive, everyone's still alive. Who will be the first to perish? It's going to be Max, who will top out at 87,000. So Isan, you got to get to 88,000. Meanwhile, Ethan and M both surviving on their boards. 66,000 from M, 123 from Ethan. We got a four-way suffer game going on here. 7 ball wasn't that great, but I got 3 up, 360 out of 5 ball. That takes some hand-eye coordination, more than what I have, Talbot. So credit where credit is due. Oh no, Isan is not going to be able to complete the chase down here, so Max is going to get game number 3 here. Meanwhile, Ethan and M still going strong here. Ethan up by about 80,000 points right now over M. My stream is extremely delayed, says Isan. That's fine, Isan. That happens. Well, good things played out here. At the end of the day, you just got to do the best you can. Stream delays are not an uncommon thing. Oh no, you're good, Isan. You're good. Trust me. I'm used to it. Nothing I haven't dealt with before, so we'll make it work. Currently 252 here for Ethan. 251 from M. Both players within 30 lines of transition as they close in. Son wasn't kidding. We'll give Son a moment here before he's ready for game 4. Both M and Ethan closing in on 19 speeds here. Ethan will go with a triple and then a Tetris 378 for Ethan, 326 for M. Back to finishing this controller. It's feeling really good. Well, if you still want a chance to test it out, Talvid, we can still find you an opponent tonight. Both Ethan and M into 19 speeds here. Still about a 50,000 point lead for Ethan. Although, board running into problems. Oh no, I don't think Ethan can get anything over to that left side, and Ethan is going to be done at 446, which means M will have a chase down.
Is finally
447 is your target, M.
After all these years, it hasn't been officially announced yet. It's technically just on an indefinite hiatus at the moment. But if you look around, you can put two and two together. Like looking at the people who worked on it, you can figure out that it's fucking done. They're already looking for new jobs and listing Sonic under previously worked on. The people in charge are just pulling some cowardly, say it's on hiatus for months on end, and then announce it's cancelled after everyone has already moved on bullshit with us. And you know, I gotta say, even though I haven't read the comic in literally over a decade, I'm still kind of sad about it ending. The Sonic comic has been running monthly since November 22nd, 1992. There are 290 issues out, not even counting the specials, miniseries, and multitude of spin-offs, making it not only the longest running comic series based on a video game, not just the longest running comic series based on another media franchise, it is the longest running monthly American comic to never be relaunched. Or it was, when it was still running a few months ago. And frankly, I used to care about this comic like a lot. So I'm going to go back and discuss my experience with the series, what issues stood out to me, and what parts I thought were good versus what parts I thought were not so good. And just so we're clear, this video will be focusing exclusively on the Archie version of the comic, not the Fleetway version, because I didn't grow up in England. I did have some family who lived there, though. They sent me a couple issues, but all I can remember is that it was fucking weird. Like, there's some weird-ass shit in there, man. Like,
you need 25,000, which you have just gotten here.
One thing I do remember is that the Fleetway Supersonic is like the bad guy, or at least a raging, violent psychotic, which is a pretty interesting interpretation. I also remember there was this pig character called Porker Lewis who totally sucked shit and was always crying about something or another. Actually, my favorite thing about Fleetway Sonic was that he was a complete asshole literally all of the time. Like in the Archie comic, he's cocky, but you know, he's mostly nice to his friends. In Fleetway, he's just a complete motherfucker. Look at this shit. Sonic, I don't like the look of that face. I don't much like the look of your face. Am I complaining? Anyways, back to the comic I actually read. So for the first 25 issues or so, it's an extremely lighthearted, joke-driven, pun-heavy children's comic. The basic premise is that Robotnik has conquered Mobotropolis, turning all of its inhabitants into robots, and is renamed it Robotropolis. Sonic and a small band of freedom fighters, including Tails and Princess Sally, live in a hidden forest village called Knothole and attempt to foil Robotnik's schemes. If you've never read the comic, but this sounds familiar, it's because the same basic premise was used for the Saturday morning cartoon.
That was
And while this cartoon would be known as the quote-unquote serious
wasn't enough of a drought to stop
these early issues are actually much closer in tone to the other Sonic cartoon, The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, which was entirely focused on comedy and slapstick. I remember the first issue I ever had was number 8, which was all about taking the piss out of superheroes. It starts off with a crab meat getting caught reading Sonic comics, so Robotnik decides to scrap him for spare parts, as well as the SWAT bot who brought him in, because why not? Robotnik is fucking evil as shit, dog. Robotnik then goes to a ribbon-cutting ceremony for a toxic waste dump when Sonic shows up, so Robotnik signals for Botman to help. They fight, and when Sonic destroys it, Robotnik orders a Wolverine bot, but they accidentally send a Wolverkle bot instead, complete with a joke about how Jaleel White voices Sonic in the cartoons. There's also a Spawn parody, and a bunch more. I think you get the picture in terms of what the comic was like. Just some wacky-ass, lighthearted fun. Issue 11 features a plot involving Sonic taking a shortcut through the Cosmic Interstate, where he gets lost and ends up in the Reverse Universe, where he meets the stunningly creative character of Evil Sonic. There's this baffling explanation about an imaginary dimensional line in the Cosmic Interstate where if you cross it, good and bad get reversed. Anyways, he eventually finds his way home and saves the day or whatever. Another issue I remember really well is issue 19, The Night of 1,000 Sonics. In this issue, a portal appears, and out comes a version of Sonic who's half cyborg. Sonic mentions something similar to this has happened before, like that time he found Evil Sonic, and postulates there might be an infinite number of alternate versions of himself. The cyborg Sonic explains he comes from a reality where the freedom fighters were captured by Robotnik and turned into cyborgs. However, this plan backfired as it ended up making them even stronger. In this universe, Robotnik roboticized himself in a last-ditch effort, and ended up becoming even more powerful, and is now threatening the safety of all universes. So Sonic convenes an interdimensional meeting of hundreds of versions of himself in order to combat the threat of Robo-Robotnik. The Prime Universe's Robotnik doesn't take too kindly to this intrusion by Robo-Robotnik, so he offers to team up with the Sonics as well, which they're begrudgingly forced to accept. Robo-Robotnik has his own ideas though, and summons Evil Sonic from issue 11 to work as his ally. The coalition of Sonics make their way to the Cosmic Interstate and head to the color-devoid Neutral Zone. There they find the Infinity Gauntlet, the Giant's Hand, in which Evil Sonic promptly steals from them. Once Robo-Robotnik gets his hands on it, it unfolds and encases him in a huge robotic suit, which he calls Giant Borg. This issue ends with the Legion of Sonics working together to take it down. Cyborg Sonic grabs Robo-Robotnik's head and returns to his own dimension, never to be seen again. After this issue, there was a slow shift away from the 3 short, unrelated comedy stories per issue towards one long, continuous story, as well as developing an underlying, more serious plot. During this time, several characters like Sally, Tails, and Knuckles would get their own 3-issue miniseries to further flesh their characters out. And there were also a number of 48-page specials released alongside the comic, sometimes as tie-ins for new Sonic games. One totally crazy-ass issue was number 35. In this issue, Sonic collects his billionth ring, which sends him on a trippy-ass journey through the cosmos. It's hard to properly summarize this issue, but there's some weird-ass shit in here.
Will not survive.
Seriously, look at this.
You can take your victory
when
lap
it spiraled around me, it looked like a triple helix. Could our universe be one strand of DNA in a huge cosmic entity? Like, what the fuck, man? That's some intense shit for a fucking Sonic comic.
228 for
the storyline I thought was pretty cool starts in issue 39. Sonic proposes he lets himself get roboticized by Robotnik, and using one of their newly developed neuro-overriders, he'll be able to retain his free will as a robot. The plan is unanimously rejected, and a butthurt Sonic heads off to blow off some steam when he gets captured by Knack and delivered to Robotnik. He's then roboticized, and Robotnik sends Mecha Sonic to go kill the freedom fighters. He attempts to, and gets in a fight with Bunny. That was pretty fucking sick. Bunny's a badass. Unfortunately, despite being a half-robot herself, it's not enough to stop Mecha Sonic, and eventually manages to overpower her. During all this, Tails puts out a distress call, and Knuckles shows up to help. He's no match for Mecha Sonic either, And after getting defeated, Sally decides to initiate Operation Last Resort.
If you're here, feel free to
this
go
picks
live.
up in the 48-page special Mecha Madness.
Pulled up here in a
While
moment.
Mecha Sonic is destroying an evacuated knothole, they bring out an old captured roboticizer from way back when they rescued Bunny, and Knuckles willingly roboticizes himself, able to retain his free
Legend
will
of Zelda
for use of a
games
Neuro
tier list. Now
Overrider.
that one,
They then head back to Knothole, and
that
Mecha
is the right
Knuckles attacks
question to
Mecha
ask me,
Sonic.
Max.
They fight,
As I
and
am
yeah,
indeed
it's
a
pretty
Zelda
fucking
fan,
sweet.
so
I mean, it's Sonic and Knuckles fighting
I
as
can do that
robots.
one.
I mean, what more could you want out of the Sonic comic? So after
I
a
might
while,
wait
there's
until
a big
after I started your
explosion,
match with
and
Talbot.
everyone's
Oh,
like,
you love
"Oh,
Zelda
shit."
too? How have we
But it
never
turns
had
out
this
they're both
conversation,
alive.
Max?
Knuckles delivers
Zelda's
the Mecha Sonic
arguably
in
my
critical
favorite
condition
game
back to the
series.
Freedom Fighters. The old roboticizer has a built-in reversal
my
function,
goodness.
meaning it can de-roboticize robots that it created.
Are you and I
So
just the
they're like,
same
oh
person,
shit,
Max?
well it looks
What
like
the heck?
Mecha Sonic's about to fucking die. But they can detect Sonic's essence still inside of him. So it turns out Sonic's recently acquired billionth ring has
Oh, yeah, I
surrounded
know,
him
I
with a protective mystical
Besides
aura.
the age difference,
So using this magic energy combined with Sonic's biometric data stored in Sally's
they're like
computer,
clones of each other.
Sonic is able to regenerate to his original form.
464 from M.
Sonic wakes up and he
447
doesn't
from
remember
Ethan.
anything
Both
since getting
players
roboticized.
playing
He
an
sees
amazingly
Knuckles
strong
and he's
18
like,
game,
"Get the
but
fuck out of here, you
because they're
fucking
both
nerd."
playing strong
So
18,
Knuckles
they're gonna have
leaves
to
all
take it to
pissed off.
19.
You'd expect
19
everyone to be
closing in,
super
it's about
thrilled about
15
having
lines
Sonic
away for
back
these
and
two
there'd be
now.
some sort of big happy ending.
Oh no, board
They're actually like, hey
Ethan.
Sonic, we specifically asked you not to run off on your
does
own
get
and
those
get captured.
pieces over
You
to
disobeyed a
reopen the
direct
well.
order from the princess. You're under fucking
Death-defying
arrest.
situations here, but
And the
Ethan
next
running out
issue
of time.
starts off with him in
Perfect double
fucking
skin
jail.
and a Tetris
Great.
from Ethan.
They end up giving
He's
him
1 line
24
away.
hours to prove his innocence, which he eventually does.
I'm running
by
into a
capturing
similar
Mac.
situation.
Some good shit.
Trying to do his
Mecha
best to
Madness
survive
was
against those
definitely my
pieces
favorite
left.
special issue. Either that
And now
or
Ethan
Super
waiting
Sonic
on
versus
M,
Hyper
they're
Knuckles.
waiting on the same
There's some
bar.
good shit in there
Had to
too.
close off the well
I
though,
also
and
like
M
Battle
could be in
Royale a
trouble.
lot. Shit, maybe I just like anything as long as it has Sonic and Knuckles fighting.
M get out of this in
There are also
time.
some
Gets
other
the
weird
Tetris just in
specials, like
time.
the time Sonic crossed over with
521 for
Sabrina
M.
the Teenage
490
Witch.
for Ethan.
And
Here
there
we
was that
go.
one that was literally a Sailor Moon parody, complete with tuxedo Nux.
And Ethan gonna do his own 19
And there was the
strip
one that
because
was
why
all
not?
about girls. Hey, where's the all
The
boys
GGs.
issue? You tell
First
him,
match I've ever
Sonic.
seen from Esau and
There
Eagle.
was that
and
time they crossed
not a
over
bad
with
showing.
Image Comics. So yeah, fuck the Spawn
moment.
nowhere. There's an actual Sonic
We'll
Spawn
focus our attention
crossover.
here
Some
on
of the
this
specials were
insane battle
fucking
here
retarded
between
though,
Ethan and
like
M.
Sonic Kids.
As M
So
going in
overall,
another
the
dig,
specials were a
turns it
mixed
into a
bag, but I
30
mostly
center roll
enjoyed them.
Tetris and gets it.
Anyway, some more shit happens
584
in the comic.
for M,
They set up some
510
running
for
plot
Ethan.
lines like Sally's dad, King Acorn,
What is it
returning.
gonna take to win
Over the
here?
last 30 issues or so, they've slowly been introducing an underlying story, and it all culminates in the arc leading up to the 50th
Oh, but the
issue,
board's starting to fall
the
apart for
Endgame
Ethan.
saga.
Hanging
I'm briefly
pieces
going
and
to run
there's
you through
nothing
the
Ethan can
entire
do.
events of
And
Endgame as it
please
represents
mold
the
this
peak
out.
of my engagement with the comic series. This shit had me
He
hyped
might
as
be a
fuck
roller,
when I was a
Max.
kid.
You might be right.
We
Esau
begin
might
with
be
the
a roller.
ridiculously dramatic text summary of the
That
overall
was a heck of a game for me,
situation.
Ethan. It's
It is the
a shame
year
that it just happened to
3235
come
on the
when
planet
M
Mobius,
also had a heck
and
of
the
a
war
game.
being fought
Because
upon the
how do you
surface
stop
lands
a
has entered its
17
11th year. A war
freight
that
train of
began
a
as
game
another
here?
had just concluded. A war that had its origins from the seeds of betrayal within. Like, holy shit, what the fuck?
GG's
Remember what
to
this
Esau.
comic used to be like? Okay.
Let's get Talbot's stream pulled up
Warlord
here.
Julian had seized the power and authority of the
Talbot
House of
versus
Acorn
Max down
and
below
exiled
next.
the king forevermore to the Zone of Silence, upon which Julian became Robotnik and began a systematic conquest of the now renamed Robotropolis and all its inhabitants.
You
It is
are
now the
truly
eve of
Das
what may
Bros.
prove to be the final battle between the successors to
Alright,
the House
Em
of
and Ethan.
Acorn and its usurper.
Time.
Battle full of heroes and villains, winners and losers,
Time
those
to
that
take care of business
survive
here.
and those who have fallen. Like, Jesus Christ, they're making this shit sound like it's Game of Thrones. Okay, so issue 47 begins with a routine sabotage mission by the Freedom Fighters, along with some assistance from the Wolf Pack, some allies they made in a previous issue. Sonic and Sally are making their way to the target, with the rest of the team standing by.
Oh,
Sally's feeling a little
my
uneasy due to
God,
recent
what a-
developments.
that is a
Father,
heck
King
of a
Acorn,
controller,
who'd been
Talbot.
suffering from a crystallization disease due to his time spent in the Zone of Silence.
Don't worry, I'll
has
get the tier
suddenly
list
made a
done, Max.
full
Don't worry.
recovery.
First, I gotta
He also
one
tells
step
her
at a
that he
time here. Well,
believes
right
one
now
of
I
the
got
Freedom
two
Fighters
matches
is
to
a
focus
traitor
on.
working with Robotnik, and he thinks that it's Sonic.
Alright.
He tells her to
Let's count
accompany
down
him
for
on their
Em.
next mission
Ethan
to
here. Here we
ascertain
go.
where his
Game four
true
in 3,
loyalties
2,
lie.
1.
However, she doesn't
Tetris.
believe for
That
one
is an
second
amazing
that Sonic
controller,
would betray
Talbot.
them. They split up, And as she's rappelling down, Robotnik activates a bunch of turrets to attack her.
I'm glad that your first ever
Freedom
match was
Fighters
fun,
manage to take one out, but she's
if you
still
ever
in
want to
danger.
play another one,
They relax a little bit when they look up and see Sonic standing above her.
We usually do it
So what does he
Tuesdays,
do?
so that we're doing a special
He takes out a knife and cuts the rope.
the rest of the 1 year
So
anniversary.
basically, they freak the fuck out
This
and rush
episode
over
is
to
also
help
in
her.
celebration of that.
As this happens, we
You know,
see Sonic confront
we had to do the
Robotnik,
doubleheader.
who escapes with Snively as Sonic is left to deal with a laser trap. The Duck Doctor guy says that
Not
Sally's
even
still
10 lines
alive,
into the
but
game, and
barely.
Ethan already
Her
gets
heart
the
is
left
very
ball
weak,
Tetris here.
so they need to take her back to
Classic
Knothole as soon as
Ethan Fox
possible.
move here, folks.
The Wolfpack stays
But he
behind
makes
and
it
covers
work.
them, while the Freedom Fighters pile into a plane and fly back to the village, leaving Sonic behind. Sonic shows up at the rendezvous spot, but realizes everyone is gone, and makes his way back to Knothole on foot.
Okay, they all number
So back at
seed
Knothole
is
Medical
what you do.
Center, everyone's waiting for news on
Hi,
Sally.
Siler.
So Dr. Quack comes
My
out
power
and orders
came
like,
back
"Is
about
she okay,
30 minutes
Doc?"
after it went
And he's
out.
like, no, she's fucking dead. So, understandably, they're pretty upset about this.
You're good, Max.
Sonic
You're good.
shows
No
up
worries.
and is immediately put under arrest by Jeffrey St. John, the head of King Acorn's Secret Service. Sonic apparently has no idea what's going on and is shocked to hear that Sally has been murdered.
Oh.
Later that night, we see Drago,
one of
a
these
member of the
placements here by
Wolfpack,
Ethan.
covertly meet up with Knothole resident Hershey the cat.
He's slowly trying
The
to
next
find a way
morning,
out
the
of
King
this.
asks
This
Sonic
is
how he pleads,
scary.
and Sonic professes his innocence. The King doesn't believe him,
Oh, and
but
Skylight
decides to
gonna
spare him
challenge
the death
Siler
penalty
here.
in honor of all he's
That's
done
a
for
heck
the the
of a
Freedom
matchup.
Fighters. So he's sentenced to life imprisonment in a place known as the Devil's Gulag,
Will Siler
as Robotnik
accept the
watches and
challenge?
laughs from Robotropolis.
Yes, Max
Issue
is an all
48
number
begins
seed.
with Sonic in restraints being led
But
onto
hey,
a plane,
he beat off of
still
one of those
pleading
ones.
that he's innocent. Sitting behind him is a character literally named Sleuth Doggy
Ethan
Dog,
is
who was
somehow
revealed
going
to be
to
a
get out of this
traitor in
dig.
the
I have no
previous
clue
issue.
how he survived that.
The plane is attacked and it goes down,
78,000 here from
knocking
Ethan.
out everyone except Sonic,
171
who
from
goes
M.
nuts on the SWAT bots, which includes this legendary
Farhan saying
panel.
I'm live.
For the first
Sounds
time
good,
in his
Farhan.
life, Sonic is devoid of
Seems to match
humor.
up with them and
For
Ethan
the
are
first
down
time in his life,
Get you pulled up.
Sonic truly understands the meaning of war. So Sonic runs off, and we cut to Drago reporting the plane crash to King Acorn. The King bitches out St. John for letting Sonic get away, who swears that he'll recapture him. We see Sonic running with some palm leaves tied to his waist in order to cover his footprints, since he's hiding from both the SWAT bots and the Secret Service. He finds shelter in a cave and laments that they wouldn't even let him see Sally's body. He recalls that when his Uncle Chuck visited him, he was told that the
That was
doctor
the
wouldn't
first
let
match with
anyone
the new
see Sally's
controller.
final medical report. After
we'll
laying
see
down
if
for a
it's-
while, he soon passes out. Back in
See
Knothole,
if he can break
Antoine is
this new
wondering
bad
why
boy
the King
in.
is having
Tell the-
private meetings with Drago when they
Tell
haven't
the
been
Max
granted
both
the
ready
same
to go. Let's
privilege.
count those two
So they're
down.
covertly
Left and left.
following him.
Here we go. 3.
They overhear him
2,
saying some pretty
1.
shady shit to
Tetris.
Hershey, proclaiming himself to be a future Duke of Robotropolis, and
Meanwhile, up
thanking
top,
her
it's
for her help.
141 from Ethan,
She doesn't appear to want
248
anything
from
to
M.
do with him, though. He informs her that Sonic has escaped, stating that he's
No,
counting
I
on
did not
St.
say
John
ruin.
finding him and them both eliminating each other.
No ruining
Antoine and Bunny
controller.
follow Drago, but he's onto them and they're captured by SWAT bots. Sonic wakes to the growls of St. John's tracking dogs. There's also a bug plant in one of his shackles, which is being used to track him. He retreats deeper into the cave,
M is
but the rocky terrain makes it
almost
difficult to
100,000
fully
points
utilize
ahead
his
of Ethan
speed.
right now.
There's a confrontation between Sonic and St. John when we cut back to a royal
off
meeting in
again
Knothole.
here.
King Acorn has decided the Freedom Fighters' resistance
Battle
movement
for
has
the
not
ages between
yielded
these two, but
results,
as we know,
so he's decided to reinstate the
neither
position of
player's going to go down
warlord.
without a fight
His
here.
choice
They
for
are
the
fighting it
position
out.
is none other than Dr. Robotnik himself. That's right, Robotnik finally shows up in Knothole with an army of SWAT bots, and he easily seizes control. Back in the cave, Sonic and St. John are still fighting, and they're getting pretty emotional since they both love Sally. There's a moment literally straight out of The Fugitive where St. John has him at gunpoint, well, crossbow point, and Sonic jumps off a cliff. So the next issue starts off with the stupidest fucking thing in the universe, and I absolutely love it. So, Sonic is falling, and he takes off his shoe and grabs some dirt or mud or whatever was in there, and uses it to create a small land strip, which he then runs on to reach shore. This is absolute fucking madness, but you know, sure, what the hell, why not? St. John orders his men to go back through the cave and continue pursuit of Sonic, who's physically and mentally exhausted at this point.
From M.
Back in Knothole, Robotnik reveals that King Acorn was nothing more than a robotic duplicate. He explains that he's working on a new powerful weapon of destruction, and he's going to keep the Freedom Fighters alive just long enough to witness every living thing on Mobius be annihilated. Dr. Quack is also revealed to have been working with Robotnik, but against his will, as his entire family is being held hostage. Next, something kind of weird happens. Sonic decides he needs some help, So he whistles by vibrating his vocal cords extremely fast, creating a super high-pitched whistle, calling his friend and fellow freedom fighter Dulcie the Dragon.
Here, but
St. John sees Sonic escape on Dulcie and is pretty pissed off. Back in Hershey's cottage, Drago is admiring himself in the mirror. She's all distraught that the princess was killed, and Drago slaps the shit out of her and tells her that she's the one who did it. It turns out Sonic wasn't the one who cut the rope which killed Sally.
So
Drago had convinced Hershey to wear a Sonic mask so she can help out with the mission, and this mask just so happens to have optic image refractors in the eyepieces,
so that's up to you,
which make it
you
so
have taken
whoever
game
you
one,
look at will look like Snively.
If you want to just play it out, get a feel for the controller.
Wait a minute, what the fuck? That's fucking retarded. Makes no goddamn sense at all. But
do here
okay,
on
sure,
again?
whatever. I'll accept it. So, Sonic wakes up on Dulcie's back, and they're about to land on the floating island. Literally before they even touch the ground, Knuckles jumps out of a bush and assaults them for daring to set foot on his precious island without an invitation. Sonic and Knuckles are still pretty pissed at each other over some shit that happened in a previous issue. They fight for a bit and trade cutting insults like a kid nerd and spine swine, before St. John eventually shows up and says that he's the only one allowed to kick Sonic's ass. Next up is the finale, issue number 50.
Call it there at 61
Begins with a
lines, and
flashback
M
to
will
some
call it after
important lore
another
of Robotnik,
600k.
back when he was still known as
Jeez
Julian.
Louise, M.
He's running away from some other humans who are apparently
Tough
hunting
to
him
say
down.
in the last game.
He's found by
I respect
Charles
that,
and
Talbot.
Jules, Sonic's uncle and father. Apparently the humans on Mobius are called Overlanders, and there was a war between the Overlanders and
How did you get back-to-back 600Ks? Because you're that good, M. And it's time for everyone else to recognize it.
Julian gladly divulges all sorts of secrets about his fellow Overlanders, and because he knows their weaknesses better than anyone else, the king grants him the title of Warlord. Although Chuck has some reservations about being led by an Overlander, Warlord Julian nonetheless leads the animals to an overwhelming victory. It's revealed this flashback is actually a dream by the sleeping robot.
I wouldn't say firmly,
Back
Ethan.
on the floating
You can
island,
rise to that
Sonic
level
evades
too,
Knuckles
but
and St. John
we're gonna have to put
Dulcie
you through
shows up and
Tetris
sets
boot
things
camp.
straight. As you know,
Which is not
dragons
what I would
cannot
call
tell lies.
the TNP
That is
show
why we
here.
can
This
sense
is
the purity of
maybe more
truth, and I know Sonic is not lying about being framed. What?
Okay, I am.
Everyone seems to be okay with this,
well,
though.
I'm not waiting for Talbot.
Dragon's spoken word is fact.
Count those two down.
Knuckles.
Here we go. In 3.
Anyways, this
2,
apparently clears up
1,
the whole
Tetris.
misunderstanding, and they're on their way back to
I'm saying I've
Knothole.
been relying on
They
muscle
drop in
memory
with
and
an
not really
aerial
thinking.
assault
Good,
to
M.
reclaim
Good.
the village, destroying all the SWAT bots.
It's
Drago
becoming
runs away,
an
but
instinct.
Hershey
It's a
beats
reflex
the
now,
shit out
M.
of him for making her complicit in Sally's murder.
Yeah, you're good,
Sonic
Em. You're
shows
good.
up,
Take
and
a
she
break.
confesses,
If you do want
but
to
he
come back,
forgives her since she was tricked into
we'll
doing
probably
it.
still be alive.
Robotnik wakes up and is informed that Sonic has liberated Knothole, but he doesn't seem particularly concerned by this turn of events. Sonic shows up to stop Robotnik from activating his super weapon, and does some crazy shit like modulating the frequency of his speed while running to create after images to mess with his opponents. He works his way into the facility, but it's too late. Robotnik activates his ultimate annihilator satellite. Sonic tries to reach Robotnik as fast as he can, but he arrives just in time to watch as Knothole is destroyed by a massive energy blast, and he totally loses his shit. Despite the fact the Ultimate Annihilator is now malfunctioning due to a bomb sent by Bunny and Antoine, and it's about to totally destroy the war room they're in, Sonic and Robotnik begin to duke it out. They don't exchange jokes or insults, they just beat the ever-loving shit out of each other. After a while, the Ultimate Annihilator begins to go off, and we see this sketchy image of Robotnik and Sonic fighting, followed by a completely white page. Eventually Sonic rematerializes somehow and collapses. He awakens several hours later in a medical facility in Knothole, and he freaks out because he saw Knothole get destroyed. But Rotor explains that Knothole wasn't actually destroyed, it now exists in a temporal rift 3 hours in the future. Okay.
Could be it
well,
for Max.
It turns out while being forced to work for Robotnik,
burns at least
Dr.
one more
Quack
line, so
noticed
Max will top
Snively
out at
sabotage the Ultimate Annihilator, programming it to affect
105,000, which
only
means
one specific organic
Talbot will have
pattern,
a chase down
Robotnik's,
target
instead of
is
the many it was
106.
originally programmed to. He also reveals that Sally didn't actually die from her fall. He lied about it and placed her in a stasis tube disguised as a memorial so she could heal and recover. He says she's alive, but in a coma, and he can't say when or if she'll ever come out of it. And you all know what that means, obviously. Sonic runs over and kisses her, and she immediately wakes up. And that basically concludes Endgame. Okay, so overall, I still really love this arc, despite some extremely fucking asinine plot contrivances that don't really make a whole lot of sense when you actually think about them.
You gotta get used to it.
It's not the greatest piece of fiction of all time or anything, But as a kid, I thought it was pretty goddamn cool.
It's all part of the process.
What is the best wiki on the internet is a really bad title for a video. I mean, what's the point of on the internet here? It's completely superfluous. I mean, are we meant to believe there are supposedly real-life Wikipedias? Come on. But seriously, folks, what is the best wiki? Well, technically, I feel like the correct answer would be actual Wikipedia, but that's too boring. I mean, Wikipedia is great. I think people do kind of take it for granted, having access to this free, massive encyclopedia for everything in the world.
Yep, I got you.
At least I think it's underappreciated, considering how they're constantly begging users for money. But obviously the smaller, specialized wikis are inherently going to be more interesting and more rough around the edges.
Good for you here, Farhan?
I don't think I need to explain the concept of fan wikis. Surely at some point you've consulted the wiki for a game or something, right? Should I do the whole routine about how sometimes there's multiple competing wikis? Isn't that always fun? And usually one is obviously way better, but sometimes there's information that's only found on the other one. You know how it is. And if you didn't, well, that's how it is sometimes.
You have me curious, Talbot.
Often they're hosted on Wikia, which now goes by the fandom branding. My god, these sites have gotten so shitty over the years. I mean, sometimes I try to open one of these sites on mobile and half the screen is some auto-playing video element. Just absolute garbage. Fandom is a terrible company, but that's a whole separate can of worms I don't really feel like getting into. I'm here to talk about good wikis. Well, one good wiki in particular. And everyone knows the best, most dedicated fan wikis are hosted on their own site anyways. So let's not beat around the bush here. There are a bunch of great wikis out there. Most are fairly sterile and attempt to present information in an objective manner. However, some are known for having a bit more flavor. I believe the Transformers fan wiki is a somewhat well-known example of a fairly funny wiki. I'm personally not a big Transformers guy, but from what I've seen, it seems pretty good. There's definitely some funny stuff on there. And we can't forget about Wikipedia. That's another pretty famous fan wiki, and there's definitely a ton of wacky stuff you can find on there too. There are also plenty of hilarious examples of just insanely bizarre micro-wikias about niche subject matters, some of which are approaching outsider art status. Personally, I'm a huge fan of the Ouijapedia, which catalogs the extensive lore of the Ouija Wars. There are over 1,000 pages here. I like to press random to roll for rare Ouijas. But sorry to say, my choice for the best wiki is not one of these so-called funny sites. I'm afraid this is a serious matter. Now, a lot of games out there have incredibly helpful wikis, some of which are so useful it's hard to even imagine playing without them. For example, recently I've been playing Dwarf Fortress's Steam release, and let's just say the Dwarf Fortress wiki has been an invaluable tool, and it's certainly got some amusing flavor as well. There are countless games out there which have incredible wiki companions, but I'm not going to be talking about any of those today either. No, my personal choice for the greatest wiki on the internet would be hrwiki.org, the Homestar Runner wiki. Now, this is a good-ass wiki. Obviously, your overall appreciation of it is going to be somewhat diminished if you haven't seen any of Homestar Runner, but hear me out for a minute. It's really got everything you could want from a fan wiki. For starters, it's got extremely thorough pages for every single cartoon ever made for this site, no matter how obscure. How thorough? Well, let me break it down. Each page has a cast list, location list, runtime and air date, list of Easter eggs, goofs, and references, both inside references and real-world references, a complete transcript of the DVD commentary, fun facts about the DVD commentary, a link to watch the episode on homestarrunner.com using the Flash emulator Ruffle, a YouTube link to the episode, a link to the depreciated original Flash site, a link to the original SWF file directly, and of course a link to a contemporaneous forum thread discussing the episode when it was new. When I say the wiki is thorough, I mean it, as in it's approaching a level where you actually can't get any more thorough than this. We've got entire pages for insanely specific minutia like strong SAD's tape play.
You may have heard of this story before. There were articles written about it by a bunch of different websites, including Kotaku and The New Yorker. A man reaches level 99 in the very first area of Final Fantasy VII by grinding for hundreds of hours. But
not going to be able to get out of this one.
For what purpose? What could drive a man to do such a thing? Well, I actually had the privilege of watching this saga unfold, and the scant few paragraphs these articles contain don't really do it justice. So I'm going to relay to you my first-hand account of what really happened. This story begins on a private GameFAQs spin-off forum.
The name's not
Tell
important.
saying
Let's
that
just
Dig
call
never
it
ended.
Blue
They
Links.
never do, Talbot.
I should
They
probably
never...
mention that as a mutant offspring of GameFAQs, there's still a lot of leftover Web 1.0 DNA in the site's design, resulting in some irregularities compared to quote-unquote normal forums, like they call threads topics and avatars are aligned to the right side of the post. Just addressing that now so there won't be any confusion later on. It all started on September 18th, 2012. A user going by the name Dicktree posted a thread with the title, "In this topic I get Cloud and Barret to level 99 in the first reactor in Final Fantasy VII." It was a bold claim, and attracted a fair amount of attention. Many users expressed skepticism he'd be able to complete such a Herculean task. You see, in this part of the game the party receives roughly 80 experience points per battle, and the total amount of experience needed for Cloud to reach level 99 is 2,452,783. Even with characters strong enough to kill the enemy in one hit, each battle still takes between 30 to 60 seconds each, so doing some calculations we can estimate that reaching level 99 will take a very fucking long time. Obviously you don't have to give the game your full attention, you can watch TV or listen to a podcast or something to make the grind a bit more bearable, but it does require some degree of attentiveness and input. If you fall asleep during a battle or do something stupid like accidentally target one of your player characters with an attack, you can lose hours of progress. This wasn't the first time people had seen a challenge like this. Several people in the thread were familiar with the level 100 on Destiny Islands challenge in Kingdom Hearts. Indeed, other people have actually completed this very challenge before, including someone on the Final Fantasy VII board on GameFAQs, proving it was possible. It just takes an insane amount of grinding. Many references were made to the infamous Grindmaster Alalilia while people tried to figure out exactly how long it would take, but Dicktree was completely confident in his ability to finish the challenge, even offering to bet his account that he'd be able to complete it. He even claimed that he'd done it before. The early days of the thread were quite productive. Dicktree was making rapid progress through the early levels, as to be expected. Updates were frequent, and although some were skeptical or mocked his efforts as pointless, a large portion of the comments were supportive and cheering him on. 2 days after he starts, both characters are at level 30. 4 days after that, they reach level 40. Things start to slow down a bit as he doesn't have quite as much time to grind, but a couple of weeks later he posts that Cloud is at level 46. Then, 2.5 months go by with no word from Dicktree, before he suddenly shows up again claiming he no longer has his PS1, but he will be getting it back in a week. No explanation as to why he doesn't have it, but he does promise that he will return to grinding as soon as he gets it back on the 7th of January. It was around this time the thread took a noticeable turn, with Dicktree becoming more and more antagonistic towards the readers. He threatens to complete the challenge, yet withhold evidence of it, then recants saying he was just joking. On the 9th of January, he says he'll be starting up the grind again later that night or the next day. 2 months go by without any further updates, until suddenly he posts this picture without any words. He eventually posts a screenshot showing he's reached level 50. He laughs at all the impatient nerds who've been following the thread, and boldly proclaims his next update will be a screenshot showing both characters at level 60. After 7 months of silence, we get the message, "No more levels to grind," without any further elaboration. A month after that, he posts, "Maybe I'll start over," and then a picture of a new setup. After a long period of dormancy, some people were starting to show interest in the thread again. 4.5 months later, we get the next actual update. Just a picture of him grinding in the reactor, and soon after that, proof that Cloud was level 52. People were a little skeptical that Dicktree was going to stick around long enough to finish, and Dicktree himself even admits due to his schedule he won't be able to grind at the same rate he was going
that's why I
at
let you
before.
mull on it.
But he was confident that during the summer he'd have the free time needed to complete the challenge. For the next couple of weeks, progress was slow but steady, and updates were fairly frequent. On April 17th, 2014, he posted this photograph showing he was up to level 55.
That was a bit of a tricky one, Max, but you did well.
His plans. He asked for help to figure out approximately how many hours were left, how much time per week he should dedicate to grinding, and what he plans to do to kill time while grinding. The next day, he made the following post. Told my girlfriend this morning that I can't go to her family's Easter celebration thing out of town. I took that day off of work and I plan on grinding at least 10 hours.
Topping out at
9 months pass by without any posts from Dicktree.
So Farhan, you're going to be good
People
for
occasionally
game
bump the thread,
2.
Some keeping it alive on the hope he'll return, others just to curse him for failing to complete his sacred oath.
You're on another pace
on
here,
January 14th,
you can mull on this one if you want.
Alalilia happened to be doing some grinding in FF7 in Junon, and someone decided to post about it as it was semi-relevant news. The next day, Dicktree posts making a glib joke about how he's secretly Alalilia. Needless to say, people were not thrilled. The thread lit up with activity again for a short while, most of it posts telling Dicktree to go fuck himself one way or another. Just 2 days later, one of these posts was by a man who goes by the username Circle Master, a man who was simply too cool to use an avatar, And this fateful post-thread, fuck Dictory. I should do this. I watched hundreds of episodes of The Simpsons and played hundreds of Super Nintendo ROMs. I could knock this out. And 2 days after that, he posted this image along with the message, "Get fucked, Dictory." You might be wondering, why is the image so big? You see, that's just one of the many differences between Circle Master and Dictory. The man is confident enough to provide the image in the maximum resolution possible. I'm talking about the raw data straight from the camera. None of this pussy-ass reducing the image for the convenience of the readers bullshit. If you're gonna take that horizontal scroll bar and you're gonna like it, if you want to resize the image, you can do it yourself. Anyways, the very next day he posted another picture, showing that he's already reached level 20. The day after that, he's at 25. The next day he's at 30, then 33, then 35. 2 more days and he's at level 38. He was making rapid progress, grinding for hours every single day. By the end of the month, he'd reached level 41. Obviously, he couldn't keep this pace up forever, so things slowed down a little bit, but he's still making regular updates and leveling every few days. By February 5th, he was already at level 43. That's when Dictory decided to stop by and leave a post. This challenger is interesting. Soon after, he posted this picture of his TV showing off the grind spot in the reactor and proceeds to make several posts asking how he can stream off his PS1. He says that if someone buys him a capture card, he'll finish the challenge. The next day, Circle Master posts another update. He's at level 44. People are suggesting the idea of a Twitch channel, and he seems open to it. He also makes the following remarks. Dictory should have stayed out of this topic, because he cannot win. Either I get to level 99 first and beat him in his own topic, or I successfully goad him into finishing despite his trolling. For the record, either way, I'm staying the course and reaching level 99. I can't say it was for sure because of this post, but Dictory wouldn't post again the thread for another 5 months. By the 25th, Circle Master was at level 48. It was a mild panic when he didn't update the thread for about a week and a half. People there were prone to abandonment issues, as you might be able to imagine, but he came back and reassured people he was just busy with real-life stuff. On March 11th, the characters were at level 50. Wow, level 50? That means he's like halfway there, right? Wrong. That is not how levels work in JRPGs. Let's look at the amount of experience needed to reach level 55, the highest confirmed level we ever saw from Dictory. That needs 399,245 experience to reach level 55. As we stated earlier, to reach level 99 you need 2,452,783. So this motherfucker only got 16% of the way there. A common meme people would post in the thread are these stairs used to visualize how much more XP was really needed to finish the challenge. And this is where things started to slow down a little bit, both due to Circle Master becoming increasingly busy with real life, and just the fact that it takes an extremely long amount of time between levels at this point. The next update was on the 27th, where he reached level 52. This is also where the time counter maxed out, so we don't know exactly how long it's taking in between each level, but you can sort of go off the guild counter for a rough idea. A month later, on April 29th, he's at level 57. During a day off in May, he grinds all the way up to 58, and around this time he's pretty busy with work stuff, but he does do a good stretch of grinding in June, going from level 61 on the 5th to level 65 on the 13th.
What a scary situation.
He mentions that it's nearly 9 hours of grinding per level at this point.
To take game
It was
4
in this post where he begins to seriously
here.
consider the idea of starting a grinding stream, and soon after he actually does decide to go through with it and begins streaming occasionally at twitch.tv/circlemaster.
Meanwhile, up top,
He also finally
157
decides that
from
he's going to
Ethan
start his
so
own
far,
thread,
114
rather than continuing the
from
challenge in
Farhan.
Dictory's old thread. You see, on this message board, threads have a post limit of 5,000, after which they automatically lock. Having a thread you made hit 5,000 posts was considered somewhat desirable. It's something of a status symbol. I mean, you know how forum culture is. So this is basically just a way to stick it to Dictory and deny him his 5,000 post thread.
Max is ready to dive in.
So everyone moved over to Circle Master's new identically titled thread, and business continued on as usual. By the end of July, he was at level 68. And by mid-September, he was up to 71. He would infrequently try out streaming during this time period. He often only had time to grind once a week or a couple of weeks, but when he had a grinding session, he went hard, many hours at a time. In October, he had a grind session that lasted 23 hours straight, and he was able to reach level 73. And then, just a few days later, he did it again, the absolute fucking madman, getting all the way up to level 76. That might seem insane, because, you know, it is, but as he explains, it's hard to see tangible, visible progress without dedicating an extended period of time to grinding. At over 12 hours per level, if he does just an hour a day, that's almost 2 weeks between levels. The grind continues slowly but surely over the following months. He reaches level 79 by November 10th, and he continues to post progress reports in December, January, and March. By June 16th,
So
He's all the way up to level 88.
Right, looks like
Unfortunately, around this time is when Circle Master begins having some medical issues. His arm was injured, so he was forced to do the grinding one-handed for a prolonged period of time. So while progress was slowed significantly due to this injury, Circle Master always kept the thread informed of what was going on. It was also around this time when Dicktree decided to show up in the thread and had an embarrassing meltdown, where he mocked Circle Master's sick grandmother, pretended he already completed the challenge, and accused people who insulted him of being liberals. He claims that he's already completed the challenge and offers to sell his memory card as proof. Then he claims he already did it and posted evidence to 4chan and Reddit years ago because people in his thread weren't being nice enough. Guys, I don't use the term meltdown lightly. This was a fucking embarrassment. I mean, this was truly a self-humiliation for the ages. Nevertheless, by September 1st, Circle Master had reached level 89, just 10 levels away from his goal. Unfortunately, his arm and shoulder problems persisted, so he continued to grind one-handed while trying to deal with chronic pain and limited mobility, as well as dealing with a bureaucratic nightmare trying to get on workers' comp. By the end of the month, he was at level 90. By the end of October, he was at 92. Progress slowed down a bit again, taking until January 3rd, 2017 to reach level 93. By February 6th, he's at level 94 and is still trying to schedule his shoulder surgery. 20 days later, and he's up to level 96, and it feels like the end is finally in sight. On March 10th, he posts an update showing he's at level 97, and soon after he finally has his surgery and takes some time off to recover. But by March 31st, he had arrived at level 98, the penultimate level. Needless to say, people in the thread were getting hyped. He began streaming more regularly the closer he got to level 99 as people became more interested in tuning in. Then, on April 7th, 2017, finally happened. Circle Master started what would be his final grinding session in Final Fantasy VII and started streaming it. Normally only a handful of people would tune in, but this time dozens and dozens of people were watching live. Nearly half a decade after Dicktree's original thread, the promise was about to be fulfilled before our very eyes. And I was one of those people watching. In fact, Circle Master saw me in chat and was even enough of a lad to give me a shout out.
Yeah, Cybershell has done some good stuff. Just for reference, you should check out his YouTube channel, etc., etc.
Right, so again, 323
After waiting for so long, the blessed moment had finally arrived, and it was more glorious than I could have possibly imagined.
Because this isn't just about me, this is about everybody who followed Dicktree and were let down by him.
Spot on another SP,
this last fight is for all of us.
Poured down to somehow.
I know I wouldn't be here without your support.
Another one over as well. Problem is, I have no clue what's going to burn right now on Max's
every
board.
Positive message I've gotten.
Trying to figure that out as well. He does get a third bar over.
This is for all of us, and if I had to do it all over again, if something were to happen, and I had to do this over again, I would. I would do it in a heartbeat. I would start right. No, I couldn't start right now because of my shoulder. I would start again tomorrow. But here we go. I'm gonna hit the circle button, and we're gonna get that glorious half a second.
Next thing, why do I always lose?
Where it says level up.
Technically, you haven't lost yet, Max, but sometimes it's a lot of pressure.
I want us all to savor that moment.
That decisive moment.
I want us to savor that level up. Because it's the last one.
If it's down.
The last one we will ever see.
Max, you'll get your wish here, as Talbot did say he would mull in the last game for you. So here we go. Here's that
brace yourselves. I'm gonna hit it.
Let's see what this new controller can do.
And there it is. And it's gone. In this Twitch, I have gotten Cloud and Barrett to level 99
we can now confirm
in the first reactor in Final Fantasy VII.
Still getting the power.
Just listen to my man's wild, uncontrollable pop-off. All in all, he estimates it took him about 525 hours to complete. And that's pretty much the end of the story. Tons of people stopped by to congratulate him, and his accomplishment even attracted the attention of the internet at large. And to this day, he's still at it, just for the love of the grind, working on getting Zidane to level 99 in the Evil Forest in Final Fantasy IX. He continues to stream occasionally and post LP videos to his YouTube channel. I'll have a link to all his stuff in the description. Funny enough, after all this time, Dicktree's original thread was still...
will win.
Welcome.
3-2.
This is episode 1 of a podcast. Me and Cybershell have been thinking about...
Okay, so... GG's. I know, Max, I know. Yeah, don't worry, Ethan. We eventually got the stream back. I've apparently also got my chat back. Okay. That's funny. Talbot. Escalate is wondering if you'd be willing to play them in a match here, Talbot. So you willing to play out another one here? Oop, hold that thought, Max. We can still get your challenge in as well, but yeah, no, you can have a couple minutes, Talbot. It's gonna take me a couple minutes. Don't worry, Max. We will bring you back in, but also want to get Escalate in. Since, unlike you and me, Max, Escalate will probably not be here all night. So, I'm going to get them a chance to play. I'm a bit more confident at night, says Max. Possible. I don't have a scientific explanation for it, but so sometimes the mind works in mysterious ways. I can't explain it any better. Alright. So, new seed is generated for Talbot and Escalate then. And then, meanwhile, up top, I don't think there's anything left to go here. And I still lost Farhan's stream. Well, I'm sure it was a good third game. Unfortunate. You're good, Farhan, you're good. Don't worry. Your stream was up just long enough that I was able to see you did pass Ethan's score, so I already know you won here 3-0. But it's all good, Farhan. So sometimes technical issues do be like that, as I've had to experience firsthand. Too many cut off stream today. It happens. It can be frustrating, but we make do here in the TNP show. Ethan saying, hey bro, I'm always happy to play. Well, if that's the case, Ethan, I might have another opponent for you. I'm not sure. Actually, this might be a good chance for me to ask the audience if there's anyone here who would like to play in a match. Actually. Let me just review my sticky notes real quick, because no, Max did play Ethan already, I was about to say. If that hadn't happened yet. Unless, I mean, if Max and Ethan want a rematch here, that's an option too. But if there's also anyone else in the audience that would like to play a Tetris match, just feel free to make your voice heard. Yeah, you won 3-0, Farhan. That's correct. Ethan versus Max. All right. We'll pull Max's stream up again. Twitch is really trying to troll me here. I'm on Twitch. All right. That's an energetic song playing in the background. I don't even know what it is, but. Start battle. Okay. Do you guys want best of 5 or best of 9? I will give you both options.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Netlore episode 15. We're finally back. God, we really should have just delayed that episode about the 15 pony creator and made that episode 15. What the fuck were we thinking?
Never thought about that.
Either way, we're back, and it's been a couple weeks since the last episode. You know how it goes sometimes, but we're back. More Netlore, your favorite podcast, your favorite two guys talking about shit on the internet, and let's just jump right into it. So, as you can see from the thumbnail and title of the video, today we're talking about Kim.com, a guy that I have always had my eye on. He's just been on my radar for the past like 2 decades, but I guess the average Joe on the internet probably is not really familiar with this guy, right? Like, you're not that familiar with him, other than the reason people should know who this guy is he's the creator of Mega Upload, a site that was quite popular back in the day, let's put it that way.
Yeah, no, you've done the notes for this one, and I've been not super aware of Kim.com, but weirdly, offhandedly, recently, someone was referencing him of just like, oh yeah, well, who was that fat guy who got raided by the feds? And I was like, yeah, it's Kim.com. And I think that's, I mean, not to jump too far ahead, but there was one kind of particular point in time where it was very, very mainstream news. But
right. Definitely.
I don't know if people really remember Mega Upload, but they definitely know about the follow-up Mega NZ, which...
If you were to know about this guy at all, it's via his file locker endeavors, I should say. It feels like almost like I'm like going crazy. I haven't even say this or think this out loud, but like just in case someone isn't aware, or you never heard of Mega Upload, or you don't even know what it is, it was what's known as a file locker website where you could just like upload and download files. It's not that hard to understand, but the reason I've been aware of Kim.com is because I was a regular user of Mega Upload for piracy-related reasons back in the day. You know, a certain website that I was a regular user on, the one from my famous Soda Steel and Final Fantasy VII Level 99 the reactor videos, it was sort of a running gag. You know, you could put a password on a zip file and, you know, trade it around and people would never know what was in there. So every upload was called, like, vacationphotos.zip. Like, don't mind me. I'm just over here downloading 40 gigabytes of family vacation pictures.
So what were in them? Or did you never know?
Oh, just games, downloaded games and movies and, you know, whatnot, all sorts of your classic wares and piracy shit.
I actually, for some reason, I just hadn't heard the term file locker before, but I used to use a lot of those sites. There were so many of them back in the day. Like, there was 4Shared, there was Mediafire, which is still around.
Everyone could just share shit via like Google Drive and cloud storage, but this used to be like a really useful thing to have to share files around, because it wasn't always easy just to attach big-ass video files and email them to each other, you know what I mean?
And I used Mega Upload a lot too, and here's the thing that's funny, is you made a video about Mugen, and I was really obsessed with like the custom characters of Mugen for a while, and one of the things about it is that, yeah, there were all these rare characters. I think you mentioned
people would like hoard their characters. They'd have like little secret little communities, or they trade secret characters back and forth or whatever, and yeah, you weren't doing that publicly. You were having like little password protected files on file locker.
Here's the thing, when there were all these file lockers, so I remember that 4Shared had a search index, and also there were like public trackers where they would just search the entire internet just for open links to like Mediafire and all that stuff, and then they would like 4Share, and they would conglomerate them all into one site that you could just look up. I would just be searching through this file search engine, which again was indexing all these random downloads from the internet. I'd just be searching like, I want rare Mugen characters and rare files and stuff, and I don't remember if I actually found anything, but I remember it was a lot of fun just downloading random zip files. Like, I would just look up character names and be like, maybe this is a Mugen character, and it's usually just like not some...
Just downloading random shit off file lockers, like maybe this is a Mugen character. That's insane, but that's hilarious.
That's where I was at. The thing is, at some point, I actually did manage to trade something. I don't think it was that valuable, but it was a version of the Death Star that was invincible or some shit.
A question I feel like a lot of viewers or people are probably wondering right now is like, why would you use a file locker in the first place instead of just torrenting like a normal person? Well, I mean, I love torrents. Torrents are great, but I would just say file lockers have some advantages over torrents. You don't have to rely on seeders. The file is just uploaded to a server and you can download it directly and maybe get a faster speed. The thing is, growing up, it's kind of weird. I had good download speeds for my internet, but horrible upload speeds, so I couldn't maintain good ratios on any like private torrent trackers. File locker just kind of helped me out a bit. Whenever I was uploading a lot of data, it would make my dad's World of Warcraft lag, and he would like yell at me. He's like, I'm trying to fucking raid Blackwing Lair. Stop fucking up with the internet or whatever. Now that I'm older and I have better internet stuff, I gladly like to seed my torrents, guys. I'm not a bad person, but back then it just wasn't really viable for me. That's one reason I was so heavily involved in the file locker Mega Upload like satellite community or whatever of using it.
It was just a lot more convenient having like an easy place to upload. There's no Google Drive. drive. Like Dropbox was pretty like, I don't know, there were things like that, but
it was easier for sharing around to community stuff like that, and we would password encrypt the files. It wasn't as obvious to your ISP that you were like doing anything illegal, so you wouldn't go to those fucking annoying ass, hey, stop torrenting this shit letters. You know those fucking stupid letters they send in the mail?
Yes, dude. I would never seed, because when I did, if I ever kept it up too long, I didn't, you know, because I didn't have VPN most of the time. It was like one time, I think, I swear it was a Kevin Smith movie. I don't know which one, but I did get one of those letters, and my parents got mad at me.
It is funny. Those letters are specially designed because like people are gonna see that shit and be like, what the fuck? Stop doing whatever you're doing. I mean, yeah, they definitely did try to make random examples out of random people. Like they actually would get hella litigious on some people's asses. But for the most part, those were just to intimidate people. And you're right. They didn't care if you downloaded shit, but when you were seeding shit, they didn't like when you seeded shit.
I think
it would be really, really funny if, like, like one of the people they made an example of was like some random, like 12-year-old downloading on his family's computer, like a fucking movie. He's like, that's how the law works. Okay, you need to learn your lesson. You owe us $1 million because you seeded it to like 30 people.
The way they calculate damages was so fucking funny, dude. It was like crazy the amount of shit they would say, and it was like they knew it was insane, but like that was the point.
Yeah, it's completely fake. It's just like this bullshit digital scarcity thing where it's like it's just made up damages. It really is bullshit. It's probably one of the most like fucked up, I think, ways that companies and like the people who own all the rights to all this shit, they just punish you for supposedly destroying sales that wouldn't have existed otherwise. Like, I don't know. I really don't believe that at all.
Anyways, for whatever reason, we loved Mega Upload back then. We were all fans of Mega Upload. We'd all ironically laugh and be obsessed with these shitty ads they used to put out. I don't even know why this was so funny, but this one ad where it was just like, the deal, the turbo. What does this shit even mean? I have no idea. People would just post this like all the time for no fucking reason.
What does this mean?
The thing that people really got a kick out of was the Mega Upload song. Now, I'm not gonna make you listen to the whole thing, but we just gotta peep the first 2 minutes of this fucking song.
I actually listened to this song a lot back in the day.
From Ethan, we got it ready from Max.
Guys, this one's taking me back. Nostalgic.
Got the seeds scrambled up, so I'm gonna count
the
down
star
Ethan
power
Max
in this
first.
video too is.
All right, here we go for Ethan and Max. Game number 2 in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Board variety. Meanwhile, all right, Talbot and Escalite ready to go. So we'll count them down for game 2 as well. For game 3, actually. 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
When I got to send files across the globe, I use Mega Upload. I use Mega Uploads, man.
And I like to use Mega Upload.
Yeah, I like Mega Upload.
I like Mega Upload.
So my favorite thing is it has a bunch of star power, but it's like when you watch the video, he clearly like just, it's like buying a cameo from them and then saying they did a feature.
I know, it literally has cameo. They're just like, yeah, I guess I fucking love Mega Upload. God, that fucking Kanye clip gets me every time.
Like, he did not want to say that.
I know, you can like visibly see in his face how little he gave a shit. This was the anthem, okay? This was the anthem of a generation of file sharers.
14,000. Max already got Tetris here, so Max is going to be good at 48,000. So Max, you'll take game
the fucking Kim.com verse.
I know, right?
Below Talbot and Escalade, moving away on their game.
4% of the internet.
We had to get here. This is what I needed people to get to. 4% of the internet. That's quite a large chunk of traffic.
Bit by bit, unlimited. It's a hit. It's a hit.
It's an intrusive thought. Like 1,000 times over the past decade, I've just been like, unlimited. It's a hit. It's a hit. It's classic. I love that shit.
2, 1.
Hey guys, editor here. I'm just putting this in here to let you guys know
I'm afraid to stretch right now.
Bernie and Cyber didn't watch the video long enough to see that Diddy is actually in this video, which I thought was pretty funny.
And that is its own shooting mover. I gotta make sure the laptop's close enough.
I don't know what their problem is, but anyway.
There was like some serious controversy over this Mega Upload song back in the day. Universal Music Group files a copyright takedown notice, and so you know how that works on YouTube, you know, the video goes down or whatever, but like they didn't like own the song or whatever. It was a really weird situation where Mega Upload, so they were like, well, how are you striking down this video just because it has artists signed with you in it? Like,
they might have one of those contracts where it's like, this person can't sing for anyone else that we don't approve.
Like, it's funny, the thing is, were they even singing? They're like just saying a sentence like, I love Mega Upload. Okay, so Mega Upload had to file a lawsuit against them because of this takedown. And UMG, they were like, you can't DMCA this, or, you know, you can file a counter DMCA. When UMG said, we didn't file a DMCA, this takedown was under a private contractual arrangement between UMG and YouTube, which they claim gives them the right to, quote, the right to block or remove user-posted videos through YouTube's CMS, content management system, based on a number of contractually specified criteria, which is so vague or whatever, but like basically, yeah, they were just saying they can take down basically any video they want, you know, even if they don't legally own what's in it or whatever. Actually, that claim was so nebulous that a few days later, the video was eventually reinstated by YouTube, but the fact that like this was during the peak era of big music companies like UMG, they could just get YouTube to do anything, you know what I mean? They didn't have to have like a legal reason. They could just ask YouTube, hey, take this shit down, and they would.
They definitely had them by the balls, because it's kind of like, imagine if they were like, you look at every single upload of this song on your platform. Imagine like the calculations if they like really were angry and vindictive about it.
Right. Dude, you don't want to fuck with these UMG and their teams of high-paid lawyers or whatever. But anyways, all this whole preamble was just me explaining my history with Mega Upload, like why I personally like. To me, Mega Upload was like a huge cornerstone of the internet or whatever. But I guess to a lot of normal people, especially nowadays, they probably just really aren't that familiar with Kim.com.
Does he still own Kim.com?
You know, he does. I'll get into this in a little bit, but it used to be go to his personal website. Now it just redirects to his Twitter, which is pretty lame if you ask me. But it's funny, for literally like years and years, I never even thought to check the actual website, Kim.com. To me, it was just like, oh, that's just the guy's name. I don't know the best place to mention it, so I'm just going to say it here. Kim.com is fucking huge, okay? He is a behemoth of a man. He's 6'7" and weighs well over 300 pounds. Like, it's not really relevant to the story, but I just felt like I should clarify for any audio-only listeners that the man looks exactly like a gigantic baby. It's extremely bizarre. I'm not even like trying to. I gladly would shit talk the guy or make fun of him, but like I'm just trying to be descriptive. The man looks like a gigantic baby.
Oh man,
it's uncanny to the degree to which he does.
I just, you know, you're right. I mean, this is a very vivid image of like he has like the very innocent. He's a very innocent look to him.
Right? It's like, you know what I mean? There is this one GIF we used to post in any Mega Upload thread. Someone would post this one GIF of Kim sitting on one of those plastic lawn chairs and it just like breaking under his weight. And just the way he sprawls out on the ground used to crack me up so much. I've probably seen this GIF, without exaggerating, 10 or 20,000 times in my life. And as a note to the editor, please make sure you let this GIF play out at least 50 times. You can move it to the corner of the screen if you need to.
He has an iconic look. I never thought about how much he looks like a baby, and it's definitely enhancing.
I also couldn't figure out where the fuck to put this just really short clip, but like, there's just this clip of him in a golf cart that I used to love too.
He's like a fucking Team Fortress 2 character.
Yeah!
Oh no, Talbot getting caught high up on the board, and Talbot's not going to survive.
Vive la France!
Okay, so yes, as you've noticed and pointed out, quite a name, right? Kim.com. He was born 1974 as Kim Schmitz in West Germany, but he changed his name to .com in 2005. So like, say what you want about the dude, but he definitely understands like branding, you know what I mean? He changed his name to be an advertisement for his website. His website was like a hype site for him. It was like pictures of him with his fancy Bugattis and his fucking supercars and shit like that. And his site was basically just like, look at all the cool stuff I've done.
I mean, Mega Upload had a really distinct aesthetic. That's definitely something you gotta give it credit for.
Oh, I actually love the style of Mega Upload. It is like emblematic of that era of late 2000s, maybe even like, you know, earlier style of just aesthetic design. There was some great aesthetic design on his personal website back in the day. You know, I wanted to have more things to show about his old sites, but unfortunately, and not that this is a bad thing specifically, but like both of his old sites were very heavily based in Macromedia Flash, using Flash menus and Flash this and Flash that. So a lot of it hasn't been archived super well. There is this one Flash animation. I think he commissioned. I think he did a lot of commissioning stuff, but there's this one Flash animation he commissioned that used to be on a site called Kimball Special Agent. I don't know if we want to play the whole thing, but it's just...
let's watch. We can 3, 2, 1 it.
It's If you ever had seen a Flash animation in the late 90s, they were pretty much all like this.
He's gonna kill Bill Gates?
Yeah, I believe the official title was Kimball Whacks Bill Gates. Oh yeah, and I think I mentioned this, but before he went by Kim.com, his online handle was Kimball, like Richard Kimball from The Fugitive, I guess, but also just, you know, Kimball.
He's in the mega car.
This was from 1998, but like the mega car, and then he also gets in the mega boat. So like mega was clearly part of like a branding thing that he's had in his head for, you know, his whole life, I guess.
I don't get why he commissioned this.
Because it makes him look like a badass. He's on Microsoft Mountain, except I think that's supposed to be a skyscraper, but...
Go again.
No, please don't shoot me.
This is some real net lore, like I was trying to say. If you weren't around back then, you don't know how many Flash animations like this you missed out on. Look, you think he's gonna kill Bill Gates, but he just shoot around him into word Linux, and Bill Gates pee himself.
You ain't seen the Tetris, so we'll see.
He fucking shot the word Linux around him, and
we'll let him cook here.
Classic humor back then. So, early era Kim.com, this was a guy known for making a lot of bullshit claims, to be perfectly frank. Like, there's this one time in a 2001 interview with Telegraph, he just claims, oh yeah, like one time we hacked Citibank and transferred $20 million to Greenpeace. People like asked Greenpeace about that, and they were like, yeah, that never happened. You know what I mean? It's kind of a weird thing to lie about something so like obviously verifiably false, but I don't know. And after 9/11, he created a group called Young Intelligent Hackers Against Terrorism, or YHAT, and made some unsubstantiated claims about hacking Sudanese bank accounts belonging to Osama bin Laden. It was one of those classic things where after 9/11, everyone got super patriotic all of a sudden. Like, he was offering a $10 million reward on his site for any information leading to bin Laden's arrest. He was a true patriot, even though he was like not even American, I guess, but you know, he's against terror.
He's trying to put on the image of like a very in the know hacker kind of type. He's trying to hype himself up too.
Yeah, he was building an image for himself. It was actually really important. That's why he had the Kimball side. It was all about branding and stuff, which, you know, you might think, oh, that's just vain, it's just stupid. It actually what did end up being kind of important. Back in just the early 90s, before even Kimball.org, he was just known as this loudmouth teenager in the hacker scene, the German hacker scene, making all sorts of claims like, oh, I've bypassed the security of NASA and the Pentagon and stuff. I'm not saying he had zero skill or anything like that, but he was more known as like, has a reputation of like a script kiddie, where he would just use someone else's creation to bypass the network rather than doing the real brute force hacker work himself. But back in the day, he was known for operating a BBS forum called the House of Coolness, which was a Where's Den, basically. It was just another one of those sites where people would share and trade pirated software or whatever. But in 1993, the site was targeted by a German copyright lawyer named Gunther Freiherr von Gravenruth. He was known for like targeting young kids and then hitting them with like lawsuits or whatever.
Very German name.
Very German name. So this guy, this German copyright lawyer, allegedly got into contact with Kim, but you know, rather than going after Kim for hosting this Where site, he had Kim work for him as a paid informant, supplying with the names of other figures in the pirate BBS scene. Now, this isn't something I can objectively prove, and it's something Kim still denies to this day, but there's quite a lot of apocryphal evidence.
Snitch allegations?
Yes, suggesting that he was logging the traffic of his BBS users and sending the logs to Gravenruth for cash. He was snitching for money. Again, allegedly.
That's not good. You know, listen, if he's just the boss, he doesn't get his hands dirty, he's paying other people to do the work, that's one thing, but if he's selling them out, that's kind of fucking dirty.
Again, we don't know for sure. Not entirely related, but years later, this Gravenruth fellow would be convicted of fraud in 2010 and sentenced to 14 months in prison, which he would expertly dodge via the tried and true method of killing himself.
Technically, tends to get pandered more with, you know.
Yeah. Kim's image at the time, again, I can't personally verify this, was not in the German hacker scene in the 90s, but apparently he became a widely reviled figure. In 1994, Kim's home was raided by the police, and over $80,000 worth of computer equipment was confiscated, and he was arrested and charged with selling stolen credit card numbers, but more specifically, stolen phone calling card numbers. That was apparently a big scam he had going on the day. He was using phone calling card numbers to spam a bogus party chat line he made, which was just some convoluted thing, but it ended up making him quite a lot of money back then. 1998, he was arrested again and convicted of computer fraud and other hacking charges, including embezzlement, but he only received 2 years probation. Now, you'd think arrests like that would really hurt his career, but it actually gave him hacker cred that he used to promote his security company, Data Protect, because this was during the period of time when hacker mania, people were just finally, normal people were becoming aware of shit like that. So he was able to drum up a bunch of hype around it and sell Data Protect to some German conglomerate company. So he would use that money as seed money to make even more money during the initial .com bubble. So he was already pretty wealthy before Mega Upload, but I wouldn't necessarily say he was a genius businessman. Get a load of this plan of his back in 2001. He bought 375,000 euros worth of some basically worthless stock of a bankrupt company called Let'sBuyIt.com, which he then publicly announced his plans to invest 50 million euros in it, causing the stock price to spike, which net him 1.5 million euros in profit, which was basically just classic pump and dump insider trading bullshit. So, he took his millions of euros and moved to Thailand to try and lay low, but was eventually arrested and extradited back to Germany in 2003. Now, according to Wikipedia, in response, he allegedly pretended to kill himself online and declared through his website that he wished to be known as His Royal Highness King Kimball I, ruler of the Kimpire. Now, I swear to God, a few years ago, I had my hands on this suicide baiting statement, but I can't find it online anymore. He did spend 5 months in jail awaiting trial, but once again, he was not sentenced to any jail time. He received a suspended sentence for 20 months. So after all this legal drama bullshit, he changed his name because I guess he decided his name Kim Schmitz was disgraced and he didn't want to do business under that name anymore. He changed his name to Kim Tim Jim Vester and moved to Hong Kong. Apparently, I can't even confirm this, but apparently people were saying the reason it was so weird is so he could show up to meetings and be like, oh, I'm Jim Vester, or oh, I'm Tim Vester, you know what I mean? So it was he could have multiple personas. I don't really fully understand. I just thought it was a funny factoid that legally his name for a while was Kim Tim Jim Vester. So yes, like I said, he moved to Hong Kong in 2003, and this is actually where he met up with one of his old hacker buddies, and he began creating what would become known as Mega Upload. And then a couple years later, 2005, he did eventually change his name to the iconic .com. So the Mega Upload years themselves were from 2005 to 2012. And, as mentioned during the song,
although feel free to play this one out if you're feeling it. So Talbot and Escalate will go to a decider, but Max has won the 19-star battle here. Needed more score updates on that one. Sorry, Enska. You and Talbot were pretty close in score for the majority of that, so that's why I didn't update you more. But that's on me, Enska. Sorry. Alright, so we're going to get Max and Ethan off the screen here for the moment. But congrats to Max on the 19th